grab the first two, I'll grab the second two, but because this light's here, you know, it would just be easier for us if that exposure was set at a certain point.
And just leave it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then I'll just grab everything from here. If that makes sense.
I'll try to zoom, like play around with the zoom to get like a good zoom level on that.
Okay.
Just like maximize the amount of time I can see the people. Sorry?
So that's on its done.
I know.
It's a single file race, so it's a time trial essentially. So the votes are not.
Feels good though. Yeah, it feels nice.
I just want it like open.
I've been living in Southern California for the last 6 years, so I'm a wimp when it comes to weather. This is like Antarctic temperatures for me right now.
I have a friend who lives in Texas, and she's always like, it's 110. Like, how are you alive?
Yeah.
Like, it goes above 80 and I'm like dying.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
He's asking, just say yes. He's asking if you're on Weld, right?
30 votes in March. So you should start seeing our first.
Hi. Sorry, I'm here.
Votes pretty soon.
Yes, I am.
I don't know, because we got green, blank. Yeah, those next two blank blanks are new. You'll start with that turn green, next to the second green, that's like four greens. Okay, next two are alright, so that red button, when it turns red, let me know, like, you got those coming up. Oh, I see. Is there station four or something between first and here? No.
Oh, that's weird.
So it's your first side, yeah. CC. And it looks like 17 is yeah, we're not going to worry about that.
Yeah, because I think the tally lights got switched. So yeah.
They're really out. Yeah, it's like just a little. It is in the first one.
Let me get those eights coming in a row.
Tell him to look at the group chat.
Exactly. Yes.
Here, tell him to look at the group chat. I just sent him a picture.
But yeah, my camera's playing that.
What's the keyword?
Mark.
Yeah, so I'm going to be pointing between this and the little one tree.
Yes.
Okay, no, we're swipping tallies. We're
There's
swipping
a little
tallies.
red, but you probably can't see it on the road.
I see something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just tell him to look at the group chat. I just sent him a picture of our setup.
It's
What is that?
Anything behind
a marker.
Oh no, it's the street light. It's the base of the street light.
No, it's a orange marked street.
Yes.
Yes.
I see that one.
I know.
Oh, I see one there.
It's there. We have 9 hours of racing today.
So the sequels are they also staggered?
3.
Yes. Roughly, it's all in.
It's like a long time ago. Wow.
We have everything today from Masters Gates to
Your guys are going off on Mark.
Era events.
I was going to say what's the road?
Yeah.
Right.
We might say outside
Here
or
comes our
inside.
first competitor coming to the Northwest Bay.
Outside is.
For what I'm saying, if she says hello.
This is the men's club singles event number 9. So you're coming to live from the house, which is about the halfway point of our race today. We're about to catch the round numbers as they go by.
I'd say ready.
It's a beautiful day here in Boston. Thanks to all of our volunteers and
Come on. You can
we
just say
have 40 competitors in this event.
Yeah.
Men's club
You can say anything you want. I'm only going to click. Come on, guy. This is
That's me. That's Carol Jones. Got it.
Seeing our second competitor and third competitors coming through to take part here. All right, first up, coming into view. That's bout number one. That's Jack Higgins.
Bout number one.
Unbeat Boat Club of Philadelphia. Jack came in third place last year.
And right behind bow number two. Ooh.
Followed by
And
Victor
number
Corha
three.
from Aquan
White
Boat
hat.
Club is Fairfax Station, Virginia. Who last year finished 22nd behind Jack as well. Next up, bout number three, Michael Wilson
Bout number
from
four.
Cambridge Boat Club, right here in Massachusetts. Andrew Weinstein from Potomac Boat Club in Virginia.
Bow number five. And six.
This is Andrew's first time rowing in this event after rowing for the championship lightweight single. Number 573, that's Robert Murray from Seattle Stellar. Number 6, James Law, head coach from Crossman in Virginia.
Bow number seven.
Bout number
Orange hat.
7, Lori and Carl from Great River Rowing in Connecticut.
Bow number eight.
This is Cody Webkin from Cincinnati Rowing Club in Newport.
And bow number nine. Coming right behind it.
Do you want us to move in different?
Bout 9 is Alan Lee from Riverside Boat Club here in Boston. Placed 13th
Do you want me to
in
post
last year.
here over the rows or such possible rows?
Bow number 10. White t-shirt. No.
Stephen Rupp from Westside Rowing Club in Buffalo, New York.
All right, dudes.
In Stephen's bio, he wrote, he's going to compete every year. This is every year to be the last girl before he's going to finish strong. 11 and 12 right on top of each other. Bow 11, Flower City Rowing Club, Frank Sankey, fueled by pickle juice. At number 12, Eamon Glavin from NAC.
That's literally how we're just set up.
Yep.
Bow 15 is Ethan Penny from High Point University in High Point, North Carolina.
Bow number 16.
Wait, okay, so
Colin Stewart from Undine.
I don't understand what he's saying. He'll move back.
I think what he's saying is he
About number
wants this
18.
camera that's working on the close-up shots going through the bridge, and he wants
18,
that
George
camera.
About number 14.
Have the camera to get
He
that
on yellow
shot.
shirt.
And then have you do the pan.
Well, yeah, what he wants me to do is he wants me to get close-up shots starting here, going through.
Okay.
And then you have the
Go
shots.
down. I'll down for you.
Yeah. Does that work, or?
What's
I
this
like
audio
that when
issue?
you tell me the color of the hull and the
What's this
color
audio
of the
issue that Mark was bitching about?
It really helps because the glare of the sun is overwhelming.
I'm the same way. I'm having trouble seeing some of it with the sun, but it's moving quickly.
With that?
So I'm giving you what I can.
That's what he had said.
Bow number 13. Pink hat.
There was a key, just say that one more time, Garrett, just for the sense of like, so
Dylan
You're
Chan,
doing well.
Dallas, Texas.
yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Bow number 20, orange red shirt.
This is William Messenger from CRI right here.
Oh.
Bow number 23,
Of the CRI men's
blue and yellow shirt.
Oh, then it's
Bow
his
number
color
21,
problem.
white cap. Bow number 22, white and blue shirt.
Road for Colby College. Maxim Blanco from University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Bow number 24, white cat.
Andrew Rubel from University of Arch Club in Philadelphia. This is their 10th year here at the Head of Charles competing.
Bow number 25, white cat.
Event number 9, the men's club singles, our first event of today here at Head of the Charles. You're listening to the live broadcast from Weld, about halfway on the court. Derek Heath from Seattle Scullers.
Grant.
We have a pack of about 5 scullers
I
coming
think
down
we're
right
basically
now.
just going to keep
Having
this shot right
posted
here.
Middle
Just
archery
gonna like
weeks.
the exposure, trying to get as good as possible. Thank you.
Thanks for tuning in this morning. This is the Head of the Charles live broadcast from Weld Boathouse.
Bow number 30, white cat.
10:15. We're watching the
Hey,
men's
Grant.
club singles event number 9.
Bow number 28,
Quick succession. Here we go.
30.
red hat.
Liam Jenkins, unaffiliated, tough
Bow number 29, black hat.
20, Maxwell Welkin from Aquaquan.
Bow number
First year,
32,
really.
yellow shirt.
Joel Whaling from San Diego Rowing Club in the red shell.
Bow number 31,
From Independence Rowing Club in Nashville.
Okay.
This is Michael Schultz. Michael Bain. He was coached by his father, Frank.
Alright, easy peasy.
Happy
No worries.
birthday for Georgetown. This is Edward Londres from
Bow number
the Club
33.
in Philadelphia.
red shirt. About 27, Russell Murphy from Cambridge Club here in Mass, currently active duty in the Navy. He's also worked with his dad in the parent-child double circumstance. About 33 is actually Calgary Rowing Club, Nicholas Krause. So we are almost through our pack here. We only have 40 entries in this event, men's club singles. Next up is going to be the men's masters, senior master singles 30 plus 40 club. Bow number 39, white shirt.
This is
Bow number
from
38,
Dominican
green
University
shirt.
in Orange.
Tell them Weld already has the easy out.
And right behind, bow number 35.
Nathan Whitaker from Minnesota. Quincy Gammon. Quincy. And 35, Rahul from New York University, New York. First appearance in a single here at the Head of Charles.
Bow
number 36, red hat.
This is Matthew Kaczynski, who has a lot of experience with singles, having coached at craft fair. His wife Grace is actually here first. We have our first results in with Jack Higgins at 18:23. But like we said before, this is a staggered head race, so we don't know the full results until everybody's across the line.
Round number 37.
From Hollywood Rowing Club in Hollywood, Florida, this is Frank Fuentes. His first try at racing single here in the Charles. Second time racing horse. He rode a 4-weight last year.
So it's actually
Round
really
number
bad.
40.
It's staring directly that way. So my reflection in the LCD screen. Yeah, it's that time of the day. You get that call.
Luke Walters from
Morning and
Pittsburgh, who is varsity girls head coach and alumni for field training out of Pittsburgh Courthouse. This is a challenging course. I've been on this course so many times.
Don't worry about it. Looks like there's no green bubbles.
Yeah, it's interesting how many resources are available online.
We got a boat approaching.
Like yesterday, William Fox was talking about the tree.
Okay, here we go. Men's Masters.
You guys are superstars.
This
Thank you
is
for
the first
setting it up.
our next event, which is
Boat number
the
1, white
men's
shirt.
Masters singles, senior master, 30 plus, 40 plus. This is bout number 1. Adam Randall from Great Creek on one side. So now we
Boat number
are
3,
in event
white
10.
cap.
Thanks for tuning in. This is a live broadcast from Weld Boathouse. This is Head of Charles Day 2. Very full day today of 9 hours of racing. And we've got the men's masters singles 30 plus, 40 plus coming down the course. Bout number 3. So Matt Schaefer, California Yacht Club in Los Angeles, California. He placed second in this category last year.
Boat number 6, red hat. Boat number 4,
Yeah,
Black
there's just that
shirt.
really small window of time this camera takes to give a good picture.
and boat number 7, Black hat.
I mean, I'll stay on them through the light, but this
He
is going
just
to be like
joined
the sensor.
Union Boat Club in 2022. Just started going there.
Boat number 8,
in
Black
started
Cat.
2019 after watching Rowers on the Track. This is Jeffrey Toto from Union Boat
Oh,
Club.
down like the
Also,
transmission is no point out.
English teacher and head rowing coach at Eagles. Yeah, yeah, and you know that those students are here cheering them on.
Boat number 9, yellow shirt, white cap.
This is PJ Computa. This is from PNRA Mercer at Princeton Junction, New Jersey. He's a
Good job, ladies and gentlemen. Really good job.
indoor rower, and the father of 6 kids, 3 of which are racing at the head of Charles this year with the Yale Lightweight team. And
Boat number 10, white shirt. Boat number 11,
This is Evan Day.
Stay on my scene, these guys are going to crash.
California. From Holyoke Roads in Holyoke,
I gotta be no when they're passing your dock or getting
I see him.
your dock, that would be a
Shout out to
little
his
bit
family.
enhancement to what we're going through.
No problem. Boat number 14 is passing Weld right now. Laugh at.
About 14, Timothy Wong from Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota.
That's good tracking right there.
Pieced together, what numbers?
Boat number 17 with a white cap.
It's 17 followed by
Boat number followed by 13 with a blue
Number
shirt.
17 is Brendan McEwen from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut. He has won the trophy.
Followed by boat number 12, black and pink.
Baking a cake.
Boat number 16,
Bout 12 is Ilya from Oriel Kingston in London.
15. Boat 16 is on the inside, boat 15 is on the outside. Passing Weld.
inside is closest to us.
Ready? Mark! Mark!
Michael Jesse from Detroit Boat Club crew from the historic Detroit Boat Club, Chief Charles River.
Boat number 20,
That's William
blue and white
Massanini
striped
from
shirt.
Oklahoma River Sport, OKC River Sport.
followed by boat number 22.
Alex Barrett from Riverside right here on Charles River, Cambridge Boat
We
Club.
got on this live stream audio. So I can go listen to it.
Steve Zimmerman from Vienna, Austria.
How was this camera looking?
When it's in, it's good. But they're just trying not to point the sensor directly into the sunlight, obviously.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me, this LCD screen, it's like looking at a mirror of yourself. And it feels the right.
So next section of the reading, if you have a little tidbit to share, is actually from when they applied in the bio and something that maybe
So
they
I try
haven't
like
read over such a thing as live stream. So you might hear it a couple times if the next live stream station also reads it. But it's fun to get to know these growers and who got
There you go, you got a bunch.
So if you're just joining
Alright,
us,
first
this
one
is
is
episode
boat
10
number
of Advanced
25.
Basic Signals, 30 South Sporting Class. My name is Tara Morgan, I'm here with Rachel Friedman, and we'll be broadcasting here until about
Nope,
10.
sorry, that was 26.
We are volunteers, and I just want to say shout out to all volunteers.
Followed by boat number 18 with a white cap.
About 26 coming into view, there's a hospital from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut.
Boat number 29
About
with
18,
a
Jack
striped
Toon
shirt.
from Shanghai, China.
Then boat number 24 with a white cap.
29 is Alex Twist from Riverside.
And head to head we have boat number 25 on the inside and boat number 27 on the outside.
Eric Schultz from Argonaut in Toronto, Canada.
And 25, trying to stay without it.
Karen from Istanbul, also the founding partner of Consortium.
The Home Charles is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 5,000 youth students from Boston and schools. This all happens through CLI.
I'm back on now, Matt.
To learn more, visit communityrowing.org.
Yeah, we saw that program setting up for an event yesterday where they brought in 130
Boat number 31.
the CLI tent. here at
Baseball
Charles
cap.
for a little erg competition.
Boat number 30, neon yellow shirt.
This is Stephen Payne from Vic City in Victoria, BC.
The bridge to my left or the bridge to my right?
And we got that 30.
Okay, so I'll just start zooming in. Okay.
Alexander Sosos from Union Boat Club. He actually says he lived in the Union Club boathouse for 14 years.
Boat number 33 with the white cap. Followed by boat number 34. Yellow shirt.
33 is Charles Wu from
And on the
Atlanta.
inside is boat number 32 in orange or red.
34 followed by 32. Shane Madden on Scout 34 from Undine, and Andrew Millspaw, unaffiliated, currently lives in Niskayuna, New York. So we are at the halfway mark, approximately, of our event. This event has 42 entries. We're seeing the last about 10 entries now. Next up is the women's club singles, starting at 8:12. We've got about 5 boats coming through, sitting on the Anderson Island.
On the inside, in the white, is boat number 35, and on the outside is boat number 36 in the black.
Boat 35 is Stephen Lambert from Red Arrow rowing.
Followed by
in
boat number 40 with a white hat.
And Matt Beaton.
And on the
with
inside, we have
Red
boat number 37 in red.
Mark, inside, outside.
37 drive is about 37.
And we have boat number
Number
38 coming in with a black cap.
Pavlovsky from Potomac Rowing Club. Quickly running by about 40.
And boat number
Frank
39
Petrucci
is
from
orange.
East Arm, Greenwood, about 38. Brian Pack from Cincinnati Rowing Club. That's 39. Got about 39. Henrique Mota from Row LA is bow number 39.
We have boat number 2, which is a yellow boat. And then boat number 41 with an orange shirt. And then we have boat number 42.
Bow number 2 is Christy Bushman from White Marsh Boat Club in
blue cap.
Connecticut. And then Never has put through the last 2 boats previous event, got bow 41. That's Patrick Kilty from Greater Columbus, Ohio. Followed by bow 42. And James Leach in South Niagara. So we just saw Christy Bushman, who has passed the last final rowers from the previous event. She is in event 11 with bow number 2. That's Christy Bushman, and she's rowed with the White Marsh Masters team. All right, we are already into event number 11. That is the Peggy Hawes Trophy for the women's singles. And we almost have our final results in.
You know what takes me off though is that you're an encoder, like
From
as we
men's
giving
club singles event.
like
Now,
math
we
problems.
that event. We have one
Like,
video.
So is it coming through like kind of like glitchy or is it like
So we are in
It's a problem with the
event
transition
11
of
now.
the
With
coder,
36
right?
competitors.
Like
I'm just calling numbers.
so
I don't
there's
know.
2 separate ones? It's, I
Club
thought,
there's 2 separate ones because they both plug in at separate points, and everything, all the wires go to that.
that's a shame. And it's probably because might be because of like just like a problem with the encoder, or is it like could it be a network issue maybe?
Could be a network issue. That's what kind of Brandon mentioned, but yeah.
to the top 4. I think it's the top 4. Northwich Rowing Club's rower, bow number 18, George Lawton from Great Britain, took first with 18:22.11, followed by Jack Higgins, bow number 1 from Undine, and bow number 2, Occoquan Boat Club. Victor Korhab came in third. So we just finished event 11, the women's club singles. We've now completed events 9, 10, and 11. Now we are on to the women's master, senior master singles, 30 and 40.
And moving very well down the course, we see bow number 1 in this yellow hull.
This is Shannon Kaplan from Penn AC. The course record is held by Jevi Stone at 19 minutes, 10 seconds.
Coming up next, bow number 2.
Aisha Chow from Bayak in Redwood City, California. That is the Bear Island Aquatic Center. Bear is Bayak.
And we've got a little bit of a challenge here between bow 3 and 4. 3 here closest to us in the dark boat.
Bow 3 is Mary Coletta from San Diego Rowing Club with Aisha Rafai from Hydro Rowing as bow number 4. Aisha just returned from competing in Paris Olympics. She's a 2-time Olympian representing Singapore.
And we just saw and heard a little clashing of oars there between bow 3 and 4 as they fought for their lines on the course. Coming up next by Weld Boathouse, bow 6.
Bow 6, Eleanor Aiello from Olympia, Washington, works for the George Pocock Rowing Foundation, increasing access to the sport of rowing for young people.
And bow 7.
Bow 7, Eileen Brett Evans, BU alum from Hanlon in Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, quickly behind we see in that yellow boat, bow 5.
That's Heather Moon Vogels, representing Vienna, Austria. She is a 3-time lightweight single winner here at the Charles. Having formerly rowed with Riverside Boat Club here in Boston.
Okay, looking at bow 8.
That's Ilana Zief from Riverside Boat Club.
And bow 9.
This is Catherine Infantino from Union Boat Club. She says this is Catherine's 26th consecutive time in the single at HOCR. She has all the right screws loose to enjoy racing long term.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for results from today, visit regattacentral.com or use the HOCR app. It's all live and up to date.
All right, we are seeing yellow blades of bow 10.
Bow 10 is Aaron Lallemand from Independence Rowing Club in Nashua. This race is bittersweet for Erin, as it says here, 7 days prior to last year's race, she was diagnosed with a rare cancer, and she's here today as a warrior and survivor.
Congratulations and welcome back.
Wow.
Okay, we're seeing a very strong stroke here at about 12.
About 12 is Sally Scoville from San Diego Rowing Club, a U.S. national team member in the late 90s.
Followed behind is bow 13 in a blue hull.
Leslie Smith from Dawn Rowing in Mississauga, Ontario. Many championship titles to her name.
And with a little higher stroke rating, we're seeing bow 15 with a pink shirt on.
This is Alice Taggart from Union Boat Club in bow 15.
And with yellow blades in a blue hull, bow 11.
Sally Mackin from Stonington Rowing in Connecticut rowed at Boston University.
And bow 14 with those distinctive stripe blades.
That's Riverside's Libby Bogosian. She's also coaches the Brookline High School novice girls.
Yeah, we've had the opportunity to speak with Libby, and she is very interesting and very nice. So
yes.
Good luck to Libby.
We are watching event number 12. This is the Women's Masters, Senior Masters, Singles, 30 plus, 40 plus, 40 competitors going to battle here today at the head of the Charles.
Okay, bow 16 in a yellow hull.
16 is Elizabeth Avery from Cambridge, an 11-time marathoner.
And let's see, we see bow 18, pink sleeves coming up next.
18 is Louisa Palmer, unaffiliated. She said she's out here trying to keep the dream alive.
And bow 17 right behind, trying to keep her line that she wants.
Competing for Narragansett a third year in a row, this is Megan Delaney, Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay, and next in a dark hull, we see bow 20.
This is Lori Criado from Buffalo River Rowing Club. She started rowing here in 2013 and has according to her bio, has had 7 babies in between all that time and has raced every year that she could.
Love the dedication to babies and rowing. And now coming up next in a Rowing Blazers single, we see bow 21.
This is Nikki Lepresti from Sydney, Australia.
And bow 19.
19 is Chandra Grimm from Boston, Massachusetts. Is also an ultra marathoner.
And bow 24 in a bright yellow hat.
This is Patty Jones from Maine Coast Rowing. She's grown up rowing for Cambridge Boat Club, Cornell, and Austin Rowing Club.
And bow 23 in a white hull here, coming by Weld.
Welcome to Joanne Harris from the Thames.
And bow 22.
This is Sarah Kate Snyder from Alexandria in Virginia. She's been sculling since she was about 14 years old. And team captain at Notre Dame.
We've got a little pack of 4 more boats coming by. Next up is bow 25, followed closely by bow 27.
Bow 25 is Siobhan Flynn, unaffiliated. Siobhan. What was the next one? 25 and 27. 27 is Casey McKenna Monroe. She recently moved to the Charlotte, North Carolina area from Columbus, Ohio. And she's got a couple of titles on the Women's Master Single.
Okay, and side by side we see bows 29 and 28.
29 is Haley Clark from the Vancouver Rowing Club in British Columbia. This is her first run on the Charles. I'm looking for 26 and 28. You see that?
This is bow 34.
Bow 34 is Bruna McConnerty from Riverside.
And bow 31.
Caitlin Bannister from ZLAC in San Diego, California.
Okay, and coming up next in pretty quick succession, we've got 7 holes. Bow 30.
Willow Arts from Strokes in Transition in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
And bow 38.
38, Libby McCann from Unaffiliated. This is her 21st Head of the Charles.
And in the yellow hole, we've got bow 35.
35 is Union Boat Club's Kristen Hahn. First time racing the single here at the Charles.
And bow 36.
Cincinnati Rowing Club's Lindsay Barsky is bow number 36. First time at Head of the Charles.
And bow 40 next.
Bow 40 is Sarah Pigeon from Dawn Rowing in Mississauga, Ontario. First time racing a single here at the Head of the Charles, and is also taking on some beach, sprint, and coastal rowing.
And has made a pass by bow 33.
33 is Larissa West from Greater Columbus in Ohio.
And coming up on Larissa, we've got bow 39.
39 is Carolyn DeLong from Auckland, New Zealand athlete currently living in Italy. Last year she raced the double with her mom.
Oh, well, that's fun.
Yeah. People have certainly traveled quite a distance to get here for this international event. You're joining us live here at Weld Boathouse. My name's Tara Morgan. This is Rachel Friedman with me. We're announcing for the first events this morning. Right now we are in event 12, the Women's Masters Senior Master Singles 30 plus, 40 plus.
And we're seeing bow 37, white hull, red and white blades.
This is Lori Petrucci from East Arm in Greenwood Lake, New York. Says here, an equestrian turned rower from the East Arm Learn to Row program.
Bow 26.
This is Sabrina Lee from Shanghai. She is an art director in the luxury fashion industry. So we are watching Women's Masters Singles. We should be wrapping up. Our next event is going to be event 13, the Women's Masters Doubles.
This year's official dock supplier, Connected Dock, is the leading choice for rowing docks across North America. Trusted by rowing clubs and regattas everywhere, Connected Dock delivers unmatched stability and performance. Visit the Connected Dock booth to see why it's a rower's top choice.
We still don't have all of the results in for the Men's Masters Senior Singles, which was event 10. Once we have those in, we can give you the top 3 finishers. We just finished event number 11, the women's, event number 12, the Women's Masters Singles. The event 11 is still in progress. You can follow all of this on Regatta Central.
And in sight now is a first double coming down the course.
All right, moving on to event 13. This is the Women's Masters Doubles, 30 plus, 40 plus. We have 25 boats in this event this morning. This is day 2 of Head of the Charles. Did you say it was the 59th edition?
59th edition
Yeah,
this year.
59th edition. Well, it is a fantastic, beautiful day here in Boston.
We're seeing our first bow come by from the women's masters doubles.
And that is bow 1.
This is Alexis Snef Belakovsky and Tina Vandersteel from Riverside Boat Club.
Those are a couple great names in that boat. They've got a really nice ratio as they work their way towards Anderson Bridge, navigating through that tricky turn.
And Alexis is actually a rower parent as well, with her daughter Elsa rowing at Riverside.
Okay, next up, bow 2.
This is Elizabeth Jallinger and Kathleen Pratt from Lake Union in Seattle, Washington.
And following closely behind, bow 3.
This is Capital Rowing Club in Washington, D.C.'s Emily Crowley and Jody Heidmus. They are thrilled to be back at the Charles racing this challenging course, coached by Bob Reichert.
I have to say, these are teammates of mine. I'm very excited to see them on the course.
Yes, it's always fun to see folks that we know. Lots of West Coast represented this morning as well. I'm from Washington State in Vashon Island. We're seeing a lot of the 8s lining up for upcoming events. All right, bow number 4 coming by Tara Jones and Leslie Spencer from Station L in Portland, Oregon.
And bow 5 approaching next.
This is the Rubinis. This is Joanna and Lauren Rubini from Alexandria. These are sisters. They are part of the Rubini Jewelers family that's in our vendors row this year. They've been rowing together since the 90s.
I believe their dad, Jaime Rubini, is here this weekend as well.
Their dad, Jaime, yeah. Says often coached by their dad, Jaime.
Bow number 7 coming up.
7 is Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut, Laura Christoph and Sandra Fair. They've been doubles partners for 16 years.
Wow. Must be working out for them.
They would like to thank their supportive row widow husbands. So true.
Let's see, we've got a tight one here between bows 10 followed by 8.
Bow 10 is Lindsay Clark and Rebecca Grzybowski from Temple. Go Owls. And bow 8 is Camilla Oxley and Jennifer Scaling from Vesper in Philadelphia.
And you'll see these 2 boats heading into Anderson Bridge.
Have we seen 6? Have we seen 6? I haven't said 6 yet.
Bow 13 now.
Okay, bow 13 is Elizabeth Sunshine and Megan Wheeler, who were together part of the U.S. national team, and they row with Cambridge.
Followed by bow 14.
Bow 14 is Veronica Jones and Ellen St. Clair from Vesper.
And close behind, bow 9.
This is Quinsigamond. Is that how you say it?
Quinsigamond.
Quinsigamond. Amy Mayer and Jennifer Devlin. Oh, we know Jennifer Devlin.
I always like to say Quinsigamond, but I think it's Quinsigam.
Amy is celebrating 10 years of survivorship from breast cancer and is also a past race director of Head of the Charles.
Okay, we've got bows 11 and 16 heading into Anderson.
Joanna Victorio and Janice Holtzman are with bow 11 and Passaic River. What was the other one? 16? What did you say? 11 and 16. Laura Brown and Caitlin Paulson in bow 16 with Ridley, graduate of St. Catharines in Ontario.
And bow 17.
Bow 17 is Karina Graff and Jenna Armstrong from Cambridge University Boat Club in Great Britain. They are 2-time winners of the Cambridge Boat Race. We actually saw them launching from here this morning.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
All right, and we see bow 18 has just made a little pass by bow 12.
So bow 18 is Elizabeth Taylor and Abigail Smith from Toronto, and bow 12 is Yu Zhang and Fen Gao from Peking in Beijing, China. We are moving through event 13, the women's masters doubles, 30 plus, 40 plus. We have about 8 entries left in this event, and then we'll be moving on to the men's masters doubles. Same event, 30 plus, 40 plus.
And I think for the first time today, I'm seeing maroon, yellow, and green blades of Gentle Giant Rowing Club, about 15.
Yes, that is Catherine Kern and Courtney Patriaka from Gentle Giant here in Somerville, Mass.
Okay, looking at bow 21, coming by Weld Boathouse.
Bow 21, Melanie Tiny and Penelope Smith from Ridley Graduate and St. Catherine's.
And quickly behind them is bow 22.
22 is Vanessa Moores and Jill Hardy from Riverfront Recapture, and both rowers in that boat have been competitive for over 30 years.
Wow, they've got really nice ratio. They are definitely trying to make a move here coming through Anderson. And bow 19, we see rowers coming up next.
We have Fat Cat rowing in New York, New York. This is Michelle Clark and Sarah Connolly on bow 19. We're coming to you live from Weld Boathouse. We're about halfway down the course. If you're just joining us, this is the live broadcast for Head of the Charles, number 59 in the Head of the Charles.
I'm looking at bow 20.
This is the Port Jefferson Rowing Club's Kelly Moore and Anna McDonald.
Especially when it was the youngsters, it was like bow number 22. This had 26 in the column. I'm like I beg your pardon.
All right,
we have a good battle here.
Yeah, side by side, we're seeing bow 23 and bow 24.
23 just edging out slightly. That's from LaSalle, Ontario, Ashley and Jillian. And in bow 24 from Genesee, Carol Schoenecker and Rachel Van Doggen.
You know, right here is where a lot of boats are fighting for their line. And when we say their line, it's like the point, the direction that they want to go. So they've got a nice quick course. Coming up next, bow 6, looks like maybe from Potomac.
Yes, bow 6 is from Potomac, Erica and Samantha.
Yep, and on the outside, we're looking at bow 25.
That is Constance Chang and Charlotte Mahaffey from Vesper Boat Club. Yeah. Well, that wraps it up for event 13, the Women's Masters Doubles 30-40 plus, and we're moving right into the Men's Masters Doubles, event number 14.
So now on the live stream, you might be able to see on the far side of the course some 8s coming up the warm-up lane towards the start line.
They've won it 2 years in a row, and they set the course record in 2022 with 16:55.843. They are here to defend their title. They're from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut. They're technically senior masters, meaning they are aged 40 plus, but last year they beat all of the doubles, including the 30 plus.
Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The Head of Charles has been in partnership with DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we received from their organization and hardworking staff. So thank you, DCR.
All right, so we have the unofficial results from event 11. This is the Women's Club Singles. It was our second event of the day. From Green Racing Project. Bow number 22 is the winner of that event, Simone Verparian. Followed by another Green Racing Project, bow number 28. Kathleen Castle. And unofficial in third, bout number 24, Ariana Lee from Riverside Boat Club. You can find all these results using the nifty HOCR app, which is pretty spectacular. You can pick 3 of your favorite athletes, 3 of your favorite clubs, and follow along. We're here live at Weld Boathouse. My name's Tara Morgan. I'm here with Rachel Friedman. We actually also have a side gig as podcasters, so we love broadcasting. We love talking about rowing nonstop, and this is kind of an ideal situation for us, sitting at the Weld Boathouse, helping you follow along at home or wherever you're watching from. If you're wanting to watch this later, it will be, of course, recorded for perpetuity on YouTube on the HOCR channel. We're watching some 8s warming up into the warm-up lanes, doing some pause drills, getting ready to go. We have a number of Masters 8s events coming up. Next up is the men's Masters doubles, 30 plus, 40 plus, waiting for our first sightings. And then we're going to move right into the 8s after that. Rachel and I will be with you until about 10:15 this morning. We are one of many volunteers. I want to say even a couple thousand.
I think so.
Yeah, a couple thousand volunteers. We can be identified by these nifty green puffy vests. Race officials also wear those vests. You just have to look at the back and see how it's stamped. But if you get a chance today, please say hi and thank a volunteer for being here. They are helping this event. They couldn't do it without them, and we really appreciate them. And we've had a great experience as a volunteer, so next year, if it's something that you're wanting to do to get deeper into this event, it's really fun, and kudos to Head of the Charles for how well they take care of the volunteers. We're here live at Weld Boathouse. This is the Harvard Women's Boathouse. We're enjoying a spectacular view between Weeks Bridge and Anderson Bridge here on Harvard campus.
And the weather really is pretty fantastic.
Couldn't be better. I don't even want to jinx it. I don't think we can jinx it at this point.
Little ripples on the water. Doesn't seem too bad from up here.
So we're on the balcony of the Weld Boathouse watching the boats go by. We have with us up here on the balcony as well our camera crews and our timers. Oh, if you're on the Anderson Bridge right now, that looks like the part of the Harvard marching band, or a Harvard marching band in the traditional maroon.
Oh, that's fun. Speaking of maroon, Gentle Giant Moving Company, thank you so much for being a partner and the officials logistics partner of the Head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is a force behind Regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring, so stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more.
All right, our first men's Masters doubles has come through the archway at Weeks Bridge. This is event number 14. Heating up.
All right, and we know that lots of people watching today might be new-ish to rowing and learning about this sport. You will see on the course today both sculling boats and sweep boats. This race coming down the course is sculling. Each rower has 2 oars. Our sweep rowers just have 1 oar each.
Yeah, it's really fun. If this is your first time here at the Charles, there's no silly questions. All right, first coming into view is our 2-time defending champions of this event, Jake Watkins and Nate Kelly from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut. It says here that Nate just makes sure Jake rows above 30 strokes a minute.
Okay, bout number 2.
Bout number 2 from Mobjack and Occoquan is Matthew Thomas and William Meeker. We want to do a special shout out to Cole and Emily watching at home.
And bout number 3, white boat.
Riverside, Cambridge, Mass. is Niles Coronin and Andrew Hashway. They actually work for Gentle Giant. We just did a shout out to Gentle Giant.
And I always love those striped blades and unis. There's something really classic about that look.
Yeah. Looks like their battle cry is more legs.
More legs.
In bow 3.
You know, that's a really good point. Also, if you're newer to rowing, I think a lot of people think rowing is an arms sport.
Sure,
and
yeah.
it is all about those legs.
Yeah, big legs. We're watching event 14, the men's masters doubles. This is 30 plus, 40 plus. We have 27 competitors kicking off in this event. Right after this, we will start with the 8s. All the masters 8s, or a lot of the masters 8s will be coming down this morning.
Okay, moving well here is bow 8.
Bow 8 is Peter Graves and Thomas Graves. These are 3-time winners of the champ double at the head of the Charles and on the U.S. national team. So look out for them. They might be pushing those defending champions. They're from Long Beach, California.
And bow 6 is Speedy behind them.
Bow 6, Josh Hooter and Dyer McCabe from unaffiliated. They were co-captains at Rutgers.
And bow 4?
Ryan Walker, Lawson Navarro, Long Lake Rowing Crew in Minnesota.
And next to them in the red hull, we see bow 5.
That's bow 5 is Matt Bradshaw and David Ukrainitz from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
Here next to each other, bow 10 is overtaking bow 7.
Bow 10, Igor Belevkitsky and Peter Morelli from Riverside. And over bow 7 from Shipley, Craig Dodson and Scott Gavin Wisniewski. Teammates and friends for 20 years.
And bow number 9.
Alex Pappas and William Doss from Wyandotte.
Okay, with a big push behind their strokes, we see bow 13, Yellow Boat.
Steve Krajewski and Ross Anderson from Fairmont. Their bio says Ross enjoys long walks on the beach and Steve loves macaroni salad.
I like both those guys already. I would like long walks on the beach with macaroni
These are
salad.
snippets that are provided by the rowers, by the way. These are not things that we just happen to know about
Making up
Steve and Ross. We're just making up about them.
All right, bow 12.
It makes it kind of fun for the announcers to read these little tidbits.
We got bow 12 coming up on Anderson Bridge.
Bow 12, Maguntacook in Maine, Andrew Niels and William Shatsky from unaffiliated.
Okay, bow 16, Yellow Boat, making a pass by 15.
16 is Brian Weddich and Chris Massey from Union, and bow 15 is Zachary McGurk and Jesse Clark from Buffalo River in Buffalo, New York. So Chris and Brian in bow 16 actually rowed together in high school on the Charles at CRI, and it's 15 years later, and the boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. Welcome back.
We are watching event number 14. We have 27 entries in this event. We've seen almost half of them at this point. Here comes a pack of 5 out from the Weeks footbridge. I mean, who knows what the basin looks like, but this is pretty great.
This is a great spot. And actually, there's not really a bad spot to watch the race from, but if you can get up on any of these bridges to watch, that's a really special vantage point.
Thanks for listening today to our live stream here from Weld Boathouse.
All right,
we got a big pack here coming through in the men's masters doubles.
Yep.
First up,
boat 19, blue unis.
Timothy Whitney and William Wenga from Kampala Rowing Club.
And starting to make a move, about 14.
14, John Geary and Johan Kui from Thayer Academy in Braintree, Massachusetts.
Fighting for space here on the river, we've got boat 18 and 20 tangling.
18, James Marsden and Peter Lindenberg from Harlem with bow 20, Potomac, Mike Gallagher and Jose Carrasco.
Bow 21, working their way around that tangle.
21 is Colin Williamson and Henry Palmer from formerly of Leander.
And bow 22.
22 is David Schnepp and John Matrowski from Austin. They row out of Ladybird Lake. That was quite a group.
That was quite a group, about 22, picking it up here after having to slow down to avoid a crash. And now with lots of open water for them to work with, we see bow 23.
Bow 23, these are from my hometown, Daniel Garrett and Kenneth Singh from Green Lake. This is the first representation of Masters double from Green Lake, and these guys have been friends since they were 7.
Oh, I love that. Bow 25.
Another hometown for me, Commencement Bay, just south of where I live, is Terrence Seflenben and William Simonson, both formerly of University of Washington and Harvard. Their first time here at the Charles in the double.
Okay, looking here at bow 27, white hull, blue and white blades, nice quick pace.
Bow 27, Fairmount, Matthew Henwood and Vincy Ivanov.
And bow 24 now making their way into Anderson Bridge.
24 from Lake Merritt is James Taylor and Andrew Symington. This is the first time that Lake Merritt has entered a double in this event. I actually used to coach with James Taylor.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Interesting factoid about him is that he is a vintage British car expert.
Oh.
Yeah. Shout out to Kevin and Jason who are listening from Seattle, Washington right now. Thanks everybody for your support and checking out the Charles this year. If you're just joining us, this is event number 14, the Men's Masters Double. I think we're completed that event.
We got about 26 here.
Yep, 26 is Sean Baman and Christopher DePita from Potomac.
Rowing in the Francine Fox.
It's fun here at the Charles to see the names of the different boats.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of Vinny Vidi Vicis yesterday. All right, next up, as we move on to the next event, event 15, the Men's Senior Master 8s. This is a very full event. Course record, and of course, bow number 1 is Ex Nemo, 1511.571. They set that record last year in 2023. There are international entries in this next event from Great Britain, Ireland, Switzerland, Hong Kong, and the Netherlands. Ex Nemo is the defending champion. They call themselves Old Guys, primarily Harvard, and then they have to say at the end, beat Yale.
Thank you to the Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge, the official hotel of the head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT and Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown.
Embrace the best of Beantown. Send it. I think I did the... Okay, so what we're waiting for right now is the first boat's bow number 1 of event 15. These are 8s, so this is going to be pretty fast and furious. So now we're moving into, as Rachel alluded to earlier, we're moving into the sweep events for this morning, or a couple of the sweep events for this morning. These are both... These are port and starboard events, just like all of them, but in this case, everybody's just got the one oar. I can see the crowds are starting to stack up on the bridges here, Anderson Bridge and Weeks. We hope you're having a great Charles, and make sure to check out Vendor Row and all of the activities. This afternoon, if you follow some of the schedules, you'll have an opportunity to meet Olympians from all over the world, among a lot of other fun activities happening there.
Savor the moments at Head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema tasting room for the finest wine experience. Exclusive tasting and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit La Crema, the official wine of Head of the Charles, at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent.
So we know some of the ways that people track down their person is using the app, the HOCR app. But there's also another way to do it, which is if they've submitted their ore color or their ore design. That's another easy, fast way to see, because oftentimes seeing the bound number isn't possible, and they may not be in sequential order. Like if you're waiting for bound number 10 and you see bound number 9, you may not see bound number 10. You may have missed it.
It, or they might be behind. So take a
Right.
look for the color of the blades as they are vertical and above the water. That's a good way to spot your crew.
Sure. And they might also be wearing a uniform that's the colors of the crew. This is all information you can see on the app as well as on Regatta Central.
So while we got a minute here before the next event starts, let's talk about coxswain just a smidge. So we're going to see some 8s coming down the course. These are boats with 8 rowers and another person in the boat called a coxswain.
Yeah, this is the first event of the day with coxswains. So these are really important folks who help steer and motivate.
Steer and motivate. Some people think about coxswains as an in-boat coach. Lots of people kind of boil it down to a small person with a loud voice.
A small person with a loud voice, yes. Affirmative.
Oh, and I'm starting to see the first 8 of the day coming down the course by Weld Boathouse, heading towards Anderson Bridge.
Next year, somebody needs to leave me in early.
I have your number. So we'll get things set up.
Threateningly for you, I have yours.
That's perfect.
All right, we are on event 15. It is on. This is the men's senior master 8s, 50 plus.
Bow number 1 coming by.
This is Ex Nemo from Wellesley, Mass. They are the defending champions with the course record of 15:11.571. A lot of the rowers in this are former national and Olympic oarsmen. We expect a tight race between them and who's bound number 2, which is Marin.
They have sharp catches, strong finishes, moving that boat well. Followed by bow 2, Blue Hull.
This is Marin rowing in California.
They've got good run on that boat. Boat's moving well underneath them.
I love the sound of an 8.
I love the sound of an 8.
Chunk chunk.
Yeah.
All right, we are in the men's senior master 8s, followed by the grandmaster 8s. Only the difference is age, average age. Okay.
And bow 3 here.
Yeah, this is RCA alums from Victoria, BC. And we know one of the rowers in this boat, Julian Behane.
We do know Julian. Didn't know he was going to be here. That's all.
The next Chinook boat.
Okay, coming up next, bow 5, Yellow Hull.
This is Diesel from Orchard Park, New York. One of 2 Diesel crews.
They've got a solid catch, big push, sending the puddles away.
Yeah, that's bow number 5.
Who is passed by bow 4 here.
So bow 4 is Chinook.
And we got a fun orange boat coming up next. Green unis. That's bow 7.
That's actually an Irish boat.
And actually, that's not orange. It is a wooden
shell. Beautiful.
Looking shell.
That's Irish Masters from Cork.
And bow 6 here.
Bow 6 is our second entry from Diesel. And that boat features Akil Abdullah in 7-seat, looking very strong, coached by Tom Terhar.
Bow 8, silver hull coming up next.
Bow 8 is a second boat from the RCA alumni, which is the Canadian national rowing team.
And bow 9 has an interesting bucket rigging going on in the bow 4.
That is another entry from Ex Nemo here in Wellesley. We have about 6 more entries to catch you up on in this Senior Master 8s. This is event 15. We are right on time thanks to our start line officials keeping a very tight race. We have a lot of people to get through today. We have 9 hours of racing today. So a huge shout out to all the race ops folks.
I'm seeing bow 10 with the red, white, and blue blades of Texas Rowing Center.
That is Texas Rowing Center, absolutely.
Followed by bow 11 in the black and orange.
That's another representative from Fat Cat. These are Princeton lightweight and heavyweight stars. Says from the 80s, 90s, and beyond.
Stars.
Looks like Cornell alums with the big C, go big red.
Yep, bow number 12, also bucket rig, which is a little bit different. You don't see that too often.
All right.
We got 3 boats coming up here, each with about a boat length between them. First up, bow 14.
That is Riverfront Recapture, Harvard, Connecticut.
Followed by bow 13.
That is Sammamish rowing from Washington State.
And if you know Sammamish and Capital Rowing Club, they both have very similar uniforms.
Yes.
It's a little confusing.
You got excited there, and I was like, oh, that's Sammamish.
I thought it were my teammates. It was Sammamish. All right, bow 15 with the red and white blades, yellow hull.
So this is a boat they call themselves North Dakota from New York, New York. They say our waterways are frozen most of the year, so we row twice together, once here and once in San Diego. Please excuse our timing and blade work.
You know what? At least they're having a good time.
Yeah. Exactly.
And they are looking good as they go underneath Anderson.
All right, so we're still in event 15. We have 33 entries in this event.
All right, we've got a silver hull, black and white blades, bow 16.
Coached by Arthur Ware. This is the Olden Bears from Montclair, New Jersey. Olden Bears refers to, of course, the California Golden Bears.
About 17 yellow hull, black and white blades.
Yale alumni crew. These guys are called Bulldog and say they come out of Lincoln Park, New Jersey. A lot of these are composite boats. These are friends, alums, as you've heard.
All right, about 19 yellow hull, really solid drive here.
That is Crabtree from London. This is a mix of first-time Charles competitors and veterans. They've all rowed at the Henley.
They're all Cambridge alum in this boat. Coming up next, bow 20.
This is another boat from the Olden Bears, representing California Bears.
And less than a boat length behind is bow 18.
Narragansett from Providence, Rhode Island.
Always interesting here to see how the coxswains navigate through this bridge. This one is quite tricky. You have to kind of angle through this bridge and make a turn. Got a little bit of a gap here before our next 8 comes by Weld Boathouse.
Yeah, this race is not a straight shot. It's got some strategy to it.
Lots of
quite a bit of strategy.
Yep.
All right, we're watching the men's event 15, the men's senior master 8s. This is the 50 plus. We have 33 entries in this event.
And in yellow tops, yellow boat, we see bow 21.
These are rowers from the shores of Lake Zurich in Switzerland.
Ooh. And bow 23 in maroon tops.
That's Crimson Death Barge from Wellesley, Mass.
Coming up next, bow 26, you'll see a yellow hull.
Representing Dartmouth alumni, this is Evergreen on bow 26.
All right, next up, bow 22, white hull, white shirts.
These are the Friends of Phillips Academy, Bethesda, Maryland, in bow 22.
And they are taking a slightly awkward line and actually giving way to boat 25, red hull here.
Bow 25, RHKYC from Hong Kong. And 28 is Brown alumni based out of New York, New York.
Okay, boat 24 we see here.
These are the Penn 1980 lightweight alums. They all rowed lightweight varsity during the 1980s, and they've competed mostly at the head of the Schuylkill. This is their first time being here at the Charles. Penn 1980 alum, that's bow 24.
Okay, approaching Anderson Bridge, we're seeing bow 27, blue boat.
Annapolis Rowing Club, men's 8.
And a few boat lengths behind, bow 30, red hull.
This is actually Corvallis from Corvallis, Oregon. They did very well this year at their own regionals event, winning the men's 8s events.
Now, coming into Anderson, you'll see there are a couple of arches that coxswains are choosing to take.
This is bow 31. This is De Hoop from Amsterdam.
And bow 29, yellow hull, black and white blades.
This is the Yale Old Fellas. It's a group of Yale alumni from in and around the 1994 era. Bow 29. We've got 33 boats in this event, and then next up is event 16, the men's Grandmaster 8s, the 60 plus.
Okay, you're watching boats as they're passing by Weld Boathouse. It's just past the halfway point of the race. Racers at this point have come by 4 bridges. They're making their way through 2 more on the way to the finish line. All right, with lots of water to work with, we're seeing bow 32, dark hull, white tops.
That's Union Boat Club with Boston, Massachusetts in bow 32.
And about 2 boat lengths behind, we're seeing bow 33 in their red shirts.
These are out of the BU Boathouse. This is the DeWolf Go Terriers. All right, that's it for the event 15 men's senior master 8s. I believe we have seen everyone. Now, moving on to 28 entries in the men's Grandmaster 8s. This is 60 plus. Upper Yarra came in second last year, but actually set the course record in 2022. Looks like they've got a bit of a rivalry with Marin.
And we're starting to see our first 2 boats of this event coming down the course, with the boat in second place, maybe a boat and length and a half behind. Bow number 1 coming by Weld Boathouse.
This is Marin from California. Marin won this event last year with about an 11-second over Upper Yarra, but Upper Yarra is looking to take back that top spot.
Looking
from
good.
Melbourne, Australia.
Looking pretty good, passing their bow puddles. Bow 2 is looking to make a little move here, coming into Anderson. Yeah. Oaks. Yeah. All right, we're seeing bow number 3, red hull, black unis.
This is the USD California alumni. These are also this year's San Diego Crew Classic men's 60-plus winners in this event.
And I think I recognize a 7-seat in bow 14 coming by Weld
That
right
is
now.
Mr. Peter Kerman from Burnham Boat Slings. Many other well-known rowers, Bill Purdy, John Chadsky, in this event. That's the 1980 team from Watertown, based in Watertown, Mass. Bow number 4.
And bow 5 up next.
Cornell alumni from classes of 85, 86, and 87, reliving their glory years, they said. They were the fastest collegiate crew 2 years in a row when they were youngsters.
And bow 6 after them, a couple boat lengths behind.
That is Palm Beach, West Palm Beach, Florida, in bow 6. We are watching event number 16, the men's Grandmaster 8s.
Okay, coming up, we see bows 7 and 8. 8 starting to make a little move here on 7.
7 is Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. They row on the Connecticut River. And Riverside Boat Club is bow number 8 from Cambridge, Mass.
Good, they have a little bit of overlap now with bow 7 as they head into Anderson. All right, looking at bow 9, silver hull, black and orange shirts.
These are Fat Cats, Princeton lightweights and heavyweight stars from the 80s.
Hanging on to those glory days.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these men's 8s are alum boats, which is really fun to see.
It is.
All right. Beautiful day here, and we are deep into event 16 now, men's Grandmaster 8 60 plus.
Moving well here, we are seeing bow 11.
That is CRC Masters, California, Oakland, California.
And about a boat length behind, we see bow 12.
A crew that's rowed together for quite some time. This is the New Haven Rowers, New Haven Rowing Club in Connecticut. This looks like Corvallis. Do you see bow number 10?
Bow number 10.
Yeah,
up next.
Corvallis,
Yeah.
Oregon. Very distinctive colors with the yellow and red.
Yep, and again, about a boat length behind them, bow 13.
This is the Warren Rowing Club, founded by Harvard lightweight rowers back in 1982.
Okay, blue and white unis of bow 14.
That's Cambridge, Mass. Cambridge members, and also some HOCR volunteers this year. right, we have 3 boats coming up fast, just coming out of weeks. 3 boats across.
You know, hearing about all these clubs that have been together or crews that are alumni from the 80s really goes to show you the longevity of this sport and how you can row in this sport for a lifetime.
Someone very special is coming up in bow 15. That's Fred Schock, who just retired as the director of Head of the Charles. Fred is headed down the course in what looks like 7-seat, potentially. He was the executive director here at Head of the Charles for 30 years. This is his first Charles not in that capacity.
That's amazing. All right, well, we see boat 15, yellow
15,
hull.
that's him. That's Team Adager from Cambridge, Mass.
All right, and right on their stern, we're seeing bow 17.
Bow 17 is Bulldog from Lincoln Park. That's Yale alums.
Okay, that is that yellow hull, and next to them in a silver boat is bow 16.
16 is Purple Rain. That is the Williams College varsity crew from 1981. They say they will beat Wesleyan, which is in bow 19. These rivalries are hilarious and awesome. All right, we're over the halfway mark for our men's Grandmaster 8s 60 plus.
All right, looking at bow 20 here.
From Auckland, they are the West End rowers. Auckland, New Zealand.
And bow 22.
22 is another represented boat from Chinook.
Looking next at bow 21.
21 is Upper Yarra, also from Melbourne in Australia.
And bow 19.
19 is a Wesleyan alumni. They are very strong alumni, have a lot of strong alumni support for rowing at their alma mater. All right.
Coming up along next is bow 18.
Northeastern University alumni from here in Boston.
You know, you and I have talked before about this being both of ours about 15th time here. It's Charles, 14 or 15 years in. Mm-hmm. We've got about 25 more to catch up to some of these rowers that are going by in this event.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, we have our results in from the women's senior master singles 30 plus 40 plus, and first place was Pen AC Kaplan, second place Chow from Bayak, and in third Aisha Rafai from Hydro.
Congratulations to all of them. All right, bow 23 here coming by Weld.
23 is USD alumni, that's San Diego.
And coming out of Weeks Footbridge, we have a little fleet of 4 hulls and 2 lines, nice and clean lines coming down the course by Weld right now.
Nice. 4 boats across. This is event 16, the men's Grandmaster 8, 60 plus.
Okay, in what looks to be a very large yellow hull, we've got bow 27.
27 is Quinton from London.
And behind them, bow 26.
That's Tuong from Brisbane, Queensland, Australia.
And nearly stern to bow deck. Next, we've got bow 25.
25 is Coast Guard Academy alums from all over. From this is from the early 70s, U.S. Coast Guard Academy class.
And it looks like Drexel University next in bow 28.
28 is actually Penn AC.
Oh, excuse me, Drexel University boat.
And our final in this event to close it out is bout 24, Phil Roche's boys. This is reunion of the Father Judge High School 8, coached by Phil Roche, that won the Junior 8 event at the Charles in 1974.
Wow, welcome
Amazing.
back.
Yeah. All right. We have a break here between this event and the next event, which is event 17, the Women's Senior Master 8s. The results from the Women's Masters Doubles 34 plus 40 plus are in first place. It was Ridley Graduate on bow 16. Second, Riverside, bow number 1. And third, Cambridge, bow 17, with Armstrong.
Thank you to Meet Boston for the continued support of the head of the Charles Regatta. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck.
Hi. Yeah, I wouldn't.
I knew too much. Just first.
I wouldn't. It's not helpful, but thanks. Yeah, you're still on and off for another half an hour.
No, I know.
Oh.
Sorry, I came up to actually watch some friends be here.
Oh, did you just say I'll be right back? Oh, is that what you just said?
Yes. I don't know. It seemed polite.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
I just didn't know.
We sort of met yesterday.
Yeah, hi. We met yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know who you are. I'm recognizing you, but I have no name to put to it.
Wow. Okay. I'm Tara.
Tara
Morgan. We were with Steady State Podcast. We met you yesterday with. Who were we with when we met Ann yesterday?
Meredith.
Meredith.
Yeah.
Meredith.
Brylan.
Oh.
It's the beginning of the day.
I thought I saw you at Burnham with Linda. So we're talking
Or maybe there. Sorry. Yeah.
That was what it was. Yes. Linda and Peter. And who was with her? Lindsay Burns? Is that who was with her? Doubles partner?
Sure. I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, I can. Oh, cool.
If she's meddling with Linda, she's good.
That's true. Well, I think
All right, if you were just joining us here at Weld Boathouse, I'm Rachel Friedman, joined by Tara Morgan. We are the co-hosts of Steady State Podcast, longtime rowers, coaches, and coxswains, and excited to be here with you today.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. All right, we are kicking off event 17. This is the Women's Senior Master 8s, 50 plus.
And moving very well down the course, we're seeing bow number 1 of Endeavor Racing.
Yes, Endeavor came in first place last year with 17:23. Due to some hurricanes, so welcome to Sarasota Rowing Club from Osprey, Florida.
Like she's like hovering, and I'm like, no, you're not on for another half an hour.
Yeah.
And she was like, I thought I was being
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I don't know who you are. And I was like,
Yeah.
I said, okay. Damn, I'm down.
Rowing Club from Oakland, California.
And bow 7.
BMA from New Canaan, Connecticut. These are Cornell alums in bow 7.
Okay, working their way together through Anderson Bridge. This is where coxswains really need to communicate. And bow number 9 behind them.
This is Philo featuring Allison Mueller.
Oh, we know Allison Mueller.
Yeah, she was like, I shouldn't have said anything. She piped up with something from back there. Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah. And having come through the Western Ave Bridge and having come through Weeks Bridge and heading towards Anderson, now we're looking at boat 10.
This is the Radcliffe alumni. Boat number 10 is Radcliffe alumni.
And I'm seeing a line of about 5 boats who've come through Weeks.
That boat, the Radcliffe, is actually out of the boathouse where we are right now.
Which is a glorious, very attractive,
really nice boathouse. Well done. So we're watching event 17. If you're just tuning in to the Head of the Charles Day 2 coverage, my name's Tara Morgan. I'm here with Rachel Friedman, and we are covering event 17 right now, the Women's Senior Master 50-plus 8s.
All right, we're seeing bow 11.
This is Litchfield Hills, Connecticut, bow 11. Suburban crew from Skokie, which is Chicago's North Shore. It's an all-women's team. They've competed around the world together, and they also like to go curling together.
And about 15 right on their stern deck.
That's Ann Arbor Rowing Club in Michigan.
Yeah, like, well, I'm right. Okay, bow 16 next.
Bow 16 is Trinity College crew from Hartford, Connecticut. This is the classes of the 70s and 80s.
Oh, Tara, this is looking exciting. We've got 3 boats basically side by side.
Yeah, 3 boats across. Let's go.
Now, and really, what a amazing day for spectating here in Boston. Temperatures are warming up into the 60s, into the 70s today. Water surprisingly lovely fall weather. We've got boat 23 and 20.
23 is from New Zealand, from the West End. And boat 20 is Greater Lawrence rowing from Lawrence, Mass.
And in those distinctive striped unis, we've got bow 24.
Riverside. And they want to let you know that they are looking for a full-time coach. There are a bunch of women who like to get fast, go to Duncan, and the coach gets to come.
Oh, coffee chats. We love coffee chats after practice.
Yeah, we do.
All right, bow 26.
That is another boat from Marin Rowing in California.
All right.
Just north of San Francisco.
And pushing right up on their stern deck, we say bow 27.
Bow 27 is from Ontario. They are from the St. Catharines, and they recently won at Canadian Masters Henley.
And bow 29 working their way towards Anderson Bridge next.
This boat is comprised of many former Great Britain national team members and Olympic medal winners, actually, including Catherine Granger is a name that I know. Marlowe is the name of the club.
I thought they were looking pretty smooth.
Yeah, they're looking pretty tight.
All right, speaking of smooth, blades up and off the water, we see bow 25.
That is NU, Northeastern Alumni's boat, here in the Women's Senior Master 8s, the 50 plus. We just have a few more boats in this category. This is the Women's Senior Master 8s 50 plus. If you are looking for live results,
$31.
31 is Lake Union Crew from Seattle, Washington.
And bow 30 with a fun paint job on their white boat.
That is Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, New York. And that's it for event number 17, the Women's Senior Master 8s. Next up is the Grandmaster 8s, which is 60 plus.
Independent Switch Watch brand Oris is proud to be at the head of the Charles Regatta. Make sure you visit the Oris Airstream located at Elliott Bridge display area to discover their all-mechanical watches.
All right, we're seeing some boats down the course now, and this is event number 18. There are 22 competitors in this event. The record is held currently by Endeavor Racing Alliance A, who won this event last year and set that record.
All right, we're seeing bout number 2.
This is Upper Thames A, and they actually took second place last year in this same category. They are from Great Britain.
And bout number 3, Black Boat, White Blades.
That's Marin Rowing from California. This is my team, Conrad. 1984. This is the Women's Grandmaster 8, 60 plus. This is event number 18. We have 22 entries in this event. If you're just joining us, this is from Weld Boathouse, the live stream from Weld Boathouse. This is a recorded broadcast.
You're here with Rachel Friedman and Tara Morgan of Steady State Network. We see bow 4 passing Weld.
That is Lucky Charms. They are a composite team racing for their third time at the head of the Charles.
And bow number 5.
Bow number 5 is Chinook. That's one of a couple of Chinook entries this year. Now coming up, bow number 6, this is Conibear Rowing Club from Seattle.
These are your people.
This is my people. All right, Conibear Rowing Club has been a women's masters team since 1984, one of the OG. All right, we are watching event number 18. Going by. This is Three Rivers from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
She was at volunteer check-in yesterday. Oh, yeah. Okay, coming up next, bow 9.
This is the famous 1980 team. This is a boat we love to see every year. These were rowers from the 1980 U.S. team, including Judy Gear, Sue Hooten, Jan Palchenkov, Sue Hingley, Ann Can. They're just legends in the sport. That's the 1980 team. Bow number 9.
Looking good as they're approaching Anderson. Followed by bow 10.
Bow number 10 is Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire.
Okay, coming up next we see White Hull and red, white, and blue blades, bow 13.
That is, of course, the Texas Rowing Center with their distinctive Texas flag themed blades. This is a regular compilation of folks from Texas Rowing Center in Austin.
Okay, and side by side here, bow 17 and 15.
17 is the 1984 Canadian Olympic Women's 8 from LA. They hail from Victoria, BC. And 15 is the second entry from Chinook.
And we're watching the coxswains fighting for position there, coming through that bridge. Nicely done. Bow 11 here in a pink hull.
This is a Saugatuck boat, and interestingly, many of the women in this boat learned to row as adults from Saugatuck.
And two more boats coming down the course. Bow 16.
16 is Northampton, from Northampton, Mass.
Head coach is Linda Hannum, a woman that I've known for a long time, followed by bow 12.
That's Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia.
And less than half a boat length behind is bow 14.
That is the new Intrepid Rowing Club, formerly known as Masters Rowing. They came together last December, and they provide camps and clinics They love coming to the Charles.
Okay,
it's a great group.
We've got 3 boats side by side working their way down the course. This is where it gets kind of exciting, making little moves. About 21 edging out ahead.
That's East Bay, out of Oakland, California.
But boat 19 right behind, less than a seat or 2 behind.
That's Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, New York.
And trying to maintain connection is boat 18.
That's the Chargers from Liverpool, New York. So if you're looking for results from today's racing, you can visit it on the HOCR app, as well as look on Regatta Central. In the Grandmaster doubles event from earlier, bow 12 Cambridge took the title, and then bow 12 took the title. Bow 1 is in second place. That's CB Sandsbor, and bow 2 is in third place. We're finishing up the event 18, which is the Women's Grandmaster 60 plus.
And here we can hear the coxswain of about 20.
This is Cape Cod rowing from Centerville, Mass. They row on Lake Wiquet. I love the names of the waterways up here.
And silent but strong behind them, about 22.
Oh, that's Rio Salado from Arizona. We row year-round in the desert. The sand is our secret sauce, they say.
It is pretty out there.
Mm-hmm. And that should be it for event number 18, the Women's Grandmaster 60 plus. We have some results to report from the men's Senior Master Doubles 50 plus. Bow 2 and Terrace, which was Rasmussen, took first place. Bow 1, Crabtree Pooley was stroking that boat in second place. And the Old Collegians in Bow 3 took third.
The Athens Taters Rainstorm, the exclusive energy product sponsor of the head of the Charles Regatta, invites you to experience their 2-story interactive trailer at the Weld exhibition. Grab ice cold rainstorm on the house and take some of the best views of Charles, or you can swing by Rowing and Fitness Expo to recharge Rainstorm's second location. Rainstorm has the clean energy, immunity support, and 0 sugar to get you through the excitement of Regatta weekend and live life better.
We have results for event number 8, the men's Grandmaster Doubles 6 plus. In first, Maine Coast Rowing, bow number 2. In second place was College Club Seattle, number 1. And in third place is bow number 4, Noank. Alright, we're still getting some unofficial results in for the rest of our events. We are doing event 19. Next up is the men's Senior Master 4s. This is a cox sweep event. Typically, cox in what's called bow order. Looking ahead at the race. It's a front row seat to all those bridges, isn't it?
It is a fantastic spot. I've been in it a time here.
That's primarily what I've rode when I've come to the Charles, is the 4. Very fun.
Today, right now, it is a glorious 54 degrees and sunny. Very little wind here at Weld Boathouse on the Charles River. Last year it was about 59 degrees with some wind, so we are lucky these conditions this year.
Well, if you remember last year on Saturday, when the rain came, we don't have any of that in our cast for today. Next up is this men's. I see there's a boat starting to make their way to the archway. This is the men's Senior Master 4. This is 60 plus. The court record was set in 2023 by Crabtree A. We have 30 competitors. Crabtree A is coming from London to reclaim bow number 1 after setting that course record. And they have a very close margin with Mosley.
Hey Tara, I don't know about you, but I really like to have bananas and peanut butter in the morning, either before or after practice. You too, right?
Yes.
And so the head of the Charles is pleased once again to have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? I didn't today, but a couple days ago back at home I did. It's delicious.
We should try it. All right, first boat is coming in the men's Senior Master 4s. These are 50 plus. Rachel and I are going to be with you for, I think, 2 more events. Handing it over to our next announcers. All right, first up. About a head race who mistook the boat that came through first was winning.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not familiar with head racing, it's a stagger start. It's all single file, sequential.
Today.
All right.
All right, looking at bow 5 coming up next in their bow loader 4.
That's Palm Beach from West Palm Beach, Florida.
And bow 6 in red and white.
This is Atlanta Rowing. And their message to you is some Gen Z slang, skibbity Ohio Riz.
Oh man, bow 7.
Bow 7 is ex-Nemo, Wellesley, Mass, mostly Harvard alums.
All right, and coming up on their port side is bow 8 yellow boat red blades of Potomac Boat Club in Washington, D.C.
We are watching event 19. This is the men's Senior Master 4s. We have 30 boats in this event. We are a third of the way through. These are coxed 4s. This is a sweep event with a coxswain.
Yep, and unlike the 8s where the coxswain was in the stern of the boat facing the rowers, in the bow loader 4s, the coxswain is in the bow of the boat.
Yep.
And kind of open section they slide down into, and it really provides that coxswain an amazing vantage point of the
It really
course.
does. You are water level.
Mm-hmm. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
All right, so we're looking at a bow loader here, bow 9.
This is Riverside Boat Club.
permit issue, and then they just came out and saw the top of, yeah. Because I saw them go like, to the
All right, we're watching the men's senior master 460 plus.
A really good way to spot a cruise is based on the color of their hulls, the colors of their uniforms, and the colors of their blades. So here in a red boat, white blades, we see about 14.
These are from Canberra, Australia, and of note is the coxswain, which this person, Renee, was the 2020 Tokyo Australian para coxswain and the para coach for the World Championships.
And right behind them was about 15.
About 15 is Evergreen from Hanover, New Hampshire.
And a local crew here in bow 17 in the white boat.
Bow 17, another representative from the Gentle Giant.
Followed by a blue hull of boat 16.
That is Greenwich Crew from Connecticut.
And very smart, wearing fluorescent yellow so they can be spotted by their friends and family.
Yeah, that's true. You don't see a lot of that. I'm wearing fluorescent yellow tomorrow in our race. I always wear a high vis.
All right, we can hear the coxswain of about 18 as they come by Weld Boathouse.
However, that is from Barcelona, so I always find it fascinating when you have coxswains from all over the world, like what the same commands are.
Yeah, and Tara, I'm a little excited. Here we see about 19 of Capital Rowing Club, my teammates.
Yes, Capital. From Washington, D.C., that's Capital Rowing Club. That's bow number 19 out of 30.
All right, from our perch here at Weld Boathouse, we can see bow 23, it's a silver hull. The rowers are wearing blue shirts, rowing with white and light blue blades.
That's Rockland Rowing Club from New York State, just outside New York.
And working here in bow 20.
That's Avalon from Chickateague, Virginia.
All right, when we look to our left from Weld, we're seeing Weeks Footbridge, and there is a pack of 2, 4, 6, 7 boats that are making their way towards Anderson. First up, bow 21.
That's Hudson River Rowing Association from Poughkeepsie.
And side by side here, we see bow 22 trying to hold off bow 27.
Awesome. Row, New Jersey is bow 22. This is their first trip to the Charles. And
what's the second one? 27. Bow 27, right in the middle of their boat.
Twin Cities. Yeah, that's Twin Cities in bow 27 from Minneapolis Rowing Club.
Yep, looks like a couple strokes, and they are moving through bow 22. Heading into Anderson. Next, we've got bow 25, Black Boat.
That's Highlands from Hewitt, New Jersey. They row on the Monksville Reservoir.
And they have passed in the red boat bow 24.
24 is Northern Virginia. This is the first time they've been here in a bit from Northern Virginia and Fairfax Station.
And next, bow 30, red shirts here.
That's Willamette from Portland, Oregon.
And bow 28.
With their distinctive green blades, that's East Bay Rowing Club in Rhode Island.
Really? There's an East Bay, Rhode Island, and East Bay out in California.
Coast to coast. So we have a couple more entries in 3 for the men's senior master fours.
All right, we're watching bout 26.
These are Club Nautique de Sherbrooke from Quebec.
And bout 29 being boathouse.
Bout 29, our last entry in this event, the Upper Valley going Hanover, New Hampshire. All right, coming to you from Boathouse, this is the 15th head of the Charles Regatta. We've got lots of sponsors to thank, lots of volunteers to thank. I want to thank you for tuning in. My name is Tara Morgan. I'm here with Rachel Friedman as your announcers for day 2 of the Regatta this year. We will also be announcing tomorrow morning, not on the live stream, but at Adage Road. So come over, say hello.
And if you get a chance this weekend, check out Steady State Podcast. We've got a brand new episode coming out featuring the executive director and race director of the Charles.
Yes, Stevens and Brent Mulvey. Our first come through for men's grandmaster fours. This is event number 20. Event number 20 has 21 entries in it. Molesley A from Great Britain holds the course record at 17:30.349. Previous record was Samish Club. There's 21 competitors in this event. We have crews coming from across the U.S., Great Britain, and Germany. The course record was crushed. Molesley is how you pronounce that. They came in to crush the course record by over 30 seconds. So Molesley is coming through bout number 1. This is the men's Grandmaster 4, 60 plus.
And one thing that I'm always looking for when I'm watching boats go by is what we call run. The time the boat is running without the blades in the water.
Yeah.
From the time the blades come out to the time they go back in, we call that run. And you can really see them go when the rowers have really good push behind the legs and quick arms to the body to send that boat away. Okay, coming up next, bout 2, yellow hull, blue and white unis.
So this is Cambridge from Cambridge, Mass. in bout number 2. They have won this event in the past, and they are out to reclaim that top spot from Cambridge. Cambridge A came in 3rd last year, 2023.
Okay, red and white blades here. We're seeing bout number 3.
This is Marin from California. We have 21 boats in this event. If you're just tuning in, we're catching up with the men's Grandmaster 4s 60 plus. Official start time was 10:08.
Okay, and in this yellow boat, we're seeing bout number 5.
Bow number 5, Narragansett, the oldest rowing club in America.
And on the outside, bow 6, trying to make a move.
Another representative from Cambridge Boat Club. This boat stroked by the CBC president, Tom Pounds. Fit looking through. This group right there.
Thank you for that direction.
They've got the Cambridge colors.
All right, next up we're seeing a red hull of bow number 7.
Bow number 7 is Riverside.
Riverside looks like they've got some nice strong finishes, sending that boat away.
Wow, this is
working
their
that run.
Helps that it's their home course, right?
Absolutely. And up next, bow number 8.
CBC, Cambridge Boat Club.
And when you're coming into the bridges, it is so exciting. It gets so loud. You've got all these spectators up there. You can see, you can hear cheering.
They estimate it's over 200,000 spectators here.
Yep. All right.
Mind-boggling. Okay, number 9 is Frankfurter from Germany. That's bow number 9 in the men's Masters 4. What is that sound? What is that?
All right, up next, coming by Weld Boathouse, we see bow number 10, black hull, white blades.
Bow number 10 is Palm Beach, from West Palm Beach, Florida.
And bow 14 looks like they're rowing long and clean.
That is another entry from Diesel. Looks like they've got some Philly representatives in that boat.
And they're coxswain making a really nice entry into Anderson, setting them up for a great turn.
And they seem to have overtaken 11, 12, and 13. So.
Yep, and up next, 13 here.
San Diego Rowing Club from San Diego, California, of course. This is their Masters men's representatives. Likely going to switch gears pretty soon into 2K training, right? For the Crew Classic.
Oh, right, yep.
They're lucky they get to row in the water year round, too.
Year round, not always get that chance, yeah. All right, and we're starting to see a couple boats here overlapped as they come by Weld Boathouse.
Much like earlier, the men's 8s, there are a lot of opportunities here for alumni crews. So we're seeing some college alumni crews, some Olympic alumni crews, and more.
Okay, here we go. Nearest to us, white boat, purple shirts is bow 11.
Bow 11 is Purple Rain, which is the Williams College varsity crew from 1981.
And it looks like making a move on them in bow 15 in the red shirts.
So that's actually the U.S. Masters National Champion crew, 22, 23, and 24.
And bow 17, blue boat, white and blue blades.
From New Rochelle, New York, bow 17 is Pelham Community Rowing Association.
And boat 12.
Ah, there's boat 12, Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. A few more boats in this category. This is the men's Grandmaster Force.
Looks like there are about 5 more boats making their way out of Weeks, past Weld, and towards Anderson. Next, bow 20.
Bow 20 is East Arm, Green Lake, New York. Two of the rowers in this are multiple national champions.
They've got really nice timing there with their blades. All right, and we've got 3 boats working up alongside each other.
And this is the last of our event, I believe. Oh, no, there's one more. There's 4 boats left, and we see them all.
We can see bow 11 seem to make a move through bow 16, bow 11, white hull with the red and white blades.
It's actually not. That's not this phrase. We've already seen bow 11. 16 is Virginia alums. We already saw the purple rain. So.
All right, and then bow 19.
Buffalo River Rowing Club.
And here with really nice long ratio, we're looking at bow 21.
That is the Wolf. Go Terriers from here at BU Boathouse.
We've got one more boat in this event.
There should be bow 18.
Yep, here they are, bow 18.
And that's bow 18, Friends of Phillips Academy from Bethesda, Maryland. All right, we're handing it off. Thanks so much for listening and tuning in to the Weld Boathouse broadcast. That's like the worst scenario.
Yeah, so, exactly. It's not just that you got it wrong.
Right. There's a highlighter in the binder if you want it.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Is there an outlet here anywhere, do you know?
I didn't see one, unfortunately.
Really?
Just gotta sit down for a second.
They've got a bunch right here. Thanks for the coffee. Where did you go, by the way? Is it nearby?
So it's further than I thought because I went down to the initial. Yep. I went down to the initial bits. There was nothing, and then I ran into Jebby. She's like, "Oh no, go to further one." She had binoculars in. Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Find my Jebby out.
Rachel, did you grab my binoculars?
I just put them on top of your.
On top of what?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not mine. Oh, that's Anne.
Here at Weld Boat Club, we have a boat on the course, and that is bow number 1, Pocock Rowing Club. They've opened up a nice lead here, looking very smooth. Three more boats approaching Weld Boat Club here, just above the halfway point on the race course.
So coming up next, we have boat number 2 from Willamette, Oregon. Our old friend Rachel Lemieux in bow.
Bow number 3 is the white boat wearing the very fashionable pink from Alexandria in Virginia. They placed 5th in this event last year, looking to improve on that. And they've opened up a nice bit of spacing here.
They have. They've got a really nice space over the thing, but they also seem to be giving a good chase to Willamette.
That is bow number 4. Narragansett Go NBC. They are a fabulously competitive team, fierce competitors down there, and they're no strangers to rough water either. So when the wind picks up, they just get better.
They really do. I've seen it time and time again. I've been on the pointy end of that one a couple of times.
We all have.
That's what makes it fun. Ooh, speaking of what makes it fun, we've got a couple of bunchings coming up here.
That's 6.
So in the lead, we have Endeavor Racing Alliance, bow number 6. They've unfortunately had to replace their stroke seat due to an ACL tear, so it's a new crew for them, Kate. And they are being chased by bow number 8, who appear to have done an overtake. That's Marin, and Marin are pressing very hard on Endeavor.
And in the black boat, black jerseys, that is bow number 9.
Bow number 9, Quinsigamond Rowing Club, local team. Venerable Regatta venue, 40 miles to the west.
And they have just squeezed by bow number 7 as they're heading into Anderson Bridge.
Bow number 7 is an American team from Hudson River Rowing Association in Poughkeepsie, New York, who have opened up a nice lead.
10. Bow number 10 in the white boat in the middle of the river
is Saugatuck. So it's all New England here.
Saugatuck has tremendous depth, too. I mean, they just have so many athletes, and they're tremendous competitors.
They really are. And their junior program's doing well, too. But it's the moms here showing them how it's done.
Bow number 5 in the yellow.
Bow number 5 appears to have suffered some technical issues with their 2-seat.
Oh, that's so hard for them.
It's a long way to go.
And that's Mount Baker. Stay strong, Mount Baker.
Looking to move around them is bow number 11, who I think they're making a move now to line themselves up to pass after the bridge. That's Dawn Rowing Club from Mississauga, Ontario.
13's in the lead, followed by 12. Coming up the middle here, closer to the middle of the river, that is bow number 13. Prince William, Masters rowers on the Occoquan Reservoir, and they have squeezed by bow number 12 from Vesper. I mean, all of these crews have tremendous experience, and you can tell that by the fabulous lead they have opened up on the rest of the pack here.
I mean, the boats here in the beginning of the race, of course, are going to be the seeded ones from last year. To qualify into the head of the Charles, your team needs to have come in the top 50% of the event last year. That will give you a guaranteed entry, and people will fight very hard to make sure they have those. And it leads for some very tight racing at the top. It also leads for some great racing at the bottom because it can be so hard to seed them.
Well, and what's fun is, it's more of a lottery for the folks at the back of the pack. So you have no idea who's flying up the river behind you right now. It's all a time trial. But in front of Weld right now, that is bow number 15.
Cornell alumni BMA from New Canaan, Connecticut. They have seemed to have maintained their lead from the start over bow number 16 of Capital Rowing Club from Washington, D.C.
And the next one is 17 on the middle of the river.
Yep. Moving out to a wider lane in the middle is Baltimore Rowing Club.
And then that's 14. Bow number 14 is right next to us and right in front of the boathouse here.
And that's San Diego Rowing Club with, I was going to say Ellen Minzer, but it's not. It's Ellen Mintier. Slightly different. So that's the San Diego Masters program. They've been producing some very strong masters here. Their Masters sculler came in second in the 30-plus event.
Now, bow number 19 is approaching the boathouse, and you'll see that she is popped up out of her position in the bow. It's what we would call a bow loader. The coxswain's up front. But a lot of the time you'll see coxswains do that because they want to see what's going on behind them. They need to turn around to make sure that they're not going to incur any penalties, that they haven't cut a boat off or anything like that. So she or he is taking a good look to make sure that they're in good position.
But at the moment, everybody seems nicely lined up and nicely spaced out. It's a bit of a parade here in front of Weld.
Starting with bow number 19 from Intrepid Rowing Club in Iowa.
Followed at a perfectly set pace. Oh, in fact, number 19's overtaken number 18. So that's Gentle Giant from here in Somerville, Massachusetts.
But clearly moving very well is bow number 23.
That's quite a jump.
I believe that is a gray boat.
From Sammamish.
Nicely done, Sammamish.
We can hear their coxswain calls, and she sounds confident.
22.
They've opened up a nice lead over bow number 22, Los Gatos Rowing Club. They're very excited to have their Masters 4 racing here. It's been a few years.
Bow number 21 is over on the buoy line. That's from Hudson River Rowing Association.
Oh, and we've got quite a little tussle here.
That's bow number 20 on the near side, closer to the boathouse here on the Cambridge side.
So that's Oxford University alumni. Those are all boat race alumni. And
look like they're swapping a little paint here. Just lost a bow number. They've scraped some oars. Coxswain is giving some direction here. So the way the rules state is that the overtaking boat has right of way. The boat that is being passed must give way. Now, they can't run them off the course, of course, but it is their job to get out of the way of the boat that's moving faster.
And if there's one thing we all know about Head of the Charles, Kate, it's the umpires are everywhere.
Yes, they are. And bow number 24 is right in front of the boathouse here in this little couple of boats coming through. That's Three Rivers.
And we're swapping some more paint here.
With Martha's moms.
Three Rivers and Martha's swapping paint and getting ready to head through the bridge.
And Martha's Moms does have the greatest logo in all of rowing. It is crossed doors behind an apple pie.
It absolutely is. It makes me both want to erg and eat at the same time.
In the neon green, that's bow number 27.
Bow number 27 is Greenwich Crew, who've moved themselves up from the 40-plus to the 50-plus. They've promised us here that there's more bio coming, but I think they're running out of time for that one, Kate.
A little bit.
But maybe not, because they've opened up quite a lead both in front and behind.
But that's bow 30, leading this little trio of boats coming through.
That's Conabear out of Seattle. Lots of West Coast clubs here today.
In the middle is 28, excuse me. Right through the sun.
We're not actually that blind. Their glare at this point is not helping us. So yes, so 28 is local legends, Cambridge Boat Club.
The host of this regatta. Well done, ladies. And bow number 26 is following right behind.
That's East Arm from Greenwood Lake, New York.
So obviously 30 has passed quite a few boats. 28 has passed a few boats, and then there's 26. So all kinds of juggling of position here, which means juggling of finish order. $29. 31 on the 29 up front. In the black boat, that's bow number 29, Ann.
So that's Recovery on Water, which is a program out of Chicago, Illinois, looking to support breast cancer survivors.
31 is closer to the buoy line.
That's Northampton, from locally here in Massachusetts. Recovery on Water currently continuing to lead them, but it's going to get tight there under the bridge, and both being chased by 33, who's made some moves. That's Row, New Jersey. It's only a few years old. It's their first trip to the Head of the Charles, and they're looking to make something of it.
Welcome, Row, New Jersey. And then bow 35.
Bow 35 is University of San Diego alumni 85.8. Is it a radio station?
Now it's uncomfortable, Ann, when you've got multiple boats going through the bridge together. You really want to trust the other coxswains, and if you don't know them, it can be a dicey situation.
Now you can fit 3 boats at a time under that bridge, but everybody's got to be nice and just breathe in that little bit.
No one wants to do that. In the white boat, that is bow number 34.
Bow number 34 is Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. They've asked for a special shout out to Mom.
And they have moved by bow number 32, now coming over from the buoy line.
So bow number 32 is King's Crown, moving over from Hoboken, New Jersey. These are Columbia alumni.
Wearing the appropriate colors for Columbia alumni. That may be the end of this race.
So looking down through the Weeks Bridge, we can just see the next boats starting to come through. And I think it's the start of the Women's Grandmasters 4s, which have an average age of 60 plus.
And you know, it's not unusual for one race to merge into another. They do seed these, but you're not sure who got in the lottery in the back of the pack, and those...
you're not quite sure how fast they're going to be at the front of the other.
Yep. Well, you're pretty much guaranteed to be fast if you've got bow number 1.
Yes. But are they faster than the last one is slower? That's the ultimate question.
And they do leave a gap between races, but it's not unusual for one race to move into another. And we're just after the halfway point at this section of the river. It hurts an awful lot here.
This is where I've often thought of Anderson Bridge as the opening entrance to the Pain Cave.
That does look like bow number 1.
And it does look like bow number 1, Kate says, for East Arm Rowing Club from Greenwood Lake, New York. They won it last year. They're back to try and defend that title. And at the moment, they're putting in a very strong performance to do that.
Now, these boats go off the line roughly 10 seconds apart. It looks like they may have moved just a bit on bow number 2, but not a lot. Bow number 2 is looking to make it hard for them, and that is...
Chinook. This is Chinook's 10th anniversary, but this is a lightweight crew, Kate. So the mighty lighties of Chinook here...
Never underestimate a lightweight.
Oh no, they're hangry.
Four's on the outside. On the buoy line. 3 is behind them.
Okay. So we appear to have had to overtake our Saugatuck Masters women in bow number 4. Currently, I was going to say slightly over to the Cambridge side, but they're moving back here. So they are dead on the noon of Quinsigamond Rowing Club in bow number 3. Continuing to eke out a bit of a lead.
And bow number 5, Narragansett. That is bow number 5, Narragansett, coming up there in the dark boat in the middle of the river right now, out of Providence, Rhode Island. They're the oldest rowing club in America. I know Detroit always gets a little persnickety about this, but I think they predate them by about 2 months. And that is bow number 6, dark boat, dark shirts, a little bit of red on there.
North Suburban Crew from Skokie, Illinois. This is an all-women's club on Chicago's North Shore. Recently back from winning gold medals in World Rowing Masters in South Africa and at Masters Nationals in OKC. They've opened up a healthy lead.
7 followed by 8.
And number 7 is another Narragansett Boat Club crew. Masters women, is a lot of depth there in Narragansett, but hot on their heels is White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
So now White Marsh is looking to make a move here before the bridge. They would prefer to not share. And the tricky thing about this part of the river is they've got to get through that bridge, staying to the Cambridge side of the course. When they come out, they have to stay to Cambridge, not get sucked in by the buoy line, and go off course and make their trip longer. And then eventually they have to get back over to the Boston side to get the inside of the big turn. And that's difficult when you're trying to maneuver around boats that are slower than you or get out of the way of boats that are faster than you.
What makes it even harder is, in order to do it right, you've actually got to line up before Weeks Footbridge to get the right angles there. So you're 2 bridges ahead trying to get your lines.
Dark boat, dark unisuit, that's bow number 9.
Lake Washington out of Seattle, returning to defend their title in the Veterans Women's 4.
And with the lovely yellow accents, it's bow number 10.
Conabear, also out of Seattle. And
I love it when people travel so far to race their neighbors.
It's the best, isn't it? Why do they do it, Kate? They do it because the Head of the Charles is that prestigious. We are one of the largest regattas in the entire world, and winning here is a big deal.
Were you just speaking Canadian? Did you say regatta?
Try to be sympathetic to our neighbors to the north.
And always brings international flair.
It's because I'm the only one who can pronounce the Dutch names.
There is a reason I'm feeding you numbers and not reading names, Anne. All right, this is coming up to the boathouse right now. That is bow number 14.
In another Endeavour boat.
They've been fast today.
Endeavour's been actually looking a lot, and they're looking fast here, if I'm honest with you. They've got a really good line to come through Anderson. And they are ahead of 13, Lake Merritt, California. This is the first time Lake Merritt's entered the 60 plus 4. And of course, the thing is, when you average the crews, there's a 22-year age range in that boat.
That's awesome.
It's really great. It's really great.
This is bow number 12 in the middle of the river right now, coming like right in front of the boathouse.
That's another Chinook boat. Chinook's just growing by leaps and bounds. So these are women that train together from all over the country, and in a couple cases from all over the world, putting together the crews that they can.
Chinook has great oars as well. I can't tell if the front of the oars are painted. It looks, I believe they are. It looks like a salamander, but it's actually the shape of the body of water they row on.
I think it's a red boat, or maybe a wooden boat. 15 white shirts.
So in the red hull with the white shirts, that's bow number 15, Northern Virginia.
Wearing blue, that is bow number 11.
That's Avalon. Bow number 11 is Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. Still asking for a shout out to their moms.
17 in red.
And Sammamish rowing, coming up bow number 17. They are chasing down number 11. And they're rowing with a vengeance, like they're trying to pass them before the bridge. I think they're going to run out of water to do that. But
18's on our side in red.
Coming over here on the Cambridge side, we have Ottawa's Rowing Club from Ottawa, Canada.
And they've gone through 16 in blue.
They've managed to overtake Upper Valley Rowing, number 16, in the blue.
So having bow number 1 is such a huge advantage in this race. As long as you stay ahead, you have the opportunity to row the course you want to row and not add any time to your course. And there's some advantage too in the back of the pack when you're kind of on your own. It's always nice to have a boat behind you pushing you, but It can sometimes be nice to be alone and just pick your course, carve it as close to the line as you can, and make this the shortest race you can possibly make.
The thing is, the thing I always love about head racing is it's so much fun to pass people. It's so much fun. You feel very successful, and even if you've only moved from dead last to next to last, you feel like you've had a win.
So this is bound number 20 in front of the boathouse.
That's Green Lake from Seattle, Washington. This is such a heavy West Coast race. And then bringing up the rear, we have...
It's a 19.
Bound number 19, Intrepid Rowing Club from Iowa City. So it says here, a group of awesome women created a club in December of 2023.
Wow.
They come from all around the country. So this is not even their first year of existence. And here they are at Head of the Charles.
Well done, Intrepid. So here's the other challenge of head racing. It's great to pass boats, but that means somebody has to be the boat getting passed. And the trick there is you need to motivate yourself to make it really hard for that boat to get by you. And that's your goal during that time, is to hold them off as long as you can.
But that's also part of the psychology of it, because once you've passed them, you will suddenly shoot ahead, because once they can't see you, the pressure just comes off that little bit from them. And all of a sudden, the hardest part's the passing. Once you're ahead, life gets kind of cool. You're feeling great because you've passed them. They've eased up because they can't see you. It's the psychology of it all is astounding, which is one of the many reasons why this is a coxswains and a scullers race. This is about the steering and the tactics.
Absolutely. And I have to say that I have certainly been in boats that have passed other boats that just don't give up. And it's, you got to admire them. You're kind of hating them because they are just so tough. Both. But you got to admire them because it's really hard to hang on to that drive when somebody's moving through you or has even gotten through you and you're still trying to reel them back in. It makes for some great racing.
And it makes for some great spectating as well, because these are the bits that will have squeezes under bridges, that will suddenly shoot off to the side. Things that you would tell people never to do, they will suddenly do. If there's too many boats under Elliott Bridge at one time, suddenly it is actually smart and legal to take that right-hand arch.
So, and we are waiting on the men's alumni 8s.
Now, I am so excited about this race, Kate.
It's a great race.
I am so excited. You tell me why it's a great race.
Well, it's a great race because they have not lost their drive. The old grudges are fresh and alive, and it makes for some really good racing. And, some of them aren't quite in the shape they used to be in. Some of them are. But it really makes for some great racing.
Well, this year in particular, some of them are in fabulous shape because some of these athletes, especially in the lead boats, are straight out of Paris with medals. So, for example, in boat number 2, which is the UW alumni, there's Simon Van Dorp, who's mostly known as a sculler, who's known as the sculler who beat Ollie Zeidler at Europeans this year, but came second in second in Paris to Zeidler, and he came second to Zeidler just the other week in a European race. But you've also got British gold medalist from Paris this year and bronze in Tokyo, Jacob Dawson.
So how much do you think their old college rivals want to best them, even though they have an Olympian in the boat?
More than ever. And that's why I think this year in particular, it's going to be really good. Because that UW boat, which has the alumni that I've just talked about, is chasing down Harvard. Right? So UW's in second place, but that Harvard boat is also boasting some Olympic alumni from Paris this year. And then you've also got, you look at that old dog boat, bow number 4, it's crazy, right? You have, I mean, the levels you've got here. You've got Dara Lynch out of the Irish. You've got Andrin Gulic, 2-time Olympian for the Swiss. Thomas Digby, GB gold medalist from this year. They are going to be hunting down those UW alumni. And I predict when they come through here, they're going to be coming through fast.
So generally, these men's alumni eights are made of recent college graduates, but as you are mentioning, our top 12 crews all claimed their awarded bow numbers after strong performances in 2023. Ex-Nemo, Harvard alumni, smashed the course record by 15 seconds and claimed the pole position with bow number 1. But we are certain that UW, University of Washington, who set the impressive course record in 2022, have been training hard to knock ex-Nemo off the record board. Keep an eye out for bow number 6, Blue Star, who has Paris Olympian gold medalist and an HOCR medalist, Cox, from lower in the pack. Penn at 33 is one to watch as they are graduates. Additionally, watch out for 1877 at bow number 42. They are a crew of very successful athletes with medals at numerous international competitions.
I think Blue Star, number 6 here, Blue Star could be a secret contender for all this. Relatively young crew. While they're not Olympians, you've got a lot of people in here. So, for example, their number 2 seat, Bruce Turnell, just won Henley in the Visitors 4 this summer. Very big up-and-comer there. And a bunch of other ones. James Rudkin. Of course, James Rudkin just got gold in Paris as well. So Newcastle, again, another one to watch. This is going to be some very tight racing going through here.
So we're going to take a moment and between these races to tell everyone how thrilled we are to welcome Rivian as proud sponsor of this year's Head of the Charles Regatta. As pioneers in electric adventure vehicles, Rivian is committed to innovation, sustainability, and exploring the great outdoors, values that align perfectly with the spirit of this iconic rowing event. Be sure to visit Rivian's booth along the race course to learn more about their cutting-edge electric vehicles and how they're paving the way for a cleaner, greener future. A big thank you to Rivian for supporting our athletes and this incredible event. And a sponsor I am always excited about. Because they have been a sponsor for so long. Again, have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. It's all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today?
I walked by the Teddy booth several times yesterday and they weren't open yet. And if you don't think I'm not heading up to Teddy's from here after this is over, you're coming with me, right, Kate?
Well, I have to ask, Ann, when is the last time you had peanut butter? Because you do not live in a land of peanut butter lovers. Am I wrong?
That's why I get it, take it, and keep it all to myself. The good news, bad news, is I have now converted some of my neighbors to Teddy's fans. So you've lived abroad, you know what it's like, and people are like, what do you need me to bring you? And there's a few things that are always on the list, and one of them is absolutely Teddy's peanut butter.
Yeah, my cousin Monica has the only jar of peanut butter in the entire country of Ireland in a cupboard for when I visit.
Well, if I go to Ireland, I'm getting Monica's number.
Oh, we've got a race on the course, and it looks tight already coming through Weeks Bridge. And don't underestimate that corner at Weeks. That is a very difficult corner in a boat that is as long as a Greyhound bus. This is a difficult race to drive.
And there is a tight chase on coming out through that turn. They've both got a pretty ideal line, and now they are looking to move. It's hard in front based on the blades, and then as predicted is that UW chasing hard. And
wow,
what a gap! Look at the gap between them and bow number 3.
Yeah, this is great, and it's going to be difficult coming to the bridge here because it's hard to make the turn. You have to turn under the bridge at Anderson, and doing that with 2 boats of this size is very difficult, and UW is trying to get there and keep that pressure on right into the bridge.
But again, back to this psychology, Harvard is not going to want to get past in front of their own boathouse, and UW is going to want to do exactly that.
Well, and Harvard is driving a beautiful line here. They're making sure they stay to the Cambridge side, which is the smart way to drive this corner. That's a little home course advantage they're showing.
Yeah, but UW...
alumni, and they are just quietly have their own stretch of river, and they are hanging on.
But I'd be looking under the bridge. It's going to get good under the bridge here, people.
Take a look up at Anderson. Looks clean.
It looks clean, but it's going to be tight. Tight, tight, tight.
Wearing white, that's bow number 6.
Bow number 6. This is the one I mentioned to you, Blue Star. So you've got multiple Olympians in that boat. You've got Darrell Lynch from the Irish. You've got 2-time Olympian Andon Gulich. You've got GB Olympic gold medalist Tom Digby. Nick Rusher. Oh, this is another contender, and they're looking to do it on their own terms. They've kept their gap, and they're moving away.
But with the red and white blades, that's the BU men saying, this is our course. We're not letting anybody go.
Led by prestigious alumni associate head coach Alex Dillon. They know this line. They are taking an absolute perfect line here in front of Weld, Kate.
Now, bow number 7 is also no stranger to this course. That is ex-Nemo. These are Harvard University Boat Club old guys, and they say beat Yale.
They're not looking that old, Kate. They're looking strong. And then coming up after them is bow number 9, which is MRA alumni, Michigan Rowing Association from Ann Arbor, Michigan. So they have 2-time world champs in this boat.
And with the diagonal stripe on their oars, that's bow number 10.
The Purple Calf Boat Club, Williams College, classes 2017 through 2021. They said they're going to keep racing till they can no longer re-qualify, but at the moment it's looking like they will. They're doing well, but getting pressed a bit by what seems to be Northeastern.
That is bow number 11.
Bow number 11, Northeastern University. They say their motto is get fatter, not faster.
No, that's get faster, not fatter.
Sorry. My motto is get fatter, not faster.
I'm with you.
That's my motto. You and me both, Kate.
Bow number 13 in the orange, that's Syracuse alumni. They say Cuse is in the house, which sounds so cool coming from me.
Ah, yes, the Orange Men of Syracuse. It's always a challenge up there because it's so cold and frozen for so many months of the year. It can be quite late before they can actually get on the water in the spring.
Yellow boat on matching unis is 12.
So now we have, it doesn't say what alumni they're. This is Billy and Ian's Homemade Hot Sauce Rowing Club from Brookline, Massachusetts. They also have
14.
Harvard Blades and are being chased by bow number 14 of Butte Rowing Club,
15.
Also known as the Friday Night Lights.
15 in the black boat.
Wisco alums, number 15, currently leading bow number 17, Fat Cat Princeton alum. Princeton alum Fat Cat's looking to be making a move on the Wisco.
And the white boat, white singlets there, some mixed singlets. That is Blue Cheese Rowing Club. They are Yale
lightweights. What is it about lightweights and cheese? They love cheese.
Also wearing white in a white boat, that is bow number 18.
Queen City Barge Club from Poughkeepsie, New York. Go Red Foxes.
And in maroon, that is bow number 19.
Bow number 19 is St. Joseph's University Alumni Rowing.
And they say the hawk will never die.
That's a heck of a hawk. Ooh, but we've got a little bit of a tussle, I think, coming up here.
Bow number 22 is leading this duo right in front of the boathouse. That is BMA Cornell alumni.
They're currently cutting over here to the Cambridge side, looking to get their line through the bridge.
And they're right in front of bow number 20 in the yellow boat. That's Temple. Go Owls.
Cornell successfully completing that pass and continuing to increase their lead as they go into the bridge. Very strong position there.
White boat is bow number 21, Evergreen. They're Dartmouth alum.
I think that's the second Dartmouth alumni boat in this race. I'm looking under Weeks and I'm seeing some wide turns down there. But that can work.
Yeah, the trick with Weeks is you got to turn before the bridge. And if you're turning after, you're making your life hard. But it's tough when you've got boats on your tail and you're not sure where to get out of the way.
If it's not your home course, you've got to do it. You've got to do it very well. We've got Hobart alumni, bow number 23. They come from behind, they'd like you to know, and at the moment they are going through the bridge.
With the V's on their back, that's 25.
So leading here in the orange, in bow number 25, we've got the Virginia alumni.
And behind them, white singlet on the bow guy there.
24?
That's bow number 24.
These are recent MIT lightweight alumni. There seem to be a lot of lightweight alumni boats here. But those lightweights are moving. Those lightweights are moving on to Virginia. Giving a good chase. Everybody taking nice lines through the progression through the bridge here.
A lot of boats coming in. A lot of boats coming. And you can really see how course matters with these boats coming through Weeks. A couple of them are coming through together. And how much it helps you to really take a tight line there.
I thought one or two of them were going to go through the far side arch.
All right, the boat in the lead of this pack wearing the black singlets, that is bow number 27.
Wesleyan alumni from Middletown, Connecticut.
Two boats side by side here on the Cambridge side, bow number 29.
So bow number 29 is Bowdoin College Polar Bears alumni rowing.
And bow number 26 is over by the buoy line.
That's a high school alumni boat, so that's a BB&N.
Oh, that's awesome.
BB&N, Buckingham Brown and Nichols. And they've got an age range in there from 18 to 45.
Nice job, BB&N. And bow number 31 is wearing black and orange.
Oregon State from Corvallis. And we've got quite a tight pack here. This is going to be some good racing going into the bridge.
Black Bridge is bow number 30. Black boat, is bow number 30.
That's Friends of WPI, Worcester Polytechnic Institute. I'd keep your eyes under the bridge, spectators. This is going to be a squeeze. Hands are going up in the coxswain's boats to show they've been acknowledged. Listen for the sound of paint getting knocked off. But in the meantime, in front of us here, we have Stanford men's alumni, bow number 32. They've got a 5-seat alumni from Paris, Peter Chatain, bronze medalist.
Yellow boat, white shirts is bow number 33.
Penn, alumni from the Penn class of 2020 to 2024, so that's very recent graduates.
Ooh.
So Kate, why do you think there's so many Olympians in the alumni boats?
Well, they're probably a little stoked from the summer still. Who doesn't love their teammates?
But here's the thing. The Olympians are the only ones who are allowed to race 2 events here at the head of the Charles, so you'll see a lot of them also racing tomorrow in the champ events.
34 yellow boat.
We now have Marietta Training Center from Marietta, Ohio.
And those are the folks with the checkerboard oars, and then we've got some familiar crosses in bow number 35.
So the familiar crosses are the borrowed blades. So they are Santa Clara, but they're rowing with Boston College blades.
And bow number 38 is got the blue and red blades.
Baltimore Social Club. They are former lightweights taking one last spin down the Charles before becoming permanent fixtures in the Elliott Bridge enclosure.
Black boat is bow number 39.
Georgetown alumni, go Hoyas.
Bow 40 is in a white boat, white singlets.
Those are the Purple Haze from Williams College, class of 23. So again, recent graduates in it to win it.
Bow 37 on the buoy line looked like they had a technical challenge with someone dropping out. I don't know if he got his oar caught on the buoy line or what, but they're back in it. Nice recovery, guys.
So bow number 37 is another local alumni high school crew from Bucksboro.
Bow number 42 is got the blue blades and the purple singlets.
This is another British crew. These are Durham University alumni racing in their Palatinate uni suits and overtaking. There's going to be some overtaking under that bridge.
Black boat over on the buoy line is bow 36.
So that's Friends of University of New Hampshire on the buoy line and currently being passed by bow number 41, King's Crown, which is Columbia University alumni. King's Crown making a very strong move there.
Now, Anne, you made a comment earlier about coxswains acknowledging communication. It's a very important thing when you've got a tricky maneuver coming up and one coxswain might be yelling to another to yield. That coxswain will acknowledge they've heard it. They're going to move over. It makes for safe racing.
As somebody who's been hit by one of these eights, really in favor of more and more safe racing.
Bow number 43 in the black boat.
That would be Concord crew from Concord, New Hampshire. They're a Cornell alumni boat. Sorry, they're not. They're Concord boat.
Bow number 44 in the white boat.
That's LaSalle Rowing from Philadelphia. These are all younger alumni who are very keen to help participate in the team's recent successes and celebrate them. They're followed pretty closely.
In the yellow boat is bow number 46.
So that's Colgate alumni from upstate New York. But who do we have on the outside on the Boston side
with the cow
there?
blades? Bow number 45.
Middlebury, Vermont. But at the moment, Colgate have moved ahead of Middlebury.
47 with the C's on their blades.
Chaminade High School on Long Island. So I'm just looking at the Colgate alumni. They're not rating high, but they're getting a lot of length out of those strokes.
Well, so generally, and there is a fair amount of communication that goes on the course. Coxswains will talk to each other. Scullers will often talk to each other, asking someone to yield or telling somebody what they're going to do. Civil exchanges of pleasantries are always encouraged. Sometimes it's a little more heated than that.
Audible
Sometimes you can
obscenities
hear
are a
that.
1-minute penalty.
There you go.
I will say from my previous umpiring days, audible obscenities are a 1-minute penalty. If you don't want to get one, I highly advise not having your audible obscenity underneath the umpires where it echoes through the bridge. That woke us up more than our coffee that day.
So having been in a couple of collisions in this race myself, I can tell you that when that happens, it's loud for one thing. I mean, it's amazing how much noise these boats make when they start to get racked up or when oars are hitting each other. And you're bleeding adrenaline out of your eyeballs. And, it can be difficult to maintain composure.
Well, emotions get heated. I mean, emotions get heated before the race. Emotions go all over the place strangely after the race as you have the adrenaline crash. And you're trying to assess your competitors, and you're not quite sure. You think you know who you're going to beat. You think you know who you should beat. It doesn't go to plan.
Now, folks in this section of the river looking down at Weeks Bridge, you can see how sharp that corner is coming up. So if you're trying to maneuver around other boats, that is a very difficult corner. And then up above us on the course here, there is another sharp corner, what is generally called the big turn, where the river bends back on itself so much that if you're crossing Elliott Bridge, And you look upriver, you see the skyline of Boston, which makes no sense whatsoever, but that's how much the river doubles back on itself, and it really makes for a challenging course.
It's one of the great things about this course. As you know, Henley Royal Regatta, very famous course. The thing about Henley, there's no bridges, and the reason it is 2,112 meters is that is the longest straight distance they can have on the Thames. So the whole point is to be straight and no bridges. So you bring competitors like that, or the Olympians for their 2,000 meter cases, and they come here, and it's 360 degrees worth of turns and 7 bridges over 3 miles, and it's a completely different ball game.
So, Anne, the U.S. Army New England Battalion is excited to partner with the 2024 head of the Charles Regatta. Visit their booth located at the Weld exhibition to speak with a recruiter and explore opportunities you never knew existed. Be all you can be in the U.S. Army. There's no limit to what you can achieve. Explore passion, purpose, and community at goarmy.com.
Are the U.S. Army at a water event in terms of a long game, Go Army beat Navy?
Maybe. And the head of the Charles would like to salute the United States Marine Corps. To get more information about the Marines and to see how they build our nation's leaders and try your hand at the pull-up challenge, please stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo. And for the mere mortals in the crowd, get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2024 head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their location next to Elliott Bridge Enclosure and check out their limited edition gear, which we are sporting right now.
We are indeed, and I can honestly say that having put on this vest this weekend, I have genuinely never had more compliments on my fashion sense in my life. It's the matching jeans. It's impressive. It was such a coincidence.
WBUR is the official media partner of the head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to stop at the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Thank you, WBUR, and be sure to tune in to 90.9, Boston's NPR station.
So there's a new host of This Morning, and she is actually out there at the BUR tent right now, meeting and greeting. Very friendly, very approachable.
You know, Ann, I've often been told I have a face for radio.
You and me both, Kate. You and me both. You never heard it from me.
And attention everyone on this one, we are proud to share that the West End House Boys and Girls Club is an official charity partner of the head of the Charles Regatta. Thanks to the incredible generosity of our charity program competitors, more than $150,000 has been raised for our official charities. Your support is making a lasting impact on our community, and we sincerely thank you for your contributions.
We got a race coming up.
All right, Ann. We're looking at the women's alumni eights. Course record is held by UW, alumni A, and 15 minutes 41 seconds, and that was set last year. The previous record was set back in 2017 by Virginia alumni.
So as with the men's race, the University of Washington alumni are in it to win it. They bested the field last year with an all-star crew, and they're back to bound number 1.
Well, we have already seen a change of order. Went a little awry down there, and that might be why there's a gap, but usually it's because these three boats are moving really fast.
Well, based on how they're moving through that bridge, I would have to agree with that assessment, Kate. It is a sight to behold. But we've also got a little bit of a cluster here, halfway between Weeks and Anderson.
Black and gold over on the buoy line. That's bow number 5, UM alumni. Go blue, they say. I think that's Michigan.
That is Michigan. Who's on their 6 there, Kate?
4.
Right on their tail is Fat Cat. Olympians abounding, it says, for the University of Princeton alumni.
6.
Bow number 6 in the black boat. That's the Brown women.
We've got an interesting situation here as bow number 5, the UM alumni, have cut on over, I think to get out of the way of Fat Cat to take their line, both being chased hard by 6, the Brown University women.
And as you know, Ann, it's the overtaking boat that gets to pick their course, but they have to clearly show their intent. So you might hear these coxswains yelling at each other.
You got to have the coxswains yelling, and you point you out in a strong manner, but you've got to give at least a length so they can see it.
Bow number 8 is on the Cambridge side.
So bow number 8 are the old collegians from Dublin, University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club. This is their 2nd year racing the event.
UCD is looking sharp and crisp. They are making most of this international race for them. They've come a long way.
And they are overtaking the Radcliffe alumni.
And their Radcliffe fans are cheering loudly for them, urging them on.
But UCD's making the move and continuing to increase their lead as they go through the bridge. It's a solid overtake.
And they've got the inside of that corner. They're going to want to get a little bit more of a lead to get the inside of the next corner, switching back to the other side of the river.
They are. It looks like Radcliffe had to take a pretty sharp turn there, actually.
Bow number 9 in the yellow boat right in front of the boathouse, that is Penn.
Penn also looking strong, coming off some very strong seasons lately. Their recent alumni are going to be well placed here.
In the black boat, that is number 10.
Crabtree is Cambridge University alumni. This is a reunion crew from boat race crews that were victorious between 2018 and 2022.
Red boat, red blades, bow number 11.
University of Wisconsin, Wisco alumni, go Badgers. You've got Yaz Farouk coxing that.
Well, there's just a little bit of experience with Yaz Farouk driving.
Experience coxing, experience coaching, Olympic experience, it's all there.
Yellow boat is bow number 12.
Boola, 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 boola. That's Yale University women's alumni.
In the red boat, bow number 13.
Bow number 13, Rutgers University. They're chasing down the Yale alumni who row by to a not surprisingly silent Radcliffe crew.
Bow number 14 is wearing the rustier shade of red.
So they are Cornell alumni. So bow number 14, that's a wide variety of things. So one of them I know actually came over and rode Henley Women's this year and did very well.
Bow number 15 in the yellow boat.
Evergreen, Dartmouth University women's alumni.
Matching hats is bow number 16.
Bow number 16, Syracuse. You'd expect them to be in orange, but here we go. Syracuse University doing really well of late. Officially started rowing in 1977. This collective group of Orangemen span its affiliation with Eastern Sprints to the Big East, now the ACC.
Wearing hot pink is bow number 18.
That's Northeastern University alumni, so they'll know this course very, very well.
Bow number 17 in that fancy paint job on the bow of their boat.
Those would be Brown University. Go Bruno. They've got numbers. Brown University number 18. Sorry, Brown University number 17.
Apologies.
My sincere apologies.
21 looks like Radcliffe on the buoy line.
Yep. So on the buoy line out there in the middle, 21, you can hear the cheers go up here at Weld for the Radcliffe alums.
And they are followed by bow number 19.
There's an extra cheer going up for the Radcliffe alums as they've moved ahead of Bula Bula Yale alumni. The rivalry remains strong.
Bow number 20 is in the dark boat with the white singlets.
Those would be King's Crown from Hoboken, New Jersey. They are Columbia Women's alumni crew, all 2000s graduates.
And they are followed by bow 23.
So coming through thick and fast, we have X-Boat, which are Bates College alumni.
Love to see Maine rowers. They have a lot of ice up there. They have a lot of challenges, so love to see them rowing strong.
Well, they always row very strong because the ice challenges make the land training essential and maybe a little too long.
In the second white boat, that's bow 22.
That would be more Radcliffe alumni. Here they go.
And wearing blue is bow 24.
That would be Georgetown. These are Georgetown lightweights again from the 2021 second place finishing boat.
Bow 26 is over on the Boston side.
So that's Queen City Barge Club. Go Red Foxes.
With the yellow highlights on their blades there, it's bow 25.
So it would be Navy Masters, graduates of the United States Naval Academy who have or are currently serving in both the United States Navy and the Marine Corps.
Thank you for your service, ladies.
I don't think they're done, Kate. They are navigating that craft very well. They've indicated their line. But Queen City Barge looking behind them to make sure they've kept it clean there. And they're out of the way of those. I'd get out of the way of the Navy. I don't know about you.
Bow number 27 is in front of the boathouse now.
That would be DeWolf, Boston University alumni, ladies. And they've opened up quite a gap over our next competitors.
Now, a lot of competitors will tell you want to follow the rules, but that doesn't mean you have to roll out the red carpet. You'll move, but not till you have to move.
And why would you? That line is yours till you give it up.
Several boats coming through the bridge now. That is 26 in front of the boathouse.
So bow number 26 is another boat from Queen City Barge.
I apologize, that is bow number 28. Excuse me, Ann.
That's right. So that means it's Trinity Boat Club. These are Trinity Women alumni, including the NCAA champions between 2005 and 2014. So very experienced crew there. High-level performance for the D3 champions. And then we have a little bit of a cluster.
Bow number 30 is leading this pack of 4 boats.
So bow 30 is Wesleyan alumni. But hot on the heels of Wesleyan.
35.
Are 35's made quite a University alumni. That's why all these ladies are in the Oxford Cambridge boat race.
Yellow blades, bow 32.
That would be Marion Mercy Academy, our first high school alumni boat here in the women's event.
Bow number 31
would be Colby College. More Mainers, Kate. More Mainers.
Love Mainers.
I know you love some. We all love some Mainers.
I live in Maine, so I bring some international flair too. Bow number 33.
Bow number 33 is Alabama alum. Just a bunch of friends who want to bring a little roll tide to Boston.
And bow number 34.
That would be Penn State. Friends of Penn State crew alumni rowers from various years over the team's 30-year history. Penn State, not a frequent flyer here at Head of the Charles, so I'm really glad to see the alumni crew. This is a big event, Kate. 52 boats going to come through.
It's a huge event. All right, this is bow number 39 in the black boat coming right in front of the docks now.
More Columbia alumni from King's Crown.
The next black hull is bow number 36.
That would be Holy Cross. So mixed Holy Cross alumni, it says. Bow number 36 currently holding off. Who have we got in the red boat on the buoy line there?
Bow number 38.
So bow number 36 currently holding off. BMA from New Canaan. These are more Cornell alumni. Relatively young boat.
Bow number 37 in the white boat over on the buoy line.
Bow number 37, Colgate alumni. But here in front of us in Weld, we've got a little tussle going on between Holy Cross just here in front, but King's Crown, absolutely, they've got overlap. They're looking to establish their position before the bridge.
Bow 40's in the black boat on the buoy line, leading that pack of four.
Mainers everywhere, Kate. Mainers. It's Bowdoin College Polar Bear Rowing.
Bow number 41 is wearing white, or it might be light blue. I can't see.
Huskies forever. So at the moment, Bowdoin actually moving out to hold off their lead from Huskies forever.
Checkerboard blade is bow 32.
Bow 32 is Marion Mercy Academy. That's their second boat in this event. So Marion Mercy has overlap with Huskies Forever, who has overlap with
bow number 43.
Bow number 43 is Stanford Lightweight. And they're Stanford Lightweights from the last 2 years. Everybody's got overlap. It's going to be quite a tight progression, and depending on how they take this turn through the bridge, you're going to see some very interesting things the other side of Anderson. But what a gap they've opened up over the next cluster.
That looks like 47 in the lead of this pack of 5 boats.
47 have moved up on a lot of boats. These women, the women in this boat are all graduates of the Ohio State University, ranging from the classes of 2018 to 2024. So very young alumni here.
I missed one. Hang on. 45 in red.
So the Ohio State ahead of Northeastern University alumni.
44 in the black boat closer to the buoy line.
Friends of University of New Hampshire.
Yellow blades on the buoy line.
That is, sorry. 40, damn, I can't see it.
Who have I got in the red?
I can't see either one of them. Sorry. Yes.
So at the moment, we've got quite a tussle here in front of Weld as Rutgers actually move right now just ahead of the bridge over Smith alumni. So the Rutgers boat is all this year's graduating class, and Smith alumni are 21 to 24, so relatively young college crews that will have been competing against each other for some time, and they are absolutely even as they go through the bridge.
Sorry, the sun was hitting it. I couldn't see them.
When the sun hit, you can't see it till it's here in front of you. You just can't. It's turned into an absolutely gorgeous, sunny, almost cloudless day here. The problem for us is the glare hits us and we can't see it until they're right in front of which boat is which. But coming up next, we have Archbishop Carroll from Radnor, PA. This is another high school alumni course. They are reuniting for the first time in years. Several college coaches in the boats and some recent college grads.
Just approaching the boathouse now wearing red is bow 51.
That is DeWolf, another Boston University alumni crew. But DeWolf has moved ahead of several boats in this event.
52 is closer to the buoy line.
New Trier alumni, again, a high school in Winnetka, Illinois. This is the first time that they've had an Alumni 8 racing.
And more cow blades on bow 50.
Middlebury, Vermont. Let's go cows. So moving thrust in front of Weld, we've got DeWolf Boat Club, Boston University alumni heading through the bridge. Then we have the New Trier alumni currently passing in front of the docks. And bow number 50, Middlebury with the fabulous Holstein blades.
And we've got one more 8 coming through the bridge.
They're taking quite a nice line through Weeks there. Who have we got?
Yikes. $29.
Bow number 29, that's Amherst alumni. Amherst Club rowing team was halted for a year and a half during COVID, and they've really had to work to rebuild this program. So these are all recent graduates. Now, the fact that they're 29 doesn't mean that they've actually been passed by all those boats. There could have been an issue at the start order. There could have been any number of things.
It's true. It's a very well organized start. They really do try to send boats off 10 seconds apart. They manage that very well, but sometimes things get a little out of hand. Wind can really cause problems, so I don't think that's an issue at the start today. It might be.
It's the basin.
Yeah.
If it's calm in the basin, I get nervous.
Just gonna see if we can get some results on this.
So we've got some unofficial results here for the Alumni 8s. For the men's Alumni 8s, at the moment, it's the University of Washington alumni. Note that these are unofficial. No penalties have yet been assessed to receive, so things could change. But it's University of Washington over Brown, over Old Dog with Fat Cat in fourth.
This is what we're waiting on. This is the next event. I think it is. So the next event that we're waiting on, it's the men's Master 4s. These competitors are 30 plus and 40 plus. There's 2 different divisions in this race.
But they'll race at the same time, and it keeps it very interesting.
And it's not uncommon for the winner of the 40 plus division to be faster than the winner of the 30 plus division. That happens.
Not uncommon at all, and it's one of the great things about rowing being an endurance sport.
So the other really great thing about rowing is, unlike a lot of other sports, you can play basketball your whole life, but you're probably not going to get on the court with Michael Jordan, picking somebody from my era. But
our era, Kate.
But you can, in fact, be on the course with Olympians. They can be in your race, and it's a really fabulous thing about this sport. So, although Ex Nemo set the course record in 22 last year, they were bested by Club Nautica de San Juan, former members of the U.S. team who have returned this year to claim bow number 1. Ex Nemo will be at bow number 2, surely chasing Club Nautica de San Juan down the river to try to reclaim the gold. Potomac, who placed 3rd last year, will be starting at number 3 and looking to improve their placement. Keep a lookout for our international clues, including Rex Boat Club, Tyrian Club, and London Rowing Club from Great Britain, and Bumblebee Rowing Club joining us from Hangzhou, China.
Now again, these are Masters 4s. This is not alumni. All you need is to be a member of that club.
And that is bow number 1 approaching the boathouse now.
Bow number 1 are, of course, last year's winners, Club Nautico de San Juan. And they look to be in a great position right now.
They've opened up a strong lead here.
And are taking an absolutely beautiful line.
I agree with that. That coxswain is carving a very, very, very nice course.
Well, as you mentioned before, when you get to go off first, you have that nice gap and just get to go lead what you want.
But there is a shakeup. This is bow number 4 coming next. That's Minneapolis Rowing Club.
Minneapolis Rowing Club, you go, Twin Cities.
They're on fire. Look at this. Now, there was such a lead from bow number 1. I don't know how much if they've actually been able to move on bow number 1, but they're rowing a heck of a race right now.
They really are.
Bow number 2 is wearing red in the middle of the river, and that is Ex Nemo, mostly Harvard University Boat Club old guys. Bow number 3 is in front of the boathouse now, and that is Potomac. Founded in 1869, sister rowing club of Riverside Boat Club here in town. And they're the oldest rowing club in the Washington, D.C. area.
So there's a nice little bunching there of those 3, and then there's another sizable gap, and indeed quite a cluster coming through weeks at the moment. That's going to be interesting to see how they develop here. Oh, Kate, you called it. Based on the current times here, Minneapolis Rowing Club currently lead Club Nautico de San Juan.
Very impressive, very impressive. Bow number 6 is happy to be alone right now and have the course of their choice. That is Chicago. And they say they are the 2024 Masters National Championship straight 4, but they've picked up a coxswain for this race.
I would definitely want to have a coxswain for this race, and it doesn't look to be slowing them down in the slightest.
Bow number 7 wearing the white jerseys.
That's Rex BC from Chester. They have crowns on their logo. They finished 7th in Head of the Charles last year, and are absolutely back to win it this year. The average boat age needs to be 30. Again, this spans quite a thing from 26 to 54.
That's bow number 5 over on the buoy line.
So bow number 5 is Western Reserve from Case University, Ohio.
And wearing these really cool checkered unis, that's bow number 8.
Oh, if you say checkered unis, I automatically know it's Tyrian. Tyrian Club out of London. So this is actually alumni, but it's alumni of a club, not alumni of a university. Tyrian always produced strong crews, and Tyrian are actually overtaking Western Reserve as they go through the bridge.
Bow number 11 is over on the buoy lane.
So bow number 11 is another British entry. The British Masters London Rowing Club, currently, moving ahead and continuing to move ahead of CRI.
Local favorites, community rowing. They put a tremendous number of people on the water, teach a lot of rowing. They're a wonderful local club.
And for those of you who don't know, CRI is where Kate and I met a while back.
On the Boston side, that's bow number 13.
That's Union Boat Club from right here down in Boston, right down in the basin.
More local favorites. Bow number 10 is closer to the boathouse here.
Bow number 10 is PRNA Mercer from Princeton Junction.
Ooh.
But Union absolutely moving ahead and overhauling them.
14 in the red.
Pacific from San Francisco, again with the cheese, rowing the seas of cheese. Out there, bow number 14.
And bow number 12 has the camera behind the coxswain, you'll see, videoing the race.
That would be Bumblebee. Zhejiang Bumblebee Cruise, excited to return to Head of the Charles. It's been 8 years.
I never wanted a camera videoing my race.
No.
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 Bow number 17.
Bow number 17 is Sammamish.
They're wearing red and blue.
and they look to have moved up over some other crews. It'll be interesting to see how the order pans out. It's interesting to see how much passing's taken place before the halfway mark here.
Bow number 15 is in the black boat.
That would be Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia.
Yeah, this is fabulous racing. I love to see when there's a mix-up. You know, they do their best to see the race, but rowers change. They will have different lineups, and all kinds of things can happen.
But it seems like there's been some good overtaking through the powerhouse stretch.
Which is the place you want to do it. It's a straightaway, so if you could pass, that's what you want to do. White shirts, red blades, that is bow number 19 coming in front of the club now.
Which are Wisco alums. And bow number 19, those Wisco alums are currently looking to overhaul number 15, which is Avalon. And they are doing it. As I watch them here, they have moved from half a boat length of overlap to full overlap.
Yeah, they're trying to get through them before this bridge. They're doing a really nice job.
Little sneaky look from bow over at Avalon, and they are clear.
And truly, you need the people in the boat telling the coxswain what's going on. They don't know what's going on behind them. So those kinds of moves are only successful when the rowers are talking, and there's nothing worse than having to talk during your race. Bow number 16 is on the Boston side.
Which is Buffalo River Rowing Club from Buffalo, New York. They train on the curvy Buffalo River, so they're well suited to be placed here. However, bow number 20 moving up from Fairmount. They say they're looking for redemption. They might have it as they overtake bow number 16 there.
Bow number 18 is in the green boat.
That would be East Bay Rowing. They're a nonprofit based in Barrington, Rhode Island. And they are currently overtaking bow number 21, Rose City, which are a bunch of old junior alumni.
Bow number 22 on the far side, it looks like Potomac Boat Club.
It is Potomac Boat Club, Kate.
Very recognizable stars on their blades.
And then following that cluster, we have quite a gap. Our next boats have just started to come through Weeks Footbridge.
It is getting warm out, Anne, and some of these crews, I think, who may have overdressed down to the start are probably feeling the heat right now coming up here. It's really warmed up.
It really has warmed up. They'll be down right to their uni suits, but at the same time, they're approaching the halfway mark, and it's going to be good. So checking on this men's Masters Fours, currently still in the lead is Club Nautico, as I look at it, has just reclaimed the lead, and
wow.
They are the senior master club, though, and Minneapolis Rowing Club is the master club.
Well, this is bow number 1 here right now in our next, the 40-plus event. Ooh, maybe not.
No, this is the Alumni Fours. So bow number 1 is BMA, Cornell alumni, currently marching along in progression on Bowdoin College rowing alumni as well.
Seth Chatterton's in that boat, looking strong. Bowdoin always looking good. You know I love Maine rowers. Bow number 3 is in front of the boat club now.
Vanderbilt. So far everybody's here nice and in order, but these are mostly class of 23. Mostly class of 23, everybody in a nice order, but even those top 3 have opened up quite a gap going on here.
Well, this is a very civilized race so far. There's not too much going on to mix things up yet.
I always think that means that the seating has gone well.
Bow number 5 in the white unisuit with the red stripe. That is Belmont Hill.
Belmont Hill, way to go.
Local high school alums, we love that. Love to see them still rowing on the river. Bow number 4 is in the white boat with the white unisuits.
That would be Purple Calf Boat Club. So it's Williams class of 23 and 24.
Bow number 7 is over on the buoy line.
Evergreen from Dartmouth, New Hampshire. Who's taking the inside line on them?
And bow number 6 with M's on their back. I know what that means.
Michigan. This is apparently the second varsity. They say there's 2V privilege.
Bow number 8 is just approaching the docks now.
Do you recognize him, Kate? It's Bowden.
Nice job, Bowden. Looking good.
I see stripes, Kate. Oh, but I see red stripes.
I don't know if you know this, Ann, but stripes make you faster. That is bow number.
I've been told. I have
bow number 19.
Bow number 9. Bow number 9.
Excuse me, bow
they're
number 9.
They're fast, but they're not quite that fast. Bow number 9 is RIT crew alumni from Rochester, New York. And the entire crew loves buttercream.
So do I. Bow number 13 is in the yellow boat.
Bow number 13 is Crabtree, which are all Cambridge University alumni. These are boat race winning alumni from 21, 22, 23, and 24, including previous boat race captain Seb Benzicree from this year's winners.
Nice. Bow number 10 in the white boat just heading into Anderson Bridge now.
Those would be the UVM alumni. Why University of Vermont is from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, we're unclear, but that's what they've listed. Now coming up is boat number 11, which is GVSU alum, representing Grand Valley State University. Rowing is the oldest sport on Grand Valley State's campus.
Bow number 12 is approaching the boathouse now.
The Emory alumni. And these are Emory crew athletes spanning nearly 20 years of the club's history.
Bow number 15 is wearing yellow.
From the depths of Isla Vista, California, feast your eyes on the reigning, defending beer dye champions of the nation. Not quite sure what that means, but they're very proud of it.
I'm very impressed. Bow number 14 over closer to the buoy line in the black boat.
Northwestern.
And bow 17?
Bow 17 is NU alumni. Get faster, not fatter. Do they need stripes, Kate?
Well, they have them on their blades, actually. They're just a little angled. And go Huskies.
Ooh, I see some interesting situations developing here as we come out of weeks.
T's on their blades. That is bow 21.
So bow 21, they might be T's on their blades, but it's Middlebury, Vermont.
Yeah, because they have cow pattern on their unisuits.
Ah, always go by the uni, not the blades. Trying to get boats and everything else located in here when you're coming from all over the world. Go by the unis.
Bow number 18 in the black boat.
Bow number 18 is Lafayette. They're pointing out that they're Lafayette's finest and oldest rowers.
Bow number 20 is right behind them on the buoy line.
Gordon College from here in Wenham.
It's a small program. I love that they come here to race. Nice job,
here,
Gordon.
But they're always here. They're always here every year, and I'm with you. I'm so excited. I'm always excited to see Gordon College.
Bow 16 in the white boat.
So bow 16 is Tulane. Alumni from Tulane.
Notice we've got a situation by Anderson here. It looks like there might be an oar in the water. So bow 16 is headed into the bridge now, followed by bow number 19.
So Tulane at the moment.
And bow number 19 is CPWRC.
From Wallingford.
And bow 22 headed into the bridge.
Those would be Bucknell alumni.
hats off to this with Middlebury with big technical challenge here and backing off the course to get out of the way.
They appear to only have 3.5 oars, Kate.
Yep. I did see the other half of the oar a minute ago, and I now do not see it in the water. It may have sunk. I'll second that. Stroke Steed is an absolute beast. Broke his oar in half. Well done, Middlebury.
The trick is to bend. The trick is to bend the blade.
I give these guys so much credit. I mean, you know, they made the best of a bad situation. They get out of the way. Hats off to them.
Yeah.
And it's heartbreaking.
And nobody's in the water. Because that can absolutely happen.
I've had equipment breakage in this race, and it is just such a bummer.
Finishing off our event, our University of Virginia alumni, Go Hoos! In bow number 23.
Looking great in orange.
As we have the gap between events here before the Women's Masters 4s, we'd like to take the opportunity to thank some of our sponsors. Starting with 776BC, take your performance to the next level at 776BC, the official rowing apparel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the 776 pop-up shop to shop the limited edition collection honoring this year's regatta, featuring unisuits, long-sleeve performance base layers, and summer hoodies. Vests, bags, accessories, do not miss regatta exclusive offers, competitions, and the chance to connect with U.S. rowing team athletes. Or 776 founder Cam to find out how to get your crew racing in world-leading kit customized for your team.
Hey folks, how about a round of applause here for both Middlebury and Radcliffe for getting this boat back on the water. Nicely done. These folks are going to finish their race in style. Well done, guys. Thank you, Radcliffe.
Just to recap some results, unofficially at the moment, in the Men Masters 4s, Minneapolis Rowing Club retook the lead over Club Nautico de San Juan. In the Men's Masters 4s.
Wow, that was a battle.
That was an absolute battle. Conveniently, one is Masters, one is Senior Masters, so they will both get a first place medal.
Wintec Racing and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintec and King Racing.
This is coming already. I can see them coming through weeks, Kate. Now we're on for the Women's Masters 4s. And just like the men, it's going to be the 30-plus event and the 40-plus event coming through. Boulder at bow number 1 returns to the Head of the Charles after winning in 2022, but Sammamish Rowing Association and Riverfront Recapture crews that were on their tail last year have also returned. We've got several international crews this year, including Alipay in number 10, Ottawa, Kopenhagen Rook Club, Club Nautique de Sherbrooke, Irish Masters, second Alipay boat, and St. Catharines Rowing Club. This is going to be a fight.
And just like the last race, we've already seen a change of order. That's bow number 2.
Sammamish taking the lead here as they start to approach Weld.
Bow number 1 is in the blue boat behind them.
So those were last year's winners, Boulder, Colorado. This year's entry is a new combination from Boulder, although the coxswain is a returning one. Sammamish looking very long here in the water as they approach the bridge.
They do look very long. They've opened up a nice lead. And that is bow number 4, wearing purple.
So more
just
of a
approaching
switch
the
around
dock.
there. So bow number 4 is Western Reserve.
Bow number 3 seems very unwilling to let them go and is fighting to make up some space again.
So bow number 3 is Riverfront Recapture, who were last year's number 3 and are a very competitive crew. So as you say, not willing to let them go. And Western Reserve is just trying to stretch out the rubber band. But even with Riverfront Recapture, there's quite a lengthy gap between Riverfront Recapture and who have we got here in the
That's
Black
bow
Hawk?
number 5.
Bow number 5 is the Carolina Masters. This is their 17th guaranteed entry appearance.
3 more boats have come through the bridge.
They're all clustering together, and they're all going to look to make the right line here through Anderson.
Of these 3 boats coming up the course, that is bow number 6 in the middle in the lead, wearing, looks like Cambridge Boat Club blue.
Ah, but it's College Club Seattle.
Oh, my goodness.
So the 5 of us have rowed and raced together in Seattle in some combination or another since our coxswain was in high school. They've raced Head of the Charles 10 times and are currently holding off a slight lead over
Bow number 8, wearing red.
Capital Boat Club.
Wearing purple is bow number 7, and they're rating a little bit higher.
That would be Western Reserve, the Western Reserve Women's Masters. But there's been a lot of jostling here at the front, Kate.
Absolutely. Bow 8, I believe you said that was Capital, is looking very smooth there on the outside.
Correct, that is Capital. But bow number 6, holding them off, is College Club as they lead into the bridge.
And right in front of the boathouse now, in the red boat, is bow number 9.
That would be Atlanta Rowing Club on the Chattahoochee. Their coxswain is only 18 years old, Elsa Schilling. There seem to be lots of big gaps and then clusters this year.
So we've got 4 boats that have come through weak, so there's a nice big gap, and then 4 boats are getting clumped together, and then another nice big gap behind them. So there's all kinds of mix-up in this race. The next boat coming through over by the buoy line is bow number 14.
That would be Pocock Rowing Club from Seattle. This is their 40-plus competitive squad there in the senior master category.
And wearing red and blue, that's bow number 12.
So Pocock number 14 with a 2-boat lead over Ottawa.
Some checkerboard blades is bow number 13 over on the buoy line.
So those are borrowed blades, Kate, because that's Copenhagen Row Club from Denmark. They all live in Copenhagen. They all live in Copenhagen, but they come from Denmark, France, Germany, and America.
Bow number 11 in the white boat.
Gentle Giant, local legends, Gentle Giant.
Go Giants.
So currently, as we go through, Pocock Rowing Club from bow number 14 on lead. They're ahead of number 4 reserve.
Sick of these races that you don't know who's in the back of the pack, and you're watching the boats behind you and think you have a nice lead, but somebody's storming up the course further behind you, you don't even see them.
Absolutely. You might not even be on the course at the same time. Last year's championships women's 8 started from something like 26th. And then this year they go off number 1.
Wearing green in front of the boathouse now, that's bow number 17.
Those are some Irish masters from Cork.
The Rebel County, I love it.
Crew of Irish ladies from Cork, Shandon, Clonmel, and along with some expertise, coxing from Belfast.
Bow number 20 is wearing white, closer to the buoy line.
So that's Island Racing Team from New Haven, Connecticut. They've been rowing together since the early 2010s.
Behind them is bow number 10, wearing blue.
That would be Alipay from Hangzhou, China.
Bow number 22 in stripes. Looks like St. Catherine's.
It is St. Catherine's, so the stripes are making them go faster. Because number 22, the stripes from St. Catherine's are absolutely hunting down Alipay in bow number 10.
St. Catherine's is always fast. They're a fantastic club.
They really are. They really are. But they are also being chased by bow number 19, which is Lake Union.
16 in the blue.
Oh, sorry. 16 is Salem from Independence, Oregon. This is their first appearance at Head of the Charles.
Welcome, welcome.
Their cox has their head up, which, as you said, might be to help them see from behind, which makes you look behind, and we have quite a cluster now.
Bow number 15 with the red deck on their boat.
We've got 4 boats in relatively tight succession jostling for position on the river, starting with Club Nautique de Sherbrooke from Quebec.
That was 15 with the red deck.
And they are just ahead of Lake Union in number 19, who are being hunted down and being passed by 18, which is also an Alipay club. They're all employees of Alibaba in China.
And bow number 21 over closer to the buoy line.
Northampton Rowing Club. Welcome back to the Charles, ladies. Bow number 24. Here would be Minneapolis Rowing Club, hailing from the Twin Cities, and they've opened up quite a sizable gap.
Waiting for this number to come into view, and bow number 23 over on the buoy line, and I love this course. I think this is a smart line for this coxswain.
It's a lovely line, and that's PRNA Mercer from Princeton Junction.
So now we have another big gap here, and several boats coming in. So this is going to be a whole new race next year. There's going to be all kinds of shakeup going on.
Well, and there's definitely the shakeup still in the leaderboard, and it shakes up even as I look at it. Download the head. So bow number 25. That means they've moved up a few places because they've started in last place and given people to pass. That's Milwaukee Rowing Club in their first entry since 2011.
But they are followed by bow number 1.
I'm going to be fascinated by the replay of this race. Sorry. Bow number 1 of the new event, Women's Alumni Force, has caught up to bow number 25 of Milwaukee, followed closely by number 2. So we have Women's Alumni Force. Bow number 1 is the MIT grads, and bow number 2 is the Brown University women. And they are both overtaking bow number 25 Milwaukee from the Women's Masters Force race.
All being done cleanly, which is nice. Tech is looking to exploit their home course advantage here, but Brown is certainly moving very well.
And then we have more upset. It's Bow number 4, alumni. Go blue!
Bow number 5 is after them in the blue boat.
So they are BHRA, Bromfield Axon Boxborough alumni, located in Harvard, Massachusetts.
I love high school alumni boats. It's fantastic.
I'm so excited. I'd love to get a high school alumni boat from my school, if for no other reason than we didn't have a rowing program.
Now, while it's nice to be alone in the middle of the river and not have to deal with other boats, it also makes it hard to motivate yourself. Coxswains really have their work cut out for them here as they're trying to urge their rowers to keep that competitive edge. That is bow number 6 in the white boat.
Those men are stay motivated. It's the cold war training.
There's not many of us in that state, so they're used to being alone.
Well, there's even less of you now. They're all here racing. Oh, but we have quite a cluster coming out from under Weeks. Grouping together.
5 boats through, 6, a 6th one coming through.
Everybody's trying to space out and establish their position to get their right line through the bridge. As we know, the turn through the bridge is very key for setting yourself up for one of the longest turns in the whole race.
Bow number 9 is leading this pack.
Those would be Rhode Island women alumni. Relatively recent alumni, but doing very well.
Yellow tips on the blades is bow number 7.
Those are Simmons alumni, all local here, coached by our favorite, yours and mine, the late great Nikolai Kermakov.
Great doesn't even approach what he
touch the
was.
sides, does it?
Bow number 8 is over on the buoy line.
Those would be Purdue alumni. This is their second year that they're representing here at the head of the dolls.
Bow number 10 boat.
Radcliffe alumni. You can hear the cheers go up from here on the bank.
Bow number 11 with the red blades.
Those would be Wisco alums.
Radcliffe's fans are going wild. And bow number 12 wearing maroon.
So bow number 12 are Lafayette rowers. And again, that's a relatively young program. I grew up in that area, and when I did, there was not a rowing program anywhere there. And now Lafayette has them, public schools have them, Lehigh has one. I'm just that old, and they're just that new.
In the yellow boat, that's bow number 16.
So rowing lovely and long here through the water are Penn alumni.
Bow number 17.
Bow number 17 are Oxford University alumni, all veterans of the annual Oxford-Cambridge boat race. Cambridge having actually launched from here just moments ago, the Cambridge 8.
White boat, red unisuits, bow number 18.
Queen City Barge Club from Poughkeepsie, New York. They're followed closely by number 14, the Northwestern University alumni.
Bow number 14 in the black boat.
That's Northwestern. Oh, that's okay.
I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry. Bow number 20 in the red boat.
There's a lot of boats today. We're all doing it. It's fine. Number 20 is University of San Diego alumni, 85.8. They say they're reliving their glory days. They're all 22, Kate. These are the glory days.
Mine hit more in my 40s.
Same, girl, same. Call us when you're 40, ladies. Call us when you're 40.
Bow number 19, black boat, wearing black tops.
URI, women's rowing alumni. Oh, and we've got another cluster coming up here.
Several years ago now, there was a local club, who shall remain nameless, who was setting a course record in the lightweight men's 8. And, I mean, they were flying, and they hit Elliott Bridge. So things can change before the finish line, for sure. Bow number 21 in the gray-green boat.
Those are RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology.
Bow number 22 in the white boat.
Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan alumni, again, all 22, all recent alumni. They are followed by bow number 21.
23, I think.
Is it 23? Oh,
yep,
it is 23, which I should have known from the cheers, Kate. It's Radcliffe alumni. So that would appear to be the end of this race. As you say, things can change, and indeed they've changed here in this race. So currently, no one's finished yet, so there's all to play for and all to go. Brown have taken the lead. Penn have dropped to 5th.
Wow.
That's a big drop.
So it's entirely possible that there was some sort of a scrap.
It is entirely possible. Or because Penn had moved up from the outside.
No, Ann, how long does it take for penalties to be assessed?
Well, the penalties are assessed right away, but you have to write it up and draw the diagram, so on and so forth. Then, I have to say, these are my favorite volunteers at the whole event. The cyclists come and collect them. They also bring food, they bring lunch, they bring coffee, and they're always smiling. I love the cyclists. So the cyclists come and collect them. They take them into Regatta Central. The penalties get assessed. Then the penalties get posted, and then you see if anybody's actually going to protest. Being a competitive lot, there are protests. It can be some of the more, as a lawyer, it's been some of the most fascinating legal arguments I've heard.
Well, you know, you come all this way to race. You're gonna try to make your case and save all that work that you've done.
You do, and occasionally it's been very interesting. There is a rule: you can be in there for an hour to make your protest. Once you arrive, you have an hour, because a crew that will not be named, Crabtree, once took 2 hours, turned up, and the videotape showed that they'd done exactly what it said they'd done. So there's now an official posted rule saying, speed it up, people.
So the next event that is coming up are the men's Master 8s. These are 30-plus and 40-plus aged individuals. The men's Senior Master 8s, 40-plus record held for almost a decade until Marin A set a new record last year, shaving off 5 seconds. These crews are comprised of athletes with an average age above 40 years old. Some crews are competitive clubs, recreational clubs, and alumni associations. Marin, at bow number 1, has returned to the Chili Charles from California to defend their title, but they will be able to hold off. Will they be able to hold off Princeton lightweights from the 90s? The event also features 2 international crews joining us from Peking University Boat Club, Hegret Rowing Club. While this event is both Masters age 30 plus and Senior Masters age 40 plus, most of the crews are in the Senior Masters category.
Well, it may say Chili Charles in our preview, but it's absolutely toasty up here today.
Yeah, I can't handle this anymore. I moved north for a reason. I like it when it's cold.
I'm even more north than you. I can't even deal with the fact it's not raining, but it's beautiful. This is New England in the fall, and I absolutely love it. Because we've both been out here when it snowed.
I'm not going to lie, the sunshine's killing me. I'm hiding under my hat. Beautiful conditions for racing, beautiful conditions for spectating. It's a great day. Take your performance to the next level at 776 BC, the official rowing apparel of the head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the 776 pop-up shop for the limited edition collection honoring this year's regatta, featuring unisuits, long sleeve, performance base layers, and summer hoodies, vests, bags, and accessories. Don't miss regatta exclusive offers, competitors, and the chance to connect with U.S. rowing team athletes or co-founder Cam to find out how to get your crew racing in world-leading kit customized for your team.
We'd, of course, like to thank another one of our sponsors here, which is Community Rowing. You and I know it very, very well, Kate. Head of the Charles Regatta is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 5,000 middle-aged in Boston and Cambridge public schools. And this all happens through CRI's Let's Row program. To learn more, visit communityrowing.org. It's not like the ice rink days, is it? So, Kate, we keep talking about how cold it is up in Maine and how frozen they are all year. They're doing their land training. What are they doing their land training on, based on cold, hard, flinty Vermonters? Concept 2, it's the official oar and erg supplier, the head of the Charles Regatta. Forgot your water bottle or your hat? Check out their new apparel offerings at their booth. Hat's big today, so are water bottles.
And truth be told, it's not that cold along the coast in Maine. It's actually quite nice.
What's it near? It's like Canada. Aroostook County?
I think so, yeah.
There's like 3 people in the whole county.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Northfield and Marshfield. She's moved from Marshfield to Northfield. She may have been the only person in Marshfield, I'm not sure.
Who's she there?
Sorry?
She's in the movies. She never leaves the house. It doesn't matter where she is.
This year's official dock supplier, Connect-A-Dock, is the leading choice for rowing docks across North America. Trusted by rowing clubs and regattas everywhere, Connect-A-Dock delivers unmatched stability and performance. Visit the Connect-A-Dock booth to see why it's a rower's top choice.
Here they come, Kate. Here they come through the bridge and heading down towards us here at Weld.
And this is bow number 1, Ann.
That's Marin. Marin looking well. They're rowing very nice and long.
But you'll notice this is pretty even spacing between these boats, and I don't know that anybody's got a solid lead at this point.
So the thing about Masters events, of course, is they can be very level pegging. And if you're here at the beginning of the event, these will be the repeat seeds from last year. So it's going to be a very evenly spread race. But Marin looking very well.
I stand corrected. That is bow number 3.
Ooh, upset already. That would be Old Glory from Melrose. At the John Parker Center for Kids Who Can't Row Good and Want to Learn to Do Other Stuff Good Too, we teach you there's more to life than just being really, really good looking.
And the boat with the red deck is bow number 4.
So bow number 4 is Penn AC, cranking up the PACRA engine yet again. Bow number 5. Nope, that is bow number 4. Penn AC passing in front of us.
Bow number 5 is swimming with the blue jerseys.
That's because they're blue cheese. It's lightweight Yaleys from the early 2000s.
Cheese.
Cheese. This sport has more cheese than Wallace and Gromit.
Are you speaking British?
Maybe. Maybe a little.
Yellow boat is bow number 6.
Those would be Brown alumni. There's a lot of alumni boats in this event, but it's not actually an alumni event. It's all 40 plus, mostly 50 plus.
In the yellow boat, that's bow number 7.
Bow number 7 are another alumni boat. These would be Northeastern University alumni.
And they're being pressed by bow number 8.
Those would be the Olden Bears. The Olden Bears are oarsmen who generally, but not exclusively, rowed for Cal Golden Bears. They're not just alumni, they're a group of athletes that have never lost their pursuit of fitness or love of rowing. Olden Bears very hot on the tail there of Northeastern University. Northeastern University appears to be giving way.
Bow number 9 has the yellow tips on the blades there.
Navy Masters, again, graduates of the United States Naval Academy, all current serving Marines and naval officers.
That's bow number 10.
It's bow number 10 have come all the way from Peking Rowing Club from Beijing, China, only established in 2016. Former members of the Peking University rowing team, now aged into the Masters category. Everybody continuing to appear very well spread out even after passing, but we seem to have lost bow number 2.
Now, that certainly could have been something that happened at the start. They could have scratched the race due to illness or injury. Yeah, who knows? Maybe they lost an oar like one of our recent boats.
That's what racing's all about. Anything can happen, and here at the head of the Charles, it often does.
Bow number 13 in the yellow boat.
Those would be ex-Nemo from here at Harvard, or mostly Harvard. These are mostly Harvard University Business School, actually.
Bow number 12, yellow boat with the C's on their back.
Columbia University alumni, King's Crown. These are, again, it's another alumni boat from the 90s and 2000s.
We've got a pretty big gap here, Ann. And as you know, with these Masters events, so many things can get in the way of training, can get in the way of people competing, lives and jobs and kids and health and everything. So, these lineups certainly do change.
They absolutely do from year to year. We've had a really big gap here.
Bow number 15 in the red.
So bow number 15 is Atlanta Rowing Club from Atlanta, Georgia. They're celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. Very experienced rowers here, most recently winning the U.S. Nationals.
Bow number 14, white charging up the middle of the river.
So that's from Malta Boat Club down in Philadelphia. Malta Boat Club, famously known for its lightweight program, increasingly transitioning into Masters rowing.
Bow number 16 is over on the buoy line.
That would be Wesleyan. Let's go, Wes! Alumni of Wesleyan University from 2003 to 2006.
Bow number 18 in the middle of that group with purple on the bottom of their jerseys.
Western Reserve, men's Masters team from Cleveland, Ohio. Not an alumni boat.
I see stripes in bow number 17.
Stripes make you go faster, Kate. Somebody smart told me that.
It's so true.
Who are they, Kate?
I'm going to bet they're Riverside Boat Club, local favorites.
I'm not taking that bet. You know too much.
We see a lot of black and orange coming, and that is bow number 2.
Fat Cat, Princeton alumni.
Yeah,
Now-
something must have happened at the start. I'm glad to see them up here.
I'm thrilled to see them up here, but it could have just been an out of order start. Sometimes that happens. Basin's a little chaotic. Could have just been that.
Ooh, things got a little squirrely above Weeks here. There was a little bit of a dust up, but one crew moved way over to make sure they get out of the way of this boat passing.
I think they just want to go to Harvard Business School, Kate.
Don't we all?
Don't we all?
So the boat wearing white, that is bow number 19.
That would be, I've not heard of this one before, so that's Rocket Legs RC. These are alumni, it's an alumni combination from Rutgers and Miami.
And bow number 11 is over on the buoy line. However, yep, that is bow number 11.
So bow number 11 are Hegret from Shenzhen, China.
We've seen it all.
All right, Ann, so let's talk basics for just a minute. We see boats that are heading down at a nice leisurely pace, headed toward the start. Those folks, some of them are warming up for their race, and some of them are heading back to their boathouse after their race. You have to be careful in that warm-up lane or in that travel lane. The corner at Weeks Bridge downriver from us is quite sharp going around that corner, and there's a lot of volunteer management in and around that bridge, getting folks to take that corner the way they should, very, very tightly, so they don't impede on the racing that's coming upriver.
Mind you, Kate, I've seen it go the other way. I've seen people for whom this is not the home course decide to take the tight turn round Weeks and wind up in the travel lane.
Just being a little overzealous.
Competition is competition. Oh, I see. I think I see the first of our women's Masters 8s coming through.
And they are ages 30 and older and 40 and older, two separate divisions in the same race.
And only 15 boats in these two divisions.
Returning for 2024 after their back-to-back record-setting runs, Capital, bow number 1, returns to head of the Charles to defend their title. For the second year in a row, Texas Rowing Center, bow number 2, is starting behind Capital and will be looking to beat them to chase Capital down the course. The Senior Masters 8's 40-plus club event is comprised of crews whose athletes average over 40-plus. These athletes may come from competitive clubs, recreational clubs, alumni associations, and more. There's also the senior 30-plus age group in this event.
And who have we got in the lead coming up? Looks like Capital are maintaining their lead at the moment.
And the crowd would agree.
The cheering's going up here at Weld.
Yep, they've got a great cheering crowd here. That is bow number 1. Fans are going wild for Capital Rowing Club. Bow number 2 is chasing them down, though.
All the way from Texas. It's Texas Rowing Center. And Texas and Capital have a pretty good lead.
Bow number 3 is wearing blue.
That would be Biak. Biak? I did know. I forgot. Out of Redwood City, California. Blair Island. Blair Island Rowing Club out of Redwood City.
Good? I'm doing fine.
Awesome.
Bow number 4 in the gray boat.
So bow number 4 in the gray boat is Endeavor Racing Alliance.
I've been, alive. Good. It's a beautiful place to be. It's racing.
All right, we've got boats coming fast and furious here, Ann.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
I'll leave you to it.
Wearing red and blue, that's bow number 5.
That would be Sammamish Rowing Association. But we've got a real bunching together here, all heading out towards the buoy line.
Well, over way on the buoy line, that is bow number 5. Excuse me, no, it's not. I apologize. Wearing stripes way over on the buoy line. Looks like Argonauts, maybe.
It is Argonaut over there on the buoy line, slowly moving back over here towards Cambridge.
Wearing those very smart stripes. And then behind them is bow number 8, wearing blue.
So bow number 8 is Bula 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 Bula, Yale alumni.
Also wearing blue in the black boat close to the buoy line is bow number 7.
So bow number 7, officially called Chinook, but we're going to call them the Friends of Ann and Kate. It's got Lee Heyman, Martha Laugan, Courtney Forrester, and Summer Landreth, all heading down the river one more time.
They're locals.
So Lee Heyman, that coxswain, has won this race 9 times.
Bow number 9 with the X's on their oars.
Those would be Olden Bears, coxed by Whitney Powell, who's recently made a big shift into coastal rowing.
Well, that's cool. Bow number 10, wearing blue in the white boat.
This
looks like
is
Endeavor.
It is Endeavor. So again, certain other friends of ours. So Lauren Detlefson's in that one, coming out of Georgia, and there's just a whole combination of Rolodex. Rolodex crew is often used as an insulting term, but I'm telling you what, it depends on who you've got on your cards.
Now, Ann, I'm going to direct your attention to Weeks Bridge, as there are 3 boats approaching the bridge, and there should be overlap between
hot
2
diggity.
of them. Ooh,
I'm glad I'm not umpiring down there at the moment.
Nope, they're clear. They got to make that turn.
Turn at some point. Who's taking
It's a hard corner.
Who's taking that wide turn down there at Weeks, Kate?
All right, on the Cambridge side, I cannot see that number yet. It does look like locals, though, over on the buoy line, moving very nicely in red. Could it be bow 15?
15 would be Carnegie Lake, so maybe it's a little orangey.
No. How do you feel about 13?
13 is CRI.
That would be them. So they're over on the buoy line, moving very nicely.
Local favorites. They'll know this course very well.
They've just come through bow 12 on the Cambridge side.
Which would be Thames Rowing Club from London. Many of the Thames Masters women have rowed at an elite level in the past.
You know, it's hard to drive in Boston when you're not used to it. It truly is.
There's
on and off the water.
There's a term for the local drivers that I'm not going to put on the public airways.
And bow number 11 is over on the buoy line.
So that would be New Orleans Rowing Club. This is their first ever 8s entry at the head of the Charles. CRI continuing to lead as they go through the bridge. Thames recovering from quite a wide turn there through Weeks. But they've made up a lot of time, and they've made up into a better line.
I maintain that Boston drivers are not bad drivers. I mean, with all the colleges and universities, I think there's 32 of them inside the city of Boston alone. We just collect bad drivers from all over the world.
I think it's the actual road design that doesn't give you a chance. It just goes from 3 lanes to 4 lanes to 2 lanes with no warning
Again, home course advantage.
Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest.
Bow number 15's in front of the boathouse now with orange blades.
Carnegie Lake from Princeton, New Jersey. Masters Rowing Club rowing out of the old Princeton Boat Club.
And bow number 14 is closer to the Boston side.
That would be Avalon Rowing Club. And I think that's all here in this particular event.
All right, Ann, looks like we're going to have the men's club fours up next. 2023 was a year for breaking records. Dartmouth at bout number 1 broke a decade-long record in this event and has returned to reclaim bout number 1. We have a deep field of competitors joining us this weekend in the men's club 4 event. Purdue is number 2, BU number 3, New York Athletic Club at number 4, and LaSalle at number 5 have all returned to claim their awarded bout numbers after an excellent performance in 2023. From deep in the pack, watch out for bow number 30, boasting a heap of accomplished rowers. PNRA Mercer likely outperform their bow placement. In addition to the slew of American crews, we also are joined this weekend by Henley Island from Canada.
That's a very bold prediction we've given there for bow number 2 to outrow bow number 1.
I'm nothing if not bold.
If you're leading off the top of the club event, you have produced some very strong club rowers. Club events are one of those you need to qualify into. You can't have... there's no Olympians in this event. You can't have placed too highly at certain other competitive events. If you're coming off the top half here, your club was the top half last year, but you're no longer eligible for this event.
Right, so now all the rowers have been replaced, so there really can be a lot of mixing up in this race.
Keeps it exciting.
Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, who manages the parkland that today's race takes place in. The head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR. I used to work for them.
I remember those days.
And thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company, the official logistics partner of the head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is the force behind Regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more.
And I used to work for them.
You want some water?
Fluids.
You want fluid?
Water is good. Soda is good. Whatever. Fluids.
Rain.
Rain works.
Getting thirsty on the mic.
There you go. Yeah, always. Kate. Yeah, Kate.
We've got some boats coming in.
I have to admit, I absolutely love the club events because they're so unpredictable.
Yeah, you have no idea what you're going to get.
So I can't quite spot the number yet due to angle, but it looks from the blades like returning record holders Dartmouth are back with quite a substantial lead.
Well, I can see that is bound number 1, and holy cow, have they opened up a lead.
I mean, we've talked before about the advantage of going off first. Nothing in front of you, but the ability to set a record if you want. Nothing in your way, and it looks like they're taking full advantage of that. Dartmouth, of course, a very strong NCAA program, often hampered by the frozen conditions.
Look at them. They're springy. They're rating a little bit higher, but they look incredibly comfortable. They're so smooth. Take a look at their bow ball as it moves through the water. There's not a lot of jerking in that boat. They're just putting on a show of fine rowing here.
It's wonderful stuff, and they've opened up quite a gap. And again, because this is Club 4s, I can see some Tom Bohr still coaching.
Bow number 4 looks like New York Athletic Club.
You would be correct. That's NYAC. And NYAC really appears to be putting the moves onto BU. The indication's been given. They've got their point. BU's moving over as they go through the bridge.
Bow number 5, white boat, white shirts.
LaSalle. This is the LaSalle JV for coming off the most successful spring season in their recent history.
Bow number 7, wearing stripes.
Stripes make you go faster.
Local favorites, Riverside Boat Club.
Go Stripes, go!
Now we've lost a bow marker. I believe that is bow number 6 without the bow marker.
They always say you can tell a Harvard man. I think that's what they're relying on here.
Now bow number 8 has moved nicely. They're in the black boat in the middle of the river right now.
So they're also New York AC. They're their second boat here in this event.
Nothing motivates a second boat like a first boat in front of them.
Nothing motivates a second boat like a first boat in front of them. There's a reason they call it first boat syndrome.
Bow number 10 is in the white boat with the dark unisuits.
Lincoln Park Boat Club, a small and kind of scrappy club out of Chicago, Illinois, really going on to great things of late.
They are scrappy. They've got some real scrappy scullers, too. Bow number 9, I see more stripe. Stripe make you go. That is Riverside Club.
Well, they're down the scrappy ones from Lincoln Park who appear to have passed them. That will not sit well with a single Riverside rower I know.
Now we've got some more favorites here.
That would be
bow number 11. Yes.
West Point, military heavily representing. West Point opening up with quite a gap over the next boat in succession.
Now bow 12 is all by themselves in the middle of the river. They're making the most of this course.
UMass Amherst. UMass Amherst rowing very, very well. Nice and long and strong through the water. Nobody too close in front to chase, but nobody close behind.
Speaking of local favorites, that looks like bow number 13.
That would be CRI's Comp Men's 4. Also, nobody too close in front or too far behind because the boat's chasing behind. Looked a little scrappy under Weeks Bridge there, evening themselves out.
Community driving a very nice line into Anderson here. This is well done, Community. Now that's bow number 15 in the orange.
Virginia Rowing Association from Charlottesville. Who we got on the Cambridge side there, Kate?
Well, on the Cambridge side in the darker blue is bow number 16.
That would be Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut.
And bow number 14 is in the white boat in the lighter blue.
That is the Austin Rowing Club Masters Racing Team. Davis, California. Very young boat, very young, only ranging between 19 and 21.
And the white boat wearing blue and black, that is bow number 19.
That would be University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill men's crew.
3 more boats coming here. Leading that pack, bow number 22.
Bow number 22 is Vesper Boat Club from Boathouse Row there in Philadelphia. They're in very scientific way of approaching the angles for the bridge.
Bow number 20 purple with crosses in their oars.
Thomas from St. Paul, Minnesota.
And bow number 21 in the yellow boat.
So bow number 21, University of Rochester men's rowing, attempting to make a move on an overtake, but being held off still by bow number 20 from St. Thomas. They're all trying to get positioned as they go under the bridge, but we all know it's not just going under the bridge, it's your position when you come out.
And Ann, you can see how dicey it gets for these crews headed down to the start line as well. I mean, it doesn't take long for 8s to fill up the river.
Nope, they're slowing down pretty good there on the other side. We've got some boats stopped, which generally the volunteers try to avoid.
White boat in front of the boathouse now is about 23.
That would be Southern California, USC.
And in orange, bow 25.
Bow 25 is CPWRC from Wallingford, Pennsylvania. They're being chased pretty closely by
24.
Bow number 24 from Los Angeles. Arf, arf, go Sea Lions. But so far, everybody progressing very nicely at the moment.
Bow 26 is over on buoy line in blue.
That would be Connecticut College Rowing from New London, Connecticut.
And we've got a couple of more boats through the bridge, but 3 approaching it at the same time.
Ooh. If you're standing on Elliott Bridge, on Weeks Footbridge right now, you've got a heck of a view up from up there.
Ooh. Oh.
Breathe in, everybody.
They made it. They may have scraped their oars on the bridge a little bit. Oh. Yep. Okay, right in front of us right now. Bow number 28 in red.
Potomac. Potomac with the stars.
Nice job, Potomac.
So Potomac's managed to stay ahead out of all the scraping. Let's see what the tussle is that's emerged from under Weeks Footbridge.
Well, bow 31 is leading that pack with the yellow triangles on the green oars.
So that would be Clarkson from Potsdam, New York, trying again for that elusive guaranteed spot. And then still side by side, we have...
Well, bow number 30 is closest to the buoy line.
So closest to the buoy line would be PNRA Mercer.
But pressing them hard with the red oars is 29, trying not to let them go.
So that would be RPI. So and RPI trying not to let PNRA Mercer get their pass too hard, but Mercer's declared their line and they are taking it.
Bow number 27 is in the white boat with the black units.
The bow number 27 is an interesting program called Rowing in Color. So these are all men of color rowing for the next generation, setting an example.
Following them, bow number 32 with the red stripes on the sides of their unisuits.
They are North Carolina State University rowers, and they are here to prove themselves. So they are all still students.
33 is wearing white tops.
Lincoln Park, more scrappy Lincoln Park.
Black boat with the green deck. Bow number 35.
Bow number 35 is Alabama. They've had quite a few, the program's had quite a few boats medal at various big regattas, but of course, if these particular athletes won't have been able to. Bow number 34 is HBS crew, Harvard Business School, taking time off from their studies to have a trip down the Charles here.
Bow number 37 is closer to the Boston side of the river in the black boat.
Bow number 37 is the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy.
Green and white blades. Bow number 38.
That would be North Adams from Falls Church, D.C. They're alumni. They're alumni of Williams, Dartmouth, and Potomac. Oh, and we've got another cluster of about 4 here.
Yep, they very cleanly made it through the bridge. Sorted themselves out nicely.
As you say, that communication between coxswains, especially coming through these bridges and around these curves, is so key.
Bow number 40 is leading this pack with the red blades.
So bow number 40 is a brand new Canadian club called Henley Island from St. Catharines, Ontario. The club may be new, but the rowers themselves have plenty of experience, and they've got wins at head of the Schuylkill, but at the moment they are increasing their lead over UC Davis. And
so that was bow 39 in the black boat and bow 36 in the white boat,
which is St. Lawrence.
And then the boat at the back of that pack is 41,
which would be Minneapolis Rowing Club. So we've got one more to go, and they're coming through the bridge they're coming through Weeks Bridge right now. And I'm presuming this is Great Bay Rowing from Dover, New Hampshire. So the first boats in this particular race have actually started to cross the finish line. At the moment, it's Dartmouth Rowing Club, who had established that very strong lead when they came through here. For the moment, they have kept that and crossed the finish line in first. Second place, Go Stripes Go! It's Riverside Boat Club. And Scrappy Lincoln Park in third. That said, boats yet to finish. Penalties yet to be assessed. Anything could happen. This order is almost guaranteed to change.
So, Ann, this is bow number 42 in the red shirts coming in front of the boathouse now.
So once again, that's Great Bay from Dover, New Hampshire.
Nice job, Great Bay.
Is that our last race? I think so. I think that's our shift change.
Is this our last race, or is this our last race?
Tired yet? How you doing? I'm Dave.
How are you? Yeah, no, I remember you.
Yes. Kate and Ann, this is my wife Leah. She's sitting over here patiently taking in the sun. I don't know, Alden will be here pretty soon, I suspect. Sounds great. You're doing a wonderful job up here.
Thank you.
I love this stretch because you get to see so much more of the race. If you're up at CBC or any other places, you just get a little tiny bit.
That's where all the action is.
Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
Weeks is crazy.
So we can't see them yet, but they are on the water. The Women's Club 4s racing for the Marcia Hooper Trophy. Record-setting winner of last year's Women's Club 4 not returning. So Penn moved from their third plate finish to claim bow number 1 with the hopes of bringing home a victory to the city of brotherly love. It's not going to be easy for Penn, as there are 50 competitors from this event joining us from high-performance rowing clubs all across the nation, as well as a strong crew from the Netherlands, bow 29, and 2 from Great Britain in bow 30 and 38.
Yeah, women's club 4 was our last race.
My shorts,
Yep.
Yeah, it's warm. I figured it's
Savor the moments at head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema tasting room for finest experience. Tasting and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit La Crema, the official wine of the head of the Charles, at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent.
We'd also like to thank you to Meet Boston for the continued support of the head of the Charles Regatta. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck.
With the record-setting winner of last year's Women's Club 4 not returning for 2023, that was Duke, Penn has moved from their third-place finish to claim bow number 1 in hopes of bringing home a victory to the city of brotherly love. It will not be easy for Penn, however, as there are 50 competitors in the event, joining us from high-performance rowing clubs all across the nation, as well as strong crews from the Netherlands and Great Britain. I'm glad you're here, Ann.
Well, here they come through the bridge, Kate, so let's see who's coming through. University of Pennsylvania starting in bow number 1. We'd normally expect to see them coming through. Interesting year for Penn. They've changed head coaches in about August, I think it was, so adapting to the new regime. Who have we got first through? Kate, is it Penn?
Looks like bow number 2 to me.
Bow number 2 would be Columbia University.
And they're being followed by bow number 1.
Which would be Penn. So there we go. That's a change for the books. Columbia University Force having a very strong season.
You know, strategy is everything in this race, and if you can pass the boat in front of you on the powerhouse stretch, you got so much momentum going through the rest of the court. So it was very, very smart of Columbia to get that done.
Columbia's been powering through very well. Columbia stroking very long through the water, looking to move. And I would say it looked like they're increasing their lead as they go into Anderson. What do you think, Kate?
Yep, they're opening up that lead and pressing that other crew back, putting them right under their foot stretchers and just pushing them back. Bow number 3 is approaching the boathouse now, wearing green.
That would be Dartmouth. Dartmouth were 5th place last year. Starting in bow number 3 here. And again, looking very strong as they come through. Relatively even paced.
However, that's bow number 5 in red, looking fantastic.
Boston University. Boston University also not quite as new as Penn, but relatively new coaching there. Assistant coach Malcolm moved up to head coach last year. And they've been going from strength to strength all year long. Raced this year at both Henley Women's and Henley Royal. Did very well.
T's on their blade in front of the boathouse now is bow number 4.
MIT, local legends, scientific precision, always going through.
Crosses on their blades over on the buoy line, bow number 6.
Must be Boston College. And it is! Go Eagles! Relatively young crew there, some freshmen in it.
And the blue-tipped oars
from Fairfield, Connecticut. They had their highest finish last year and are looking to keep climbing the ladder, and at the moment are looking very strong as well.
Red and white blades is bow number 10.
Bow number 10, Northeastern University. They're rowing for home. Their boathouse is just after the finish line, so all they got to do is get across the line and they can relax.
And we've got a few duels coming up the river now, one above Weeks and one heading into Weeks.
Oh, looking very strong. Who've we got?
Wearing pink is bow number 11.
University of Connecticut. Who's on the Cambridge side? They're making they're executing a power move at the moment.
Bow number 12 on the Boston side in the blue.
So on the Boston side, we have Bear Island Athletic Club. And they're an older group. They're between 26 and 30.
And bow number 13 in the white boat with the maroon jerseys.
So that would be Vesper. So these are women working in STEM. Vesper look like they're going to try and push to divide and conquer between University of Connecticut and Bear Island just after the bridge. Everybody getting in position, but speaking of position, we've got them almost 3 across here.
14's in the middle at the lead of this pack.
That would be Pocock. Pocock
15 is on the buoy line.
So Pocock currently in the middle of what could be a squeeze play as we approach the bridge. And you've got Austin, Texas out there on the Boston side by the buoy line. And Austin are currently, they've given their indication. You can see the Cox's head turning and the mouth moving. They are moving to pass.
But 16
Pocock
is coming in on this side.
And that would be Sacred Heart University.
And all 3 are going to go into Anderson Bridge together. And they're followed by bow number 17.
It's feeling very gladiatorial. 3 going to go in. How many are going to come out? Bow number 17, Lincoln Park is scrappy, but Lincoln Park's going to want to stay clear of that cluster of boats under the bridge.
Notice that coxswain, she's hopping up, she's yelling at other. Ooh, they're definitely having a dust up under there. They didn't quite make it out clean.
Yeehaw! It's looking good under there, Texas.
Bow number 18 wearing green.
Stetson from DeLand, Florida.
Bow number 19 in the dark and white unisuits.
That would be Holy Cross. Stetson at least will be used to this sort of autumn weather.
Bow number 21 in the white boat, middle of the river.
Purdue. Again, Purdue, not somebody you automatically think of with Head of the Charles, but when they turn up here, they do well. They do very, very well. They were 4th last year. And it was the first time they'd ever entered the Head of the Charles.
Wow.
Yeah. Purdue.
Bow number 20 over by the buoy line in the black boat.
Lake Merritt. This is only their 3rd time here.
Bow number 22 in the red boat.
CRI.
Local favorite CRI.
That's the CRI Comp Women 4, coached by Jasmine Howard.
Bow number 23 is in the red boat with red unisuits.
That'd be Flower City from Rochester, New York.
And bow number 24 is in the white boat with red unisuits.
So that would be Marist. Go Red Foxes. Following relatively close on from Marist. Nope. Apologies. Marist following close on to Potomac. Marist moving over here to the Cambridge side to get that line through the bridge.
Apologies if I screwed that up.
So in the white boat approaching the boathouse now is bow number 26.
That would be Monmouth University from West Long Branch, New Jersey, only in its 3rd year as a university program.
25 is over on the buoy line.
Potomac, Potomac, Potomac. Potomac has a very deep program there in DC, and this is one of, I think, 2 entries here in this club event.
Bow number 28 with the green blades.
Loyola, Maryland, out of Baltimore. But Loyola is absolutely closing here on Monmouth. Monmouth's going to have to watch out with Loyola closing and with a whole lot of overlap. Loyola's going to have that line.
Bow number 29 in the white boat with the blue stripe on the jersey.
So that team is Willem Drey from Amsterdam. According to the thing, it's from Amsterdam, New Hampshire. I'm here to tell you, no, it's not.
Bow number 30 in the black boat.
That would be from Vesta Boat Club from London. So it's a European tussle here. Willem Drey currently holding off Vesta Boat Club.
And the black boat just in front of the docks now is bow 31.
Those would be the Carolina Masters.
Bow number 32 is closer to the buoy line in the black boat.
That would be New York Athletic Club. We've got quite a gap here in between these crews at the moment. So, at the moment, nobody has... Oh, nope. So the first crews have started to cross the finish line in the Women's Club 4s here. But it's shuffling all the time. So at the moment, it's Columbia University in the lead, Boston University in second, and Penn, and then Dartmouth. But I'm literally watching it. I'm watching it shift on the app as I look at it. So all to play for here. All to play for.
Bow 30. Bow number 36 in the black boat with the chevron stripes.
These would be the cadets of West Point.
Bow number 33, white boat wearing green.
So bow number 33 is again a fascinating boat from Rowing in Color. This is the first ever all Native American boat at the head of the Charles.
Awesome. Bow 35 in blue and white stripes.
What do stripes make you do, Kate?
Make you go faster.
Go Riverside, go Stripes, go.
Bow number 38 in the white hull.
It's all going to be fun under the bridge because we've got Mortlake from London pushing Go Stripes Go, pushing Rowing in Color. They're all going to go under the bridge. I think they're all going to try and come out at the same time.
And bow 34 is following them in.
Bow 34, Harlem River, Community Rowing, only Masters organization in New York City. Oh, and there's stop under the bridge.
Exchanging pleasantries, pushing their boats apart.
I think those are Boston-style pleasantries under there, Kate.
That would be my guess. With the yellow blades, that's bow 39.
That's what bow 39 is going to find under there. It's Iona University. They are a rebuilding team, formerly a lightweight sculling program. Into the abyss, Iona, into the abyss. Thankfully, there's a very healthy gap to let them all sort themselves out up there.
Bow number 37 looks like Giants.
Gentle Giants, Kate. Gentle Giants. Out of Somerville under head coach Rich Whalen, who happens to be the senior co-chair here at Head of the Charles. Rich is a busy, busy guy, and we're all very thankful to his wife.
Wearing blue in a blue boat, bow 43.
Bow 43 is Crichton Women from Omaha, Nebraska. Did I hear a thunk from under the bridge?
It might have been a thunk on the bridge, I'm not sure.
Here's hoping it's on and not under.
Bow 41 in black boat, red blades.
Bow 41 is the rowing club at NC State.
Bow 40, black boat, white jerseys.
Narragansett. Oh, we've got, they're absolutely level here.
42 is on the Cambridge side in blue.
That would be Riverfront Recapture.
46 moving through them on the Boston side.
46 is Colgate, and Colgate is taking that slight lead. Riverfront Recapture not letting them go, but they've had to let Colgate take the line they wanted. Riverfront recapture stand. They are absolutely level as they go into the bridge. Colgate making a move towards Cambridge. It's pretty sharp. They've moved Riverfront recapture over to the buoy, over to the abutment.
48 with K's on their blades.
Kansas. K for Kansas. Very young, oldest person. Well, there's one 21-year-old and a couple of 19-year-olds in that boat.
Because I've done EBE so many years, and it's like, who are they? Another guy. CBC as well.
We're heading towards the end of the event here, Kate, but again, it's all a bit of a shuffled cluster sort of thing. Because club events, anything can happen. I think more so than almost any other event in this race.
Bow 44 has blue, white, blue oars.
Conn College from New London, Connecticut.
We can switch off at some point, but
They've got good gaps in front and behind them. So they can just take their course and do what they will.
yeah, I totally agree.
Bow 50 with the sort of chevron stripe blades, black and white.
Saratoga. So this is a weird mix. Well,
apologies, they're blue and white.
It's an unusual mix. Weird is as weird does. It's an unusual mix of the Orion Elite team and Saratoga High School alumni who've recently sort of stepped back from high performance training and decided to come back and do it again.
Bow 49 in the yellow boat.
That would be Merrimack College from here in North Andover.
47 in the black boat.
That's Great Bay Community Rowing from New Hampshire. And who do we have bringing up the rear on the outside?
45.
45 is Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute from Watervliet, New York. And I think that's all she wrote.
Well rowed, Rensselaer.
And I think that's all we wrote, Kate.
I think so too. I think this is it for us.
Always fun to hang out with you.
Do we have replacements here?
Yep.
Excellent. We are going to hand this over. Alden and Dave are going to take you through the next segment of the race. Enjoy, everyone.
Yours. Thank you.
Where are our sponsor sheets? Is that them? Thank you. Have a good rest of the week.
Is this someone's charger?
Oh, that's mine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, these races are coming up fast this year.
Towel? Does anyone know who owns the towel?
No, they were here before because the chairs were red in the morning. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
Is it the champ double?
You use the polling chair if it's more comfortable.
I think it is.
Not on the arm because I couldn't see it.
No, but even with me, this one's low enough that it's like, I was like trying to find, like, trying to see the boat, speak into the microphone, and not stare right at the railing.
I hear what you're saying. I probably need to stand up.
It's a long shift to stand up.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the third shift of your announcing team here at Weld Boathouse. My name is Alden Zecca. I competed earlier today as a coxswain for Team Adager, and I'm a member at Cambridge Boat Club. And joining me as a fellow announcer will be Dave Vogel, who is just getting in position now. I'll let him self-introduce in a moment.
Thanks. Thanks, Alden. We'll have this station for the rest of the afternoon. I'm, as Alden has told you, I'm Dave Vogel. My affiliations are numerous, given all the different clubs I've worked with and tried to help out over about a 60-year career, but mainly Yale University and also New Haven Rowing Club. We'll certainly see a number of Yale boats later on in the day, so I'll try not to be biased toward them for sure. I think we probably ought to start off by acknowledging a number of our sponsors.
That sounds like a great idea, Dave. So tell us about some of our sponsors this afternoon.
Well, we've got 776 BC. Take your performance to the next level at 776 BC, the official rowing apparel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the 776 pop-up to shop the limited edition collection honoring this year's regatta, featuring unisuits, long-sleeve performance base layers, and summer hoodies, vests, bags, and accessories. Don't miss regatta exclusive offers, competitors, and the chance to connect with U.S. rowing team athletes or co-founder Cam to find out how to get your crew racing in world-leading kit customized for your teams. See you there.
We also want to thank all of our volunteers, the thousands of volunteers that participate here at the Head of the Charles to make this such a great regatta. Please, if you're out there and you happen to see a volunteer, many of them are wearing the official Vineyard vests that were given to the volunteers. Please do thank them for their service today to help this make it such a tremendous regatta.
The Head of the Charles Regatta is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 5,000 youth, middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public schools. All this happens through CRI's Let's Row program. To learn more, visit communityrowing.org. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Forgot your water bottle or hat? Check out Concept 2's new apparel offerings at their booth.
And here from Weld, we can see everything from the Weeks footbridge on the downstream side up to the Anderson Bridge here on the upstream side. So we've got a pretty good view of this stretch of the river. We're hoping that those of you in person here on the shore can hear us, and those of you on the bridges might be able to hear us. And of course, for those of you viewing online through the live stream, you'll get our position as well as several other positions up and down the river at various times.
Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, that's DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and hard-working staff. Thank you, DCR. You know, Moving Company, we'd like to thank our partner, the official logistics partner of the Head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Alden, what were the conditions like when you were racing today?
Yeah, I raced this morning, Dave. They were really very, very nice conditions. Almost no wind, really flat water. Temperature when we raced was about 50 degrees, so it was early in the morning, and it was still clear and sunny. So really tremendous conditions today for the regatta, both for spectators and for racers.
Well, we have had some good times today. I don't know if we've had any records yet, but it's pretty neutral conditions. Unlikely the kinds of conditions that will produce the records that we saw last year with that bit of a tailwind. And I see coming under Weeks Bridge the first competitor in our Club 8. This is the men's Club 8s.
And not surprisingly, Dave, that's bow number 1. That's bow number 1 coming under the bridge there. Now entering the straightaway right in front of us. And that is...
that's Brown University, yeah. They won last year. They look like they have a healthy lead on bow number 2, Dartmouth.
That's right. Dartmouth is number 2 there. So many of you may have heard that this is a club event, but universities are allowed to participate in the club event. Universities and colleges are allowed to participate. However, none of the athletes in the boat can have won a medal at Worlds or at a national championship.
Well, after setting the course record last year, the boys from Brown are looking to keep that number 1 bow seat and his position, and they're right in front of us here at Weld Boathouse, heading toward Anderson Bridge. they still have a good lead over bow 2, and they appear to have opened up on the rest of the pack.
That's right, and bow number 3 there, that's BU there in the white and red blades with the white shirts coming at us now. Bow number 3, that's Boston University. Behind them is, let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it's bow number 4 from Riverside upriver here, and yes it is, in the white and blue striped uniforms with the white and blue striped blades. That's Riverside from here on the Charles River.
And we're going to be looking for Harvard University, whose 2022 record was just beaten last year by Brown. They'll surely be trying to recapture that record. They are the home course.
And in the pink and white uniforms with the red, black, and white blades, that's Northeastern. Northeastern there, bow number 6.
Northeastern, another hometown
bow number 5.
favorite here.
Sorry, bow number 5 is Northeastern.
Yeah, they certainly look very sharp. Their catch is going in cleanly. They're having a good run at Anderson Bridge. All of these crews have really negotiated Weeks Footbridge, which is the sharpest turn on the course. And they are really on line. They seem to have opened up as well. So Northeastern having a good run.
And next coming over to here, probably 100 meters away still, that's bow number 6. That's Brown's B-boat. That's Brown's B-boat, bow number 6.
Well, Brown, of course, they were the Eastern Sprints champions last year, winning the Ivy League title in a remarkable varsity race. So we know that they have a lot of depth and a lot of people. They rode a really strong regatta last week at the head of the Housatonic, and they're back here trying to challenge for the Club 8.
And so now you see boats 7 and 8, BU men, B on the Cambridge side, and the Harvard A entry on the Boston side. Overlapping here, Harvard number 8 and BU number 7, and right behind them there, that's the next crew.
And here they are in the Club 8 event. There's no age restriction on this, so you could have anybody in these as long as they've qualified for the Club 8 entry.
And next up is another Riverside boat. This is Riverside's B boat, boat number 11. They're coming up to Weld now. And trailing them is very closely is boat 13, Northeastern, 13, right after that Riverside boat.
Yeah, home course advantage to Northeastern, and they're really taking advantage of it today. Both of their boats in this race have looked really sharp.
And then boat 12 from MIT, there, coming up right in front of Weld right now in that red hull. That's MIT.
The red boat with the engineers from MIT.
And then it's Georgetown's Hoyas after them.
Yeah, go Hoyas. They are really putting it in with the blue and gray blades and the blue unisuits.
And then trailing them and coming up next, that's boat 15 from Tufts. Boat 15 from Tufts in the light blue jerseys. That's the Jumbos.
Tufts, one of the strongest programs in Division III, showing us why they look very good on this course. Although it's not their home course, they are just up a bit north.
Yep, on the Mystic. And then it's Potomac there in the red jerseys, the red blades with the white stars. That's Potomac out of D.C.
A storied club here in the United States has produced some of the greatest Olympians for our country, and that is Potomac Boat Club with the white star, the red jerseys.
17 here crossing us, that's Holy Cross. 17 moving across the dock now is Holy Cross.
Holy Cross, another Massachusetts entry in the yellow boat. Really looking quite sharp. This is the Club 8 for men. A lot of action going on.
And then it's Colby from Maine. Colby coming toward us now. Colby from Maine.
Colby kind of caught in between. They're rowing their own race. They're sort of in no man's land right now with quite a separation, but in front of them as well as behind. But they should be able to get comfortable and at least not have any distractions with passing or any of the problems that sometimes happen during head racing.
That's right. And then next up is boat 19. It's from Coast Guard Academy. Boat 19 there, white jerseys, white blades with the blue and orange striping. And immediately behind them, it looks like that's boat 20. That looks like Potomac's B boat.
That is the red jerseys and white stars of Potomac behind them. That is Colby and Potomac, one right after the other.
Colby was under the bridge. This is actually Coast Guard. And
I'm sorry, that's Coast Guard. Out of New London, Connecticut, the Coast Guard Academy.
This event has 36 boats in it. And what we just saw go by there was Potomac, their second boat, their B boat. That was boat number 20, to give you a rough idea of where we are in this event.
It's about halfway through on, and it is still really pretty exciting. The eights go really fast, and it's not always an easy course for a coxswain. I know you know that.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. This is boat number 21, the MIT B boat. Oh, excuse me, the MIT A boat. It's the MIT A boat here. It's listed as boat number 21 here in the yellow Empacher with the T blades.
MIT with multiple entries in the Club 8. They're also in a yellow boat, rowing with the familiar white blades with the red T.
And right behind them, that looks like, I think it's number 24 from Trinity. Really having moved up a lot. Boat number 24 from Trinity there. So Trinity closing in on that MITA boat number 21, implying that they've passed 22 and 23 at some point.
Yeah, that's Trinity College Dublin in Ireland. You can be thrown off a little bit by seeing the stripes, because that's usually a sign of Riverside, a hometown course. But that is out of Ireland, the Trinity Dublin Rowers.
And now we have MIT Rowing Club, MIT's Rowing Club. This is not the university team. This is a club sport team at MIT, boat number 22. And then following them, it looks like 23. Is that? No, it's 25, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, that's
25.
Texas.
Yep, that's Austin. 25 is Austin.
Texas Masters Racing Team. Well, these guys would be a little bit of an older crew.
And then it's boat 27. Boat 27, Los Angeles, it says. I'm not familiar with that club. Dave, do you know anything about Los Angeles?
No, I don't, sad to say.
All right, well, it looks like they're having a pretty good race here, though. They're moving along pretty well. That's boat number 27, the Los Angeles team. And right behind them, or behind them, maybe not right behind them, it looks like that's boat number 26, I think, but my vision is here a little bit blocked by, I've got a railing right in front of me.
Yeah, that is 26.
All right, boat 26 there. Looks to me like almost a, let's see, boat 26 is Unity Boat Club. Unity Boat Club. I don't know much about them. They've got a white blade with a red symbol on it there. It's not a circle, it's some type of a symbol on it.
23 is after them in that bright chartreuse colored jersey.
Yeah, that's JL Rowing, and so JL is one of the clothing manufacturers for rowing gear, and so the day glow uniforms make sense for them.
Yeah, and then 20, is that 28?
Yeah, it is 28. That's the MRA alumni. 28 there, and that yellow boat there with the, looks to be dark blue uniforms. Boat 28.
Michigan Rowing, their alumni association. So we're getting into some of the Masters crews that are in this Club 8.
That's right. And then now we've got close to us here, it's boat 29,
32,
which is Georgia Tech, and on the far side is Washington. Washington there, 32 in the yellow boat, and it was 29 here was Georgia Tech.
So that's the freshman 8 out of all the way from Seattle, Washington, in the white jerseys. They have passed on the inside and are taking the Anderson Bridge very cleanly. They'll have the inside of that entire Elliott Bridge turn.
And now coming up toward us here in a yellow boat with dark jerseys here. That's number, looks like 31.
I think you're right.
And that says Shanghai Huamu. Shanghai Huamu. I don't know that club, but I assume they're from Shanghai, China, by the looks of it. That's boat number 34. That's the Columbia University boat. Boat number 34, Columbia University, rowing with those light blue and white blades.
Sometimes it's hard to get those numbers with the glare on the water.
That's right, and the rowers moving around a lot can't always see the numbers on their backs, let me tell you.
That's bow 35 approaching us.
Bow 35.
That would be Tufts. That was their second boat. Another sharp-looking row from the Jumbos. Pretty nice blade work. They seem to be navigating without trouble.
And that checkerboard pattern oars there, that's bow number 30. Bow number 30, which is the CURC Global Canal Rowing Club. So that's an organization based in China. I don't know a lot about them, but that's boat number 30 there. It's the Global Canal Rowing Club. Boat number 30 with the checkerboard oars there.
That's a master's crew?
Yeah. And again, I know they're based out of China, and they literally travel around the world rowing and spreading the gospel of rowing, if you will, to different cultures.
Following them is 31.
31 is the Shanghai Huamu boat that I misidentified earlier. They're in the red and white jerseys there. Shanghai Huamu.
And then 36 is approaching, closing in on bow number on the Shanghai group.
And 36 is a Harvard boat. 36 is a Harvard boat. I'm not sure which Harvard boat that is, but it is a Harvard boat. That Harvard team there in the yellow boat.
Got a lot of boats coming out of Newell Boathouse today, for sure.
And coming up now toward us here, I'm trying to get the bow number. A little obscured, though. Dave, do you see that bow number?
I'm looking, but it's hard. With the white jersey they've got on, the bow number kind of disappears in the sunlight.
Really blends in there, so apologize, folks. But I'm going to just take a stab in the dark, and this may be wrong. I'm going to guess that they might be 30. Let's see.
33.
33, there we go. Harvard Waves. Now, I'm not sure who the Harvard Waves are and the difference from Harvard. It looks like they may be affiliated with Harvard, but I'm not sure.
The Harvard Waves Rowing is the first Chinese rowing community to students, scholars, and friends of Harvard University.
Oh, there we go. So that explains it. Bow number 33 there, the Harvard Waves. And that completes the Men's Club 8 event. We've seen all the boats go by, which is always a good sign because it also means that everyone was able to safely get at least this far down the course. And it looks like the first boats have already crossed the finish line here. It looks as of right now, and of course this could change. Bow number 1, which was Brown, seems to have the fastest time right now at 14 minutes and 13 seconds. But again, that could well change.
Well, they sure look sharp. And it would not be surprising to see them win a second time in a row with a clean start like that.
So for those of you who may be using either the web page or the app, you can see the results in real time as they load, which is what we're getting our data from. So you could have the exact same data we have about finishing in exactly the same way just by looking online. So there is the Head of the Charles app, which would show it to you, and you can also find the website and do the links through that.
Our next race up is going to be the Women's Club 8. The course record there is also held by Brown University in 1609.9. This is the Nikolai Kermakov Memorial Trophy. Last year, the conditions were right for record-setting runs, but this is a record that stands here since 2014, which was another one of those fast years.
And it looks like the first boats are already approaching our position here.
Well, Yale is claiming bow number 1, and they are a very, very strong entry in this event. Look for them to try to distance themselves from the pack early. They have some advantage by being at the front of the pack. They've got a clear course to run on their own. Will they be able to hold off Dartmouth at number 2, Princeton at number 3 and Riverside number 4, who are starting right on their tail.
And that is Yale now approaching our position here. That's bow number 1 in this Women's Club 8s event. That's Yale.
And some of our international crews to look out for are the Netherlands, Triton boat number 31, Great Britain Vesta number 30, and from China we've got the Global Canal Rowing Club in bow 39. Yale looks to have a pretty big lead on the pack right now. They have done what they wanted to do. They've gotten out in front of bow number 2, and they're moving really well in front of Weld.
Right, so here's bow number 1, Yale, crossing the Weld dock now, with bow number 2, Dartmouth, coming up toward us.
That's a very sharp-looking club crew. As you can see, Alden, they've got some big puddles, and they've really opened up. Unless they had an unusually large margin at the start, I would guess that they may be in the lead.
I would think so, but looking at that gap, but don't know officially. And then behind them, it's bow number 3 is Princeton, behind the Dartmouth crew. So it's Yale, the first crew across us, then Dartmouth, and then Princeton. So far, they're staying in the order of start, although we believe that the gaps are changing between these crews, but they are in the order of start so far.
These are some of the top competitors perennially in this category. Very deep collegiate rowing programs. Dartmouth here, bow number 2, looking very sharp in the green uniform, and then the orange and black of Princeton, of course. Princeton being one of the real powerhouse crews in NCAA women's rowing.
And now we see that there has been a pass here. So bow number 5, Radcliffe's A boat coming up to us, having passed Riverside, who's now right behind them. Riverside in the blue and white, Radcliffe in the black.
Well, Radcliffe at the pass, that will give them some adrenaline. Their blade work looks sharp. They're in that yellow boat. And they have clear water in front of them, so as they try to pull away from Riverside, we're hearing a huge cheer from the Radcliffe Boathouse as they come through right in front of Weld. That's the Radcliffe Club 8, really looking good.
And then in order, the next 3 boats, UMass A boat, the MIT A boat, and San Diego. So 6, 7, 8 in order right now, UMass, MIT, San Diego, but MIT pressing on UMass right now. Looks like they're just starting to overlap there.
Yeah,
MIT
they're just
and that
catching
red boat.
up. So they're setting themselves up not for the inside of Anderson Bridge, but wisely for the inside of the Elliott turn. MIT has a good line coming into Anderson Bridge. We're going to see those 2 boats pretty much going through, overlapping at Anderson Bridge.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be a tight one for the next, I'm going to guess 1 or maybe even to finish line, but at least 1K is my guess. Whereas it looks like boat number 8 here, San Diego, has a clear line, no interference, and they've got their own course to go.
Yeah, they look pretty smooth.
Next up is boat number 9, quickly followed by boat number 10. Boat number 9 is St. Joseph's, and boat number 10 is Georgetown. Again, it looks like these 2 boats are overlapping here. St. Joseph's number 9, immediately followed by Georgetown number 10.
Yeah, we're far enough into the course that some of these closely packed crews, they are starting in the order that they finished last year for the most part. And so we're starting to see some of the crews that are challenging and want to make that pass. Georgetown also in a good place to overtake St. Joseph's on the inside of the Elliott Bridge turn.
And next up is number 11, Old Dominion. Old Dominion, this is the Old Dominion women here coming right up to the parallel to the dock now. That's boat number 11. And then there's Eastern Michigan in the green jerseys with a big E on their back, and they're being pressed, I would say, I guess that's the words I would use, by the next boat behind them, which is the BU women, boat number 13. So Eastern Michigan, boat number 12, being pressed by BU's women, boat number 13.
Yeah, BU is taking the inside of the Anderson Bridge turn, which means that their coxswain must feel that they've got enough speed to get in front by the time they get to the Elliott Bridge turn, which is a sharp turn to port, one that you probably do not want to be on the outside of.
Well, I was going to say, Dave, or it may be not having knowledge of the course. Sometimes that's the case as well, so it does depend.
Bow 14 comes next. That is Marist out of Poughkeepsie, right there on the Hudson River.
And then it's bow 15, that's Holy Cross. Bow 15 is Holy Cross there. So Holy Cross pushing up against Marist.
Marist rowing on the early home of the IRA regatta when it was years ago, and the boys in the boat raced on the Poughkeepsie for the IRA championships.
And in this red hull here with the white blade with a little color at the end, that's MIT's B boat. So they're not rowing with MIT blades, but that is MIT's B boat, number 16. Followed closely by number 17 with this Northeastern in that yellow boat with the pink, black, and white jerseys.
And behind them comes bow number 18, which is LaSalle out of Philadelphia. Their entire varsity from last year is returning, so we might see that this is an experienced varsity crew.
And then bow number 19, which my program says it's Tufts, but they're not wearing the standard jumbo uniform, so it could be a color change just for the event, or it could be something else. I'm not sure, but they are rowing with Tufts blades, so I assume that is the jumbos from Tufts. That's bow number 19 on the Boston side of the course a little bit. And trailing them here, trying to get a bow number on the next boat.
Looks like bow 20.
Oh, that would make sense. Bow 20 is Monmouth.
Oh, yeah, the stripes of Riverside.
20 is Monmouth.
I'm sorry.
That's
Monmouth,
right.
There we go.
Yeah, 21 is Riverside, and it looks like
that must be 21 then, because they do have, nope, 21 is coming up next. The stripes of Riverside is the next boat behind. So we've got 19, 20, and 21 still in order.
And then in 22, right behind them is BC, Boston College. Local town here. Those are crews there in order that they started 19, 20, 21, 22 in order. And it's interesting here that the program says Boston College's B boat is right behind their A boat, which it is. So this is Boston College A first, and then Boston College B right after them.
Well, they're having an intramural race right there. They're trying the A and B fighting it out to see who's going to get the best time over the head of the Charles.
Yeah, I bet that's interesting. Starting right next to your teammates there and trying to see who's going to end up with a faster time. I'll bet there's got to be some intra-boathouse rivalry going on there.
No question about it. They've got quite a bit of a gap to the next crews coming through.
And so to give you an idea, there are 42 boats this race, and we have seen the first 23 go by, so we're just over the halfway mark at this point. And next up is bow number 24. Bow number 24, that's the Rowing in Color team.
Now they are out of Florida. And Dania, Florida. These are people who love the sport. They come together with different cultures to show what they've got here at the head of the Charles.
And behind them, so that's boat number 24 is Rowing in Color. Behind them, I think that's Clemson, boat number 29 in the orange uniform.
In orange, so I think you're probably right.
And it looks like they've made up significant ground versus the field there, because they're now right behind bow number 24.
That's a lot of passing. And while passing is fun in this regatta, it's not necessarily the fastest. It doesn't give you the fastest path.
That's right. Often it does not. So, and up behind Clemson is Baltimore, bow 26. That's Baltimore with the yellow and black oars.
Well, Clemson clearly making their way up the pecking order for next year's regatta, doing a nice job as they're heading into Anderson Bridge. They now got open water on the crews behind them and moving forward.
Now we've got a couple boats across here on the Boston shore, far side from us. That's boat 27, which looks like the Coast Guard.
31 is in the middle.
And it looks like 30 on the near side. And 30 and 31 having a bit of a tuss-up there.
Yeah, 30 had to stop taking a couple of strokes.
So 30 is Vesta, and 31 is Triton. 30 is Vesta, and 31 is Triton. So Triton having passed Vesta there.
So we've got that Triton is from Utrecht,
Right. Triton is a rowing club in Utrecht, the Netherlands.
Absolutely. So we got some international competition, and they're kind of rubbing a little bit, as they say, rubbing's racing.
Yep, that's what they say. So, and then here's the JL crew, bow number 25 in the day glow uniform.
Yeah,
That's the
best
JL
dressed crews in the regatta right here. JL, look at that day glow, green, beautiful. You can see that on the water.
Then it's bow number 32, Fairfield, bow 32, Fairfield. There, coming across us, and then in the yellow boat, that's bow 33, that's Dartmouth's B boat. Dartmouth B boat in the green uniforms in the yellow boat.
That's their third varsity 8, and they were 5th place in the Ivy League championships last year. So they're back intact pretty much.
And then it's Northeastern's women, bow 34, in the pink, white, and black uniforms there. Northeastern women in bow 34.
That's a familiar statement, the uniform colors that we see frequently here at the head of the Charles.
And this is bow 28 coming at us now. That's Pride on Water. Pride on Water, it says, bow number 28. Do we have any notes on that club, Dave? I'm not familiar with them.
They're an LGBTQ team out of the Gentle Giant Rowing Club.
Oh, I see. Okay. Makes sense then that they would call themselves Pride on Water. Next up is 36. Next up is 36, UConn, University of Connecticut, in the all-pink uniforms there.
University of Connecticut out of Stores. Probably a little bit better known for basketball in Connecticut, but these women are doing a great job here representing at the head of the Charles.
And then it's 35. That's the Detroit Boat Club. Detroit Boat Club now probably about 100 meters away from the Weld dock as they approach the Weld dock. Detroit Boat Club, obviously out of Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit Boat Club, one of the oldest rowing clubs in America. Very strong tradition in rowing there.
And next behind them is MIT Rowing Club. That's boat number 37. MIT Rowing Club, or MIT RC, boat 37. And immediately behind them, it's another rowing in color boat. That's boat 38. So boat 37 followed by boat 38 now approaching our position here.
So we're getting a chance to see some diversity here on the river and on the Charles River for this year's head of the Charles. That rowing in color boat really showing some pretty sharp blade work. Good timing. They're pretty close on that MIT crew in front of them.
Yeah, looks like they could have a race on their hands there in terms of the timing. They're not overlapping yet, but unless that rowing in color crew started close on the heels of MIT, I'd say they've probably made up some distance.
Yeah, and when they get that close and you start having to row in the puddles of the crew in front of you, sometimes that causes you to have a little bit of trouble. Sometimes it slows you down. Sometimes it motivates you to go harder.
So coming up toward us now are boats 40 and 41. 41 on the Cambridge side, or closer to us, and boat 40 on the far side. 40 is Rowing Club at Harvard Griffin GSAS, and 41 is the Yale grad crew.
We're going to see a little bit of everything in these club events. You get a lot of the top college programs, you get some masters, you get some alumni, a little bit of everything.
So I'm curious, so the Yale grad crew aren't going to be which graduate school they might be out of at Yale, or is it a mix of the various grad schools there?
Well, it's just a mix. They don't have they don't have very large graduate schools. Some of these people probably haven't even rowed before this year.
Well, it looks like they're doing a pretty good job there. 41 passing 40 here as they approach the bridge, or catching up to them. Next up is boat number 42. That's Bryant University. Bryant University, boat number 42. We haven't seen 39 yet. Out of China. The next boat we anticipate, yes, that's what it is. It's boat 39, the CURC Global Canal Rowing Club. Again, that's the club out of China that tours the world trying to spread the benefits of rowing to various cultures. That's boat 39 coming up toward our position now with the white and black checkerboard oars.
There's only a few local folks in race 35. One is my son from Purdue, but he's from Dover, Mass, CRI. Then he rode at Purdue, and then he rows out of Riverside. If you're looking for some color there. Sure. Would you guys like to help me spot?
No, we're good right now, I think. Thank you, though.
What event is he in?
The next event?
We'd like to thank the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge, the official hotel of the head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT and Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown. That's the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge. We'd also like to acknowledge independent Swiss watch brand Oris as a proud Head of the Charles Regatta sponsor. Make sure you visit the Oris Airstream, located at Elliott Bridge display area, to discover all their mechanical watches. And right near us here at Weld, if you're on the Cambridge shore, you might have seen the Rainstorm Energy drink stand. Hey athletes and spectators, Rainstorm, the exclusive energy product sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta, invites you to experience their 2-story interactive trailer at the Weld exhibition. Grab an ice-cold Rainstorm in the house and take in some of the best views of the Charles. Or you can swing by the Rowing and Fitness Expo to recharge at Rainstorm's second location. Rainstorm has the clean energy, immunity support, and zero sugar to get you through the excitement of Regatta weekend and live life better. Thanks, Rainstorm. And some of you may have seen the U.S. Marine Corps tent. The Head of the Charles would like to salute the United States Marine Corps. More information about the Marines and to see how they build up our Navy leaders and try your hand at their pull-up challenge, please stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo. And of course, many of you will get the life approach. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their location next to the Elliott Bridge enclosure and check out their limited edition gear. That's Vineyard Vines. WBUR is the official media partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to stop at the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Thank you, WBUR, and be sure to tune in to 90.9, Boston's NPR news station. That's WBUR.
Well, right now we've got a few preliminary results, which if they hold up would be in fact course record in the women's championship club or women's club eights. Yale in first, 15:58. The course record being 16:09. So that was a pretty exceptional row for them. They had that number one start. They used it to great advantage. Radcliffe right behind them in 16:31. Princeton in third, MIT in fourth, and Dartmouth College rowing in fifth. Those are preliminary with the races still going on, but those are the that's to the early results, the leaders. If someone goes faster than that, they have a shot still if they're on the course.
Well, Dave, the next event is the men's championship double event. Maybe you can give us a little bit of an overview of the event, as I can see the first boat is starting to come toward us here.
Thanks, Alden. We'll do that. This is one of the top-performing events, an international competition with athletes here from Croatia, Italy, Belgium, Great Britain, Palestine, and across the United States. The famed bow number one, Martin Sinkovic, four-time Olympic medalist, 3 golds and a silver, and they're looking to improve upon their course record. That was a time they set in 2014, which was a really fast year. Looks like the Sinkovics are well out in front in this particular running of the head of the Charles Regatta.
It does look that way, Dave, but of course you never know what's in the back of the pack and who might be there behind them that they just aren't seeing. But Zinglick Brothers definitely moving well away from number 2 here.
And we've got the Americans, Jacob Pilal, and who raced in the single at the Paris Olympics, and Alexander Hedge, who was one of the alternates at the Paris Olympics.
That's right. That's bow number 2 coming toward us now.
Of course, the Sinkovics have really opened up. They're already at Anderson Bridge. Nobody else in the field has reached Weld Boathouse yet. At bow 3, we've got the inlands.
The boats, the teal-colored uniform.
Double pair. And Inca Chimento, who was also in the quad.
And in the red jerseys, kind of middle of the river there, that's bow number 4 in the red jerseys.
That's another Croatian crew, Anton and Patrick Lonkarek, and they actually knocked Santori to qualify to the Paris Olympics. So that's probably a grudge match race too.
And the next 3 boats in order are 5, 6, 7. 5 here in the yellow and green, and then 6 in the blue boat with the maroon jerseys, and then 7 with the blue jerseys.
5 are the Italians, 6 are Great Britain from Oxford Brooks, and 7 is from Penn AC, Cedar Cunningham, and Michael Herman.
So different teams here taking different approaches to their preferred line. Looks like no interference by anyone at this point that we can see, which is good, and everyone having a safe course.
Well, this Tex Sculling here, really smooth. Of course, you're not going to see much anything better than the Sinkovic, all gold medals to their credit, as well as a silver.
And so this is boat number 8, and followed by boat number 9 here. 8 and then 9.
Bow 8 is Next Level Rowing out of South Dartmouth, Massachusetts. Bow 9 is the Palestine Sailing. And bow seat Amel Yunus has represented Palestine in the lightweight single at the World Championships in 2022, 23, and 24.
Got it. Interesting. Interesting to see that combination there of bow number 9, the Palestine Rowing Foundation and or Federation and Riverside Boat Club. So the stroke there from Riverside, the bowman, the Palestinian.
Well, if the Sinkovics are looking to improve upon their record, there is some evidence that today is a fast day from that Women's Club 8, where we did see, at least unofficially, there's been a record time.
So next up here, Dave, this is bow 10, and then followed by 13.
Bow 10 is the Dartmouth Lightweights. That's Thomas Barrett and Wyatt Ellison. Their average age is 21 years old, so they're a young double representing Dartmouth College.
So the next 3 are 13, 15, 16 in that order. 13, 15, 16.
Well, 13 is the Purdue alumni, and that's Charlie Simak, whose hometown product he rode at CRI and then Purdue, and now they're racing they're racing for the Purdue alumni and out of Riverside Boat Club.
And then 15 next.
15 is the NU alumni, and they're racing in the championship double. That's Victor L. Colty and Stephen Sparks.
And then 16.
16 is also from Purdue, James Murr and Matthew Scubas.
And then 17 here.
17 is from Great Britain, so we've got another international crew, James Cracknell and Harry Atchison. Semi-finalists at the Henley Royal Regatta in the double scull. And they were the 2021, 22, and 23 South Coast Coastal Championship winners in the senior fours.
And just passing in front of us now, bow number 11 with these yellow blades. Bow number 11.
Bow number 11 is Texas Christian out of Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, makes sense to see. I see that it looks like Longhorns on the oar design.
Yeah, this is the TCU's first time at the head of the Charles Regatta. Welcome, Texas.
And then bow number 18 next. Bow number 18.
That's Concord crew out of Concord, New Hampshire. Travis Garside and Seth Lone. 2024 U.S. Rowing National Double Champions and the 2022 Under 17 Double Head of the Charles winners.
And then 19 and then 12 in that order. 19 right now across the dock.
19 is Lake Lanier Rowing Club out of Gainesville, Georgia, and 12 is U.S. Merchant Marine Academy from Kings Point, New York.
And then behind number 12 here, let me see. It looks like 14.
Bow 14 is Maryland Crew. That's Austin Schaefer and Anthony Van Reenen. Maryland Men's Crew, founded in 1999, is back at the head of the Charles for the first time since 2014, which was, in fact, a very fast year. A lot of records set in 2014. I think we've seen most of them. Maybe Bow 20 is the only one left.
There is a boat coming through the bridge, trying to get a number read on it, but it does look like 20, yes.
That would be Harlem River out of New York. That's Benjamin Gittleson and Max Ferrandino. They are Harlem River Community Rowing. They are the only masters rowing organization in New York City. And they have a mission of making rowing accessible to all New Yorkers. So this is their second fall season back in competition after a hiatus. Good to see that there's still some activity in New York City.
Yeah, that's great to see. Good.
Honored with the trophies in this women's championship double. And after securing the gold in this event in 2023 by almost a full minute, Adriana Borson and Sophia Lewis took some time off of training to go compete in the Worlds and Olympics. They've returned to claim their number one bow placement. Starting behind them, the British Olympic bronze medalist Matilda Hodgins Byrne and Rebecca Wild are starting bow 2. Through representing Casey and Mags Creeman look to add another accomplishment to their already very successful careers. Now number 4, multi-Olympians Jill Moffat and Jenny Kaysen join us from Canada. Starting at 5, Regatta joining us from Italy. So this is another international event, drawing competitors from around the world, the best of the best. We have some young competitors in this event as well, averaging just over 19 years of age, testing themselves against the best in the world, including the BU crew rowing at bow 8. We've got a Vineyard Vines crew rowing at bow 14, and at bow 21 we've got the MIT sculler. So a lot of local talent, some collegians, and a lot of internationals in this event. Should be a lot of fun.
And Dave, I can just start to make out the first boats in this women's championship doubles event approaching the Weeks footbridge.
Well, I appreciate your young eyes, Alden, because there's no way I could ever see that, even with these great binoculars.
Well, I can't read the number yet. I can just see that there are boats coming.
Chances are those are bows 1 and 2. We'll see as soon as they get a little bit closer. They've gone a little bit, I would say they've gone a little bit wide on Weeks Bridge. So
it is bows 1 and 2, but bow 2 has passed bow 1.
Okay. And that's a British crew representing Leander out of Leander and Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Yeah, so bow 2 there coming toward us first, and then it's bow. So bow 2 in front of bow 1 currently.
Well, they were the Olympic bronze medalists in the double, so no doubt they are a world-class double.
And trailing the two of them is bow 3, not surprisingly.
That is the Irish double. That is actually the Irish lightweight women's double. So we've got some heavies and some lights, open weight women and lightweight women competing over this distance.
Well, it'll always be a question of how these so-called blind boats, where there is no coxswain and so all of the athletes are looking opposite of the direction of travel, how they do on the big Elliott turn. So it's boat 3, then boat 4, then boat 6. So 3, 4, 6 here is the next order. 3, 4, 6.
Well, 3 is the Irish and 4 is from Canada, the Canadian Olympians. 6 is Leander, another British crew.
And behind them, it's the Italians in number 5 in the yellow and green uniforms.
So we've got quite a big international field. All of them right at the front of the regatta, and they are kind of leaving literally the rest of the field in their wake.
And then it's boat 7 behind the Italians. So the Italians, they're in the yellow and green. They're number 5. And then boat number 7.
Boat 7 are the Canadians, the RCA High Performance Group out of Victoria, British Columbia. They one of them was an Olympic spare to the women's 8. That was Cassidy Dean. And Shannon won the Princess Grace Cup in the women's quad at the Royal Henley Regatta this year.
And then next up with the red uniforms is boat number 8, followed by boat number 11.
Boat number 8 is the BU women. They are the 2024 IRA National Lightweight Double Champions. And Kyle Lowe and Caroline Burchett, who are really a fantastic double. They put on quite a show at the IRA last year.
And here's boat number 11 trying to chase them down.
Green Racing Project out of Craftsbury. Another crew looking to make a U.S. team.
And then boat number 10 there in the yellow boat. Boat number 10.
That's another DeWolf Union combination.
And on close to the Boston shore from us, at least, that's boat number 9. Boat number 9.
Another Riverside hometown home course advantage crew. That's Chloe Lewis and Meg Combs.
And then obviously a boat that's moved up is boat number 15. Boat number 15.
White Marsh Boat Club. That's Claire Friedlander and Aislinn O'Brien. They're right off of a summer of training and racing in the lightweight quad, where they won the Dutch National Championship and 4 Canadian Henley Golds, among other races. So these people have had a lot of success recently.
And now coming toward us is boat number 12. Boat number 12, pink uniforms, and they're rowing with CBC blades, Cambridge Boat Club blades, the light blue and white.
That is the Cambridge Boat Club double of Caitlin Trottier and Molly Pierce.
And then boat number 14 on the on the Boston side, boat number 14 in red uniforms. And it looks like they're almost parallel with the other boat. Let me get the other boat number. 13. So 13 and 14 almost side by side here. 14 is in the red.
Well, 13 is an unaffiliated double, and they are Vineyard Vines boat. They've got a ex-Brown University rower and an ex-Northeastern University rower, and they're right next to that second BU lightweight double. The BU lightweight rowing program showing their mettle here at the head of the Charles.
And then let's see here. Now we got another boat coming into view. That's 19 in green uniforms, boat 19.
Boat 19 is out of Peterborough, Canada. They've been rowing in the varsity for Trenton University, so another university group. They won the Dad Vale last year. Now they're trying to have some success here at the head of the Charles Regatta.
And coming toward us next is boat 18, followed by boat 20. 18 followed by 20.
Texas Rowing Center is boat 18, and boat 20 is Narragansett from Providence, Rhode Island.
So again, we're at the Weld Boathouse announcing station here, covering the stretch from Elliott, from the Weeks to the Anderson.
And we're picking these boats up as they come out of bridge, and they come along the straightaway in front of us, and you may not see them on the live stream until they get all the way to Anderson Bridge and are rowing away from us a little bit more. So sometimes you may hear us announcing what you don't see until a little.
In 1-6.
And bow 16 is Capital from Washington, D.C. A mixed boat of Capital unaffiliated.
That was good.
Sophie Wink and Sarah Beritage. Boat 17 from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. That probably will round out the women's championship doubles. Catherine Wahab and Tara Larudis, U.S. Merchant Marine.
So taking a quick look at some of the results from the men's championship double. Not surprisingly, the Stankovic brothers did end up winning that event unofficially. All results that we're reading here are unofficial. In a time of 15 minutes and 55 seconds. With second place going to, second place going in 16 minutes and 19 seconds to Gonzalez, I believe was the Italian.
These are beautiful racing conditions. Without being able to fail with, I don't think that it's the kind of course set up for record performance is nothing like what we had even last year or in 2014 when so many records were set.
I think that's right, Dave, that even though it's calm and relatively flat, without that tailwind to give you that push, it's just going to be a little bit slower.
Yeah, the rowers will always tell you that the biggest effect on them, other than their own ability, is the wind. And here at the head of the Charles, that's no different. So you will see, as you look through the records, as you scan your program, you'll notice that many of the records were set in the same year, or in a group of years where the conditions were fast for the entire regatta. Today's conditions are really wonderful for racing, but unlikely to produce records, particularly in the smaller boats, where any little bit of wind might affect the momentum.
That's right. It's a terrific weekend for spectating, a terrific weekend for hanging out, being on the shore, and enjoying the event as well, of course. But you're right, Dave, probably not a record-setting weekend at all.
And we're coming up with some men's, with some championship singles. We've got the men's championship single coming up, 37, followed by the men's lightweight championship, the men's lightweight singles. And if you look at that, Alden, the lightweight men's single record dates back to 1984.
Is that Paul Fuchs' record still?
That's Paul Fuchs still has the record 40 years later.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal row.
It was 30 years before anybody, lightweight or heavyweight, beat that record. That didn't happen until 2014. So here we are 40 years later. That record is likely to stand in these conditions. I don't think any lightweight will be going 17:24, but if they do, I'll take my hat off to them, because that was one of those generational records, kind of like the Bob Beeman long jump in 1968.
Exactly. Paul was just amazing that year. Incredible.
That performance has certainly always been world class. And we're going to see some real world-class men's championship singles. This is one of the premier big events of the head of the Charles, an international competition welcoming athletes from Ireland, Norway, Spain, Great Britain, New Zealand, South Africa, France, and all across the United States. The top half of this event stacked with Olympic athletes. Those who do not compete in Paris boast a wide range of national, international, and world championships. It's going to be a fast and competitive event. So after winning the bronze in Paris in the double, Phil Doyle, representing Ireland, starts at bow number 1. Chasing him, Jonas Jewell, a member of the Norwegian Olympic quad, starts at bow 2. Bow 3 is Paul O'Donovan of Skibbereen, one of Ireland's famed Olympians, and double Olympic gold medalist in the lightweight double, and his partner, Paul O'Donovan, will start in bow number, I'm not sure what his bow number will be, but we've also got Javier Garcia Ordonez of the Spanish national team, and one half of the men's pair that competed in Paris in bow 4.
All right, Dave, we've got the first 4 competitors coming at us here. Leading the pack here is bow number 2, and I say leading meaning the first toward us. It does not mean fastest in time necessarily. But bow number 2 in the red jersey there.
That's Jonas Jewell out of Norway.
And then on
2024 Olympian in the men's quad. 2019 under 23 world bronze medalist in the men's single.
Closest to us here on the Cambridge shore is bow number 1 with the pink cap.
Bow 1 is Philip Doyle from Ireland.
And then bow number 3 there in the center of the river there.
Also from Ireland, that's Paul O'Donovan.
Yep. And then bow number 4 in the green jersey. Bow number 4 in the green jersey.
Out of Spain, that's Javier Garcia Ordonez.
So my rough eyes, I would say that, well, clearly bow number 1's been passed here, but 2, 3, 4, there, it looks like a pretty good battle. They're all pretty tight on each other, so not sure who's catching who.
Well, they've certainly opened up a little bit of distance over bow 5.
It's actually bow 6 is the next, though. Bow 6 is the next.
And that's Elliot Putnam out of New York Athletic Club. He was the U.S. men's single champion at the 2023 World Rowing Championships. He was our rep.
And then bow 5, and then bow 7. 5 and then 7 are the next 2.
5 is from Ireland. That's Fintan McCarthy. He was a member of the gold medal lightweight double at the Olympic Games.
And behind number 7 is bow number 8, followed by bow number 10. So bow number 8, followed by 10.
So we've got bow 7 is Andrew LaRue out of Boston Rowing Federation. Bow 8, the Green Racing Project. That's Cooper Tuckerman.
And then bow 10 here coming at us in the red cap.
Sam Melvin from New York Athletic Club in bow 10.
Followed by bow number 9. Sorry, go ahead and bow number 10.
No, the Riverside, of course, the hometown favorite, Willem Drescher. A lot of lightweights in this event as well. We've had a couple of national team Olympic gold medalists in the lightweights, so we've got heavyweights and lightweights. Not unusual here at the head of the Charles.
Well, for the lightweight events here at the head of the Charles, they do have to weigh in, and many of these lightweights don't necessarily want to weigh in at this time of the year, this time of the season, but they'll opt to go for an open weight event. And that applies both men and women.
You and I can't blame them for that.
Not at all. Totally understand that. Who wants to get on the scale and have your body weight, and then potentially you don't qualify for your event because of your body weight? Coming up next, bout number 11 and 12, almost side by side. 11 about, I'd say a half length ahead of 12 right here. 12 in the red cap.
Well, Ashton Knight, representing Riverside, is bow 11, and Zachary Petronik out of Three Rivers in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is in bow 12.
Exactly, he's overlapping with bow 11, so probably catching up to him a bit.
Well, if you're passing somebody in this early pack, these are all elite scullers. They've earned their spot in the top 10 by virtue of their placing here last year, and to make a pass would represent a really significant effort.
So now we've got bow 15, quickly followed by 16 in the yellow boat, and then 15. So 14, 16, 15 in that order.
Well, 14 is Cameron Buchan from Great Britain. 16 is Ben Hamill from Waikato, New Zealand. Ben was formerly a lightweight single at the U23 World Championships. Last week he won the head of the Housatonic, really crushing the competition by about a minute. And Finn is an up-and-comer in the world of sculling. Look for him to have a pretty good finish here today.
And then it was 15 and then 13 now.
15 is from Ireland. That's Jake McCarthy. He's been, he's been rowing with that lightweight men's double that's been so successful all over the world.
And then 13 there in the white boat with the black cap.
And that's Long Beach's Nathan Damas, rowing out of Long Beach, raced in the single at the World University Championships in Holland this year.
And then boat 20.
20, that's a big pad. France, that's Cornelius Polisama. He raced at the 2024 World Cup at Poznan in the lightweight double. Once again, we're seeing a lot of lightweights and heavyweights mixed into this championship event at the head of the Charles.
And here's 19 in that kind of greenish teal boat with a maroon and black uniform. 19 followed immediately by 18.
19 is Luke Rains out of Upper Valley. He says here in his bio, oh, hey guys. And 18 is from Seattle. That's Maxwell.
And then,
yeah, well, he was, he's been in the rowing at Washington there, 2024 Pac-12 champion in men's varsity 8 strokes.
And then followed by 21 and then 22.
21 is Maritime Rowing Club's J.C. Sanzoni, and 22 is Craftsbury Green Racing Project, Caleb Nollenberger.
And a little bit of a gap here to the next few competitors.
We're running out of competitors. We only have 22 entries in this event, but they've all been extremely good.
Looks, yeah, a very competitive car.
You're watching, and it's like watching a clinic because we've seen some of the best scullers in the world going up the course.
Well, I apologize. I thought it was trailers in this event, but it's not. It's number 1 in the next event.
Oh, that would be the women. Oh, no, that would be the lightweight men's singles.
So here's bow number 1 in the red boat. Bow number 1.
This is one of the longest standing head of the Charles records. I'm sure it is the longest. Now in its 40th year. With these conditions, it's unlikely to be broken, but maybe these are the men to do it. Justin Schmidt is bow number 1. He placed 3rd last year, and he's rowing for White Marsh Boat.
Well, looks Justin have opened up a bit of gap on the field, but behind him is number 2.
And that's from Row House in Miami, Florida. That's Rodrigo Silva Urbaneja. He finished in the top 4 in the men's lightweight single and headed to Charles the previous year.
And then bow number 4, who's just passed bow number 3.
Another Riverside favorite. That's Christopher Crawley. 3rd in the lightweight single at 2024 senior trials. He's a long-time lightweight sculler at age 26.
And he just passed bow number 3.
Bow 3, that's from Seattle Scullers. That's Perry Olix. Finished 5th at the head of the Charles here in 2023.
4 followed by 3.
And now coming toward us, but it's still several hundred meters away, is bow number 5.
Bow number 5 is out of Providence, Rhode Island, and Narragansett. Elias Diabes, and it's a former 10th lightweight rower. He graduated in 2023 with a degree in bioengineering. That's one of the things you see in rowing also, is a lot of these, you don't see a lot of, programs are. You see engineers, pre-meds.
I'm not going to make a comment on that, Dave.
Well, you're an American Studies.
No, I was an engineer.
There you go.
I think whatever the answer you give on that comment is going to get
Starting on the Cambridge side, our side, it's 6.
That's going to be hard getting through the bridge, don't you think, Alden?
Oh, I think it's going to be a nightmare. It's 6, then 11, then 10, then 13, starting on Cambridge, going toward Boston. 4 of them across.
6 is Javier Viana. 11 is Tyler Gillette.
Then 10 and then 13.
10 is North Star Canadian Brishan Hagen Deschamps. And 13?
13, that's right.
That's Riverside again. That's Sean Richardson.
Well, it looks like a couple of the rowers are trying to step on the gas to try and make it to the bridge before anyone else. Next up here, let's see. This will be bow number 9. Bow number 9.
A couple of pairs, 2 abreast going through Anderson Bridge. That was a pretty good negotiation by those guys.
Whether intentional or not. Bow number 9 crossing us here.
Oh, bow number 9. That's got to just about be at the end of it. It's another Riverside boat. Stepan Suarez Barea. And he's going to buy dinner for the Road to Cape photographer if they get a good picture from the Elliott Bridge. Well, that looks like it's the end of our lightweight men's single event.
Well, I've got a boat coming towards us.
That could be. That could be. What's that?
12.
Out 12. That's the Canadian. One more. That's William Palani Bleeker from McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario. He's in his 4th year of biochemistry.
Maybe that's supporting your earlier comment.
It ain't out of history.
All right. You can write to Dave directly about those comments.
Yep. I'll give you my email address at the end of the.
Well, let's savor the moments of the Heather Charles La Crema Winery. That is La Crema tasting room for the finest wine experience, exclusive tasting, and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wine. Visit La Crema, the official wine of the Heather Charles, at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent.
Alden, right now, should be just about. Teal Cohen, who was in the quad, and at bow 5, another lightweight, Imogen Grant of Great Britain, who won gold in the women's lightweight double in Paris.
And I will say, Dave, I know that Michelle and Imogen and a number of the others are put together a grade 8 Charles Championship 8 event. I believe, but I could be wrong, that all 8 of the rowers in that are lightweight women.
International lightweight women's rowers. Going to show everybody what it's all about. I'm really looking forward to that race.
Yeah, I think that'll be a tremendous race tomorrow. Hey, in the meantime, let me thank Meet Boston for the continued support of the Heather Charles Regatta. Meet Boston's mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck. I actually just walked by them about a half an hour ago.
Yeah, Alden, and I want to add to your earlier comments about thanking the volunteers here at the Head of the Charles. This regatta runs on that energy that they provide and the help. It couldn't be done without the literally thousands of volunteers who come out on this now 3-day event, the world's largest regatta, and make it happen. Of course, we also probably should thank the rowing gods of weather, because this is the most beautiful Head of the Charles I've seen in a long, long time.
No question, Dave. This has got to be one of the most amazing weather weekends we've had in the several decades I've been doing this event. More than I might like to count, to be honest.
We will no doubt see that there will be at least 250,000 spectators watching this one, if not more. The banks are filled with people. The roads are shut down. It's a traffic nightmare if you're trying to drive around Boston or Cambridge. But it's such a perfect fall day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Concept 2 is the official ore and erg supply of the Heather Charles Regatta. Why don't you stop by booth in Falls to check out a new erg being released for the first time ever at this year's Heather Charles. So go check out the booth in Falls. So as you know, the Heather Charles is really led by those volunteers. There's 2,400 volunteers, not more here, but I think the count is around 2,450 for the number of volunteers. And all of them get these wonderful from vineyard vines. So get the good life. Their Vines is proud to be the official style of the 2024 Heather Charles Regatta. Stop by their location next to the Elliott Bridge enclosure and check out their limited edition gear. And they also had a contest going outside their booth yesterday to guess the number of whales in a clear translucent container, and you could win a prize from Vineyard Vines. And many of you may not know that the Heather Charles is also a big fundraiser for various charities. And so, we're proud to share that the West End House Boys and Girls Club is an official charity partner of the Heather Charles Regatta. Thanks to the incredible generosity of Elliott, $1,000. Sincerely, thank you for your contributions, including to West End House Boys and Girls Club.
Well, we've got Alden, the unofficial results here of that last race, the men's lightweight singles, do have White Marsh bow number 1 at 17 minutes and 50 seconds. So it looks like, unless something really strange happens, that Paul Fook's 40-year-long record is still on the books. That 17:24.8 that he rode in 1984, which was the fastest sculler ever at the Head of the Charles. Next 30 years and was broken in the heavyweight event, and it still stands as the fastest lightweight man to ever go over the Head of the Charles.
And I can just see there in the distance, Dave, that the first woman sculler is approaching the Weeks footbridge. So shortly, we'll be able to give you some information about how this event, the Women's Championship Singles event, is going to be playing out.
Well, the water has even calmed down. It's almost like a mirror down there at Weeks Footbridge. It's beautiful. The wind, such as it is, was a little bit more adverse just a few hours ago, and it's calmed down some now.
Oh, interesting. So in boat number 1 coming out is Michelle Sexer, boat number 1. But I just observed that boats 2 and 3, there was a dead stop by one of them under the Weeks footbridge. There was looked like maybe some hull-to-hull contact there.
Interesting. Yeah, they're separated quite a bit, but Emma Twigg has got some experience at this regatta, so it's not likely that. And every regatta, she's a many-year national team, Olympic champion, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so Kara Kohler, bow number 3, has passed Emma Twigg. I'm not sure which of the boats came to a dead stop, but at least one of them, maybe both of them, came to a dead stop under the Weeks footbridge.
Well, that's not going to affect Michelle in any way other than to perhaps make it harder. She's right here in front of Weld, really super. Out the wind, that's going to help her with this dying wind because, a lightweight facing up against the wind may not have as much of a carry them forward. I think that the conditions are really
So again, here's Karen and Emma. All right, boat number 2, past the Twig.
Boy, I wouldn't be surprised to see that repass.
Yeah, might have
Women's Olympian quad.
And then coming up toward us, it's boat number 5 and then boat number 6.
Boat number 5 is Imogen Grant from Great Britain, a lightweight world best time holder. Bow number 6 is Grace Joyce out of Green Racing Project in Craftsbury. These boats are all packed together.
Next coming up is boat number 8. It's a yellow boat. Boat number 8 having just passed boat number 7.
Margaret Fellows out of the home course here at Cambridge Boat Club. Winner of this event in 2021.
Yep, so Maggie knows
That's
this course
bow
very
8.
well.
And then bow 7 is the U.S. Trade Center Princeton, Alina Hagstrom.
And then it's boat number 9 chasing those two boats down. So 8, 7, 9, but 9 really putting foot on here.
9 is for Ryan Saratoga Springs. That's Savannah Bria.
And then we've got 3 across coming at us now. 3 across. Let's see what we've got here. Starting on the Cambridge shore, it's boat number 10. In the middle, it's boat number 13. And on the Boston shore, it's boat number 12. So 10, 13, 12 from Cambridge to Boston in that direction.
Lauren O'Connor is boat 10, also from Orion. 13 is from Canada. That's Clark Cady. And 12 is another Cambridge Boat Club. That's Cicely Madden, a 2020 Tokyo Olympian.
So 13, and then 12, then 10 is the order they're passing us. 13, then 12, then 10.
And that's quite a pack, well, but 13, of course, having moved up in front of 12 and 10,
and then
having a great race.
Now here's 14 coming up to us. 14.
Bow 14, another home course Cambridge member. That's Mary Nabel, a U.S. lightweight rower, world championship medalist in the lightweight single and lightweight double.
And then 15 and 11. 15 in the yellow boat, 11 in the blue boat.
15 from Orion, that is Hannah Painter.
And then boat number 11.
11, that's from Riverside, another Riverside, the stripes, Tasha Hurt, captain of the MIT lightweight, head of the Charles Lightweight 4 winner 2021.
Now we've got a big pack coming toward us, Dave. I count 5 boats, not all lost though, so they should be safe, but it is a big pack.
We have first in that pack.
17
is Orion, also Lauren Miller.
Followed by 16.
16 from Penn AC, that's Elaine Tierney. She went to Temple, graduated with a degree in risk management insurance.
And then 18.
18 from San Diego Rowing Club, Alexandria Valencia Martinson.
And then 21, 19.
21 is Canadian Alize Bryan, and 19 is Hannah Heideveld from the United States.
Well, and what's interesting here is 18, 21, 19 are all overlapping at the head toward the bridge. And of course, by definition, 21 and 19 are moving faster than 18, or have been. I'm not sure they are at this instant. So it could be a little tight under that bridge, but it looks like everybody's navigating it well.
Yeah, we've seen some people heading into Anderson to across. It gets really tricky if you try to do it with 3.
And that's 22 crossing us now, 22.
22 right here in front of Weld is from California Yacht Club. That's Teresa Rocos. She was a walk-on at Radcliffe in 2015 and has had some international experience here. She's now at USC Medical School and rowing out of California Yacht Club.
So, Wintech Racing and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintech and King Racing. And again, the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge is the official hotel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the Boston Cambridge. at the nearby tech hub of MIT and Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown. And Dave, I see some boats are heading our way. Can you tell us who they are?
I wish I could.
I can't tell.
Looks like 2 and 1. I'm going to say that that looks like a New York Athletic Club. Blades is bow 2. Just behind, I'm going to say that's
4.
Penn AC.
No, it's 4.
That's bow 4. Riverside? My goodness, that's a great start for Elizabeth Martin.
Yeah, it's bow 4 leading the pack here, and then bow 2. Bow 4, then bow 2. So, assuming they started in order, Elizabeth is having a very strong race.
Well, Liz was the 2021 winner in this event, so it's not a surprise. This is the lightweight women's singles. Another record that is long-standing from 1992. That's Teresa Zarzechny's record of 19 minutes and 58 100ths of a second. So if you can get under 19 minutes, you're going to have a record. And Liz is certainly looks like she's going for that. Alex Morris from New York Athletic Club is currently behind her, bow 4. And then there's a big gap.
And then there's bow 3. So at 4, then 2, and now 3.
3 is from Narragansett. That's Allison Arndt. She rode for Ithaca College from 2018 to 2023.
And then bow 5.
Bow 5, another Riverside entrant, Casey Chastity. She was a Princeton lightweight for 4 years. The lightweight double sculls Iron national champion in her time at Princeton.
And then 9 is passing 8. 9 is passing 8.
So we got 9, which is Vespers Mary Wilson, Duke 2016, passing 8, which is Katrina Mielbrat from White Marsh Boat Club.
So 9 having just passed 8 there.
So we've got...
And now bow 10 coming into view.
9
bow
on
10.
the Boston side, 8 in the blue boat on the Cambridge side.
Bow 10 just coming over across the dock now.
Bow 10 right here in front of Weld is from North Star. That's a Canadian entry from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, Julia Mills.
And then bow 6.
Bow 6 is from Oklahoma City. That's Lucy Oney. Bow of the IRA bronze medal lightweight women's vault.
And now bow 7.
Bow 7 from Dallas, Texas, Emily McCombs.
And then bow 12.
Having moved up, Grace D'Souza out of Milwaukee. She was the 2022 U.S. Senior National Team lightweight quad and has many nationals and under 23 experiences under her belt.
And there's bow 11 now coming into view. Bow 11.
Bow 11 from Vesper in Philadelphia. That's Charlotte Bent. And her training last year was every 2,000 meter test with the Drexel men. That must have been interesting. I'm sure that embarrassed a bunch of men.
It probably pushed her a lot, though, to weave her every time, too.
No doubt. No
sure,
doubt.
It's very
ambitious. That's the nature of those sellers.
Yeah.
They don't back down from anything.
Which is great. Hey, athletes and spectators. Rainstorm, the exclusive energy drink product sponsor of the Heather Charles Regatta, invites you to experience their 2-story interactive trailer at the Weld exhibition. Grab an ice-cold Rainstorm in the house and take in some of the best views of the Charles. Or you can swing by the Rowing and Fitness Expo to recharge at Rainstorm's second location. Rainstorm is the clean energy, immunity support, and zero sugar to get you through the excitement of Regatta weekend and live life better. That's Rainstorm. And some of you may have seen that Rivian is here this year. That's right. We're thrilled to welcome Rivian as a proud sponsor of this year's Head of the Charles Regatta. As pioneers in electric adventure vehicles, Rivian is committed to innovation, sustainability, and exploring the great outdoors, values that align perfectly with the spirit of this iconic rowing event. Be sure to visit Rivian's booth along the race course to learn more about their cutting-edge electric vehicles and how they're paving the way for a cleaner, greener future. A big thank you to Rivian for supporting our athletes and this incredible event. Enjoy the races.
Well, Alden, one of the next race up is one of these Directors Challenge events. It is a mixed double. And I think if we don't see a record in this event, I'll be surprised, because our number one entrant starting is the double combination of Sophia Meeken from Switzerland and Ollie Zeidler, the German Olympic champion from the Paris Olympic Games. I think that's a pretty tough combination.
Yeah, they're going to be very good. Who has the course record here, Dave, and what is it?
Well, the course record is 17:02, set in 2019 by Nielsen and Rasmussen. Now, the Director's Challenge is, it's an event that allows for some creating creative pairings. Let's put it that way. I've already said the bow one. At bow two are two members of the Spanish national team, Antonio and Esther. And Esther was in the women's pair for Spain in the Paris Olympics. And at bow three, Sean Wolf teams up with Heather Moon Bogles. That is an international group between Austria and Riverside. And you know, all of the Directors' Challenge events are open to all ages, so they use an age handicapping system to adjust the raw times to account for the average ages of the athletes. So while usually these national team younger participants do very well, our entry bow three actually average age of 50 years old. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, and sometimes the age handicap can become a significant advantage depending on the situation. Obviously, it depends on your fitness as well, but the age handicap can definitely come into play on these.
Well, and the age handicap is quite helpful in fast conditions like we have today. When the race slows down, the age handicap doesn't help you as much because it's based on the distance, not the time. But the bow four is also there from Great Britain, and they're another 50-year-old. They medaled in the British Masters Championship, so also a top 10 finish here in this event last year. So, you know, we got Chanel from Portland, Oregon, another 50-year-old average boat rowing at bow five, and a 62-year-old average boat rowing bow six from Maine Coast Rowing. That's Donald Townsend and Leslie Hitchcock.
But I always think, you know, these Directors Challenge boats, part of it is how well the crews may row together, because often these are what I would call throw together or pull together crews that have not even practiced once before necessarily going out to race. So they may be very talented athletes individually or in their own individual races, but together they may or may not flow well together.
We also have some married couples that come out here. I'm sure that most of them, their marriages survived them being together in the double. In bow nine, we've got the Zezas at age 77, so they've been together quite a while. They've won many first places ahead of Charles Singles, and having a glory row in the Directors Challenge, rowing there at bow nine, and bow 10, another couple, Dan and Andy Schley from New Haven Rowing Club, one of my rowing clubs, and Dan was a former Belmont Hill rower. He got started here on the Charles River, just up at Belmont Hill. Still rowing his Belmont Hill colored blades.
How about that? I do know Dan. I didn't realize he still rows with Belmont Hill colored blades, though. That's pretty funny.
He's a member of more clubs around the world. If he tried to paint his oars in different blade colors, he'd have to have like 20 sets of oars.
That's great to hear. Hey, Dave, I see that the first of these mixed doubles looks like it's approaching the Weeks footbridge now. So we'll shift over to look at the race and seeing who's coming. And not surprisingly, that is bow number 1. And also, not surprisingly, they've opened up what appears to be a sizable lead on the field.
Zeidler was just, it's really phenomenal watching him win the single at Paris. He's a former swimmer and built like a swimmer. You know, his body looks like a giant triangle. And a very big guy.
So he's stroking the boat, and his partner is the one in bow. And I can see that she's coming around, looking at the line and trying to make sure that they're on the fastest line they can get.
Now that is a thing of beauty. Look at the way that double is moving. We've seen some good doubles, and this is one of the best you'll ever see. Olympic gold medalist in the bow, in the stroke seat.
But again, there is an age handicap here. This is a relatively young crew, especially compared to someone like the Zezas, who average in their 70s. So we'll have to see how that plays out today.
That's right.
And next up is bow number 4 and then bow number 3. So bow number 4 and then bow number 3.
Well, bow number 4 is an entry from Great Britain, from the city of Cambridge. A 50-year-old average age. That's Christopher Ware and Kate Ware. And they were in the British National Championships this year as medalists, doing quite well.
And they've passed bow number 3 now.
Bow number 3 is an international combination with Sean Wolf of here at Riverside and Heather Moon Vogels of Austria.
And I see, not surprisingly, they've put Sean there in bow to steer because he knows this river very well. Next up, let's see here. This is bow number 5. Bow number 5.
From Station L in Portland, Oregon, that's Tara Jones and Scott Urbach.
And not surprisingly, following bow number 5 is bow number 6. So bow number 5 crossing the Weld dock now, and bow number 6 just coming up to the dock.
Oh, that's so smooth. Look at the bow just gliding across the water. Hardly any movement up and down. Really nice.
And here's bow 6 now.
That's Maine Coast Rowing. Donald Townsend and Leslie Krishko. They are good scullers. I think we're going to see them again in a quad, in the director's quad.
That's right. The mixed director's quad is tomorrow. That's always a fun event to see as well.
Yeah, I think they probably got some medals from that event.
And here comes bow number 8. Bow number 8.
That's a 60-year-old average age. That Phil Volts and Lori Jensen. They've been racing together for 6 years. This is the 4th appearance in the Director's Challenge mixed double.
So bow number 8 there, you just heard about. Stroke seat is wearing a blue shirt, and bow seat there wearing what appears to be a maroon or reddish rusty colored top. And then behind them is bow number 7. Bow number 7.
Out of Dallas, Texas, Dylan Chan and Maria Estway.
They're in a blue boat there, and the bow seat wearing what appears to be a red or pink cap.
Yeah, they are the coaching staff from the Hockaday School there in Dallas. One of the top prep school rowing programs.
Oh, how about that? Good for them. Good for them. Well, we've got a couple of doubles now coming at us here. Looks like they're not immediately side by side, but they're pretty darn close. They're definitely overlapping here. Let's see on the Cambridge shore here. It's bow number 9 And more toward the center of the river, the Boston side, that's bow number 12. So 9 closer to us, 12 farther from us.
That bow 9, those are the Zezas, Margarita and Carlo. Average age 77 rowing here in bow number 9. Bow 11 is from Otsego area rowing at Cooperstown, New York. That's Andrea Thies and Lang Keith. Andrea, of course, is a 2-time Olympian and a coach of the Paralympic mixed double at the Paris Olympics.
And this is very much the Zezos' home course. They row this course probably a couple times a week.
They probably rowed it more times than anybody in the world.
Yeah. And let's see, next up, bow number 10 here, bow number 10.
Carlo's even written a famous book about it. If you want to know about how to do this, you got to read his book.
So this is bow 10 here.
Bow 10 is from New Haven. That is the Schley's Andy.
And then bow 13, followed by bow 15.
Bow 13 is Riverside.
Sorry, I missed 14 there. 14 between 10 and 13.
14 from Great Britain. That's Holly Sutcliffe and Pabishan Ketheswaran.
And then bow 15.
Bow 15, MIT grad.
Followed by 11.
11 is Otsego area rowing. That's Andrea Thies and Lang Keith.
Followed by 16.
And 16 is Avalon Laval rowing, a Canadian entry, Florian Flores and Lee Newmark a day.
You may have seen it on the feed there, but 16 who quickly had to stop in order to point again because they realized they were going to make the bridge.
Making the bridge is pretty important.
Yes, it is. So they stopped for one stroke, repointed, and took off again. Let's see. Here's 19 coming at us. 19.
That's from Rock Mountain. That's Brian Rogers and Jennifer Baker.
And then 18 following them in the red hall.
18 is from Middlesex School alumni, Erica Mills and William Mills.
And next up after them is 21. 21.
20 was from Mendota. That's Hannah Steele and Andrew Cullen.
And then 17 coming dock now.
From Union Boat Club. That's Claire Schnorr and Peter Schnorr. Claire, with U.S. Naval Academy class of 2024 varsity women's rowing team and Patriot League champion.
And then boat 20.
Boat 20 is from Berkshire Sculling. That's Charlotte Holobar and Micah Zazada.
And then 24. 24.
Bow 24. BIC, Redwood City, California. That's Aisha Chow and John Carlson.
And then 2 now dock. 22.
22 is Myriads from Rutherford, New Jersey. Janice Holtzman and Arthur Ware. They are composite of New Jersey clubs, Myriad and Passaic. So they're mixed up not only in gender, but also from 2 different clubs in New Jersey.
And then 23 here in the yellow and black striped uniforms. 23.
That's Roe Brevand. That is in Harbor Beach, Florida. That's Man Francis and Bryce Crossley, bow 23. They're University of Central Florida alumni.
And then a little bit of a gap. And next up, just getting into view here is bow 27.
And we got a big stack of boats coming on bow 27. Independence Rowing Club, Nashua, New Hampshire. That's Mark Lewis and Aaron Lalamand.
And bow 26.
Bow 26 is Daniel Ellis and Lisa Schlenker from Portland, Oregon.
So 26 closer to the Cambridge shore, 27 closer to the Boston shore. They're almost directly side by side right now. Behind them, let's see, that's bow number 25.
Bow 25, which is Duxbury Bay Maritime School. Destinaves and Brigitte Collins.
And then 28, and then 30.
Bow 28 also from New Haven Rowing Club, Jeffrey Brock and Sarah Kussler.
And 30, and then 20.
Club, that's Santa Grotha and Highland. They have been.
And then 29 in the low with the
Columbus, Ohio, John King and Laurie Gunselman.
And then next up is 31 here, 31.
Bow 31 out of the Netherlands, Angeverden, That is Franz van der Steen and Mignon Guzens.
I know some of these names are a bit tough for us to pronounce sometimes, but we try our best. So we apologize up front to any of the competitors where we mispronounce the names. There are a few more boats coming. There's a bit of a gap here in the action. Probably another, I'd say about 15 to 20 seconds before the next boat comes fully into view.
Aldo, I've been mispronouncing since about 1992. Pronouncing so.
Yep, that's just the way it goes. You know, we kind of wish they gave us phonetic pronunciations of some of these names rather than the official spellings. The official spellings are nice to know, but doesn't help us as announcers at all. All right, we've got 3 or 4 more boats coming under the footbridge now.
These boats seem to be coming in packs. It's almost like they just gather up and then race up there. This is a large event with a lot of people. 45 entries.
So first 2 and next is 34. So 32 and then 34.
32 is from WashU. Chuck Sagrin and Meg Ohanian. And you said 34?
That's right, 32 and then 34.
34 is from Great Britain. Elizabeth Bostock and Steve Bostock. And they row for Tees Rowing Club in northeast of England. Steve took up rowing 4 years ago upon retiring from the British Army. So now they're masters competitors at age 61.
Good for them. Next up, 33 and 35. 35 in the Dayglow uniforms closer to Boston. 33 and 35.
33 is Greater Dayton, Ohio. That's Brian White and Meg Evans, husband and wife team of former runners that took up rowing as something to do, probably to protect their knees. And here they are at the head of the Charles. USA has Palmer Racing from Newton, Mass. As bow 35, that's Sky and Henry Palmer. Sky's favorite animal is a pig, and Henry's is a honey badger.
I can't tell for sure, but Sky looks to be significantly shorter than she's in bow seat, and in stroke seat is the partner, and Sky may be a junior. I can't tell. All right, let's see now. Coming up here in red uniforms or maroon uniforms is 36.
Yeah, that's David Wick and Christina Peterson, members of the Yankee Rowing Club out of Hadley, Mass.
All right, so that's Hadley, Mass there, the Yankee Rowing Club there, 36. And then coming up here in the white uniforms, this is 42. 42.
We're getting to a different page on that one. That's Narragansett's Alden Bumstead and Edward Gay. Edward. Three times.
And now 45.
Cambridge tree. That's Ann Chernoff and Lauren Skibbo. And right, so they're, of course, a long-time competitor on the Charles.
And that's the Dayglow green and Dayglow kind of orange cap there who just passed us. Next up, coming up here in blue uniforms is 44.
44 is Annapolis Rowing Club.
Oh, I apologize. I missed 37 here, coming close to the yellow uniforms. 37.
Yeah, they're a little bit on the tight side here of Weld. About 37 is Berkshire Sculling out of Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Ted Humphrey and Linda Douillet. And then who'd we have? We had 44 over there. That is Annapolis. Carolyn Voorhees and Terrence Smith.
Yep, I had missed 37. They were a bit tight on the inside there, so I didn't see them. Next up, let's see here, is 39, and then 41, 39 and 41 in that order, right next to each other, though.
Yeah, 39, another Cambridge Boat Club. That's Thomas Kohler and Mary Jo Meisner.
And 41.
And 41 is another Cambridge Boat Club, Catherine Kirk and Malcolm Gefter.
There you go.
A little bit of
a war clash there.
A little bit of inter-club or clashing.
Yep.
I think they're still friends, though.
Well, we hope so. Again, this is an age-handicapped event, folks. So, boat speed is obviously critically important, but there is an age handicap here. I think that's it, because I see a launch coming at us. So it looks like we've finished the mixed double event there, and the Director's Challenge mixed double event. So the U.S. Army New England Battalion is excited to partner with the 2024 Head of Charles Regatta. Visit our booth located in the Weld exhibition to speak with a recruiter and to explore opportunities you never knew existed. Be all you can be in the U.S. Army. There's no limit to what you can achieve. Explore passion, purpose, and community at goarmy.com. And again, Vineyard Vines, get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2024 Head of Charles Regatta. Stop by their location next to the Elliott Bridge enclosure and check out their limited edition gear. That's Vineyard Vines. And don't forget, WBUR is the official media partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to stop at the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Thank you, WBUR, and be sure to tune in to 90.9, Boston's NPR news station.
Well, Alden, in the women's championship single, and all those you watching out in on the web probably already know that it was Michelle Sexer who defended her title, winning in a time of 18:54.8 seconds over California's that's Karen Kohler, who was 18:59.7. So once again, the lightweight holding serve. Holding bow place number 1.
So if I heard that correctly, Dave, there's about a 5-second gap between them. Is that what I heard?
That's about right. Yeah, it was very close.
Yeah,
close racing.
I wonder if that differential may have been almost entirely due to the stoppage I saw under the Weeks Bridge, where Caracola and Emma Twigg looked like they had hull-to-hull contact. It could have been just close boats, but definitely there was stoppage under the bridge, and stoppage could easily cost you a couple of seconds there.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
But that's racing, as we know, right? That's the way it goes.
Head racing is that way. You know, sometimes you just can't avoid that. It's like anything else, in the heat of the moment, things happen.
Absolutely. Wintech Racing and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintech and King Racing. Not surprisingly, many of you have heard about Concept 2, the official and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Concept 2 erg on the real-time loop, and you can go and check that real-time loop erg out for free with Erg Data app to race on a course that's never closed. So look at them, stop by the Concept 2 booth, and check it out. And we also want to thank our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company, the official logistic partner of the Head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more about Gentle Giant.
Well, Alden, in the men's championship single, as noted, Finn Hamill, that New Zealander, who was back in the pack in bow 16, unofficially, he's the winner by some 21 seconds.
Wow.
By a really good time for today of 17:05. Not a record, but he's an up-and-comer.
Yeah, he was moving very, very well when he passed us here in front of Weld. It wasn't clear to me that he was going to win the event. It was definitely clear he was going to do well in the event. And if the unofficial result is that he's won, I am not surprised at all that that's what you're seeing.
Oh, well, congratulations, Finn. That was a great row.
So I do see a double coming at us, Dave. This could be a double from the mixed doubles event still. Let's see here. Yes, there are a couple of doubles that, or there's a double that hasn't yet passed us.
Still unaccounted for.
Yep.
So
I'm guessing that this is them coming at us here. And if it is, this is bound number 38 from CRI, if it's them. Let me take a look. Yes, that's who it is. Bound number 38 from CRI.
Well, unofficially so far, and in this Director's Challenge mixed doubles, no big surprise. The winner and new record holder at 17 minutes point 17 minutes, almost 17 flat, 17:00.07. Ollie Zeidler and Sophia Meeken from Germany and Switzerland, respectively, did come home some 38 seconds ahead of the Spanish double in bow 2. Now, we don't know about all of the various age adjustments and so forth, so that's unofficial, but that still is a record time because on the records are all set on raw time.
So again, this is bound number 38 here from CRI in the Director's Challenge Mixed Double, just approaching the Weld dock now. Bound number 38.
And that's a 72-year-old boat of Hugh Scott and Andrea Lowe. This is their second Director's Challenge Mixed Double event. Out for a nice Saturday afternoon on the that beautiful yellow, just now passing out of Weld House.
Next up, the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad event. Oh, so I had forgotten that they put these right next to each other, meaning that if you compete in the mixed double event, you would not be able to compete in the mixed quad event because they're literally back-to-back events.
Oh, that's right.
And this is always an event where you get both interesting combinations, but you also have some pretty humorous team names here as people make up creative team names for themselves in their entries.
Well, I'm looking for the crew that won it last year, who has bound number 2, and again, this is an age handicap thing, so they are a 63-year-old boat, and the boat that's starting bound number 1 is a 47-year-old boat. So there's going to be some averaging going on. But I think you're going to see that the Cambridge, Maine Coast, New Haven Rowing Club combination entry of Michael Tata, C.B. Sands, Mick Mitzcar, and John Tunnicliffe are going to be a formidable combination in the Director's Mixed Quad Director's Challenge.
Well, I would think so. I know that John Tunnicliffe and Mike Tata won the men's double 60-year-old event yesterday, 60 age group, and CB Sandsmore and Mitz Carr were second in the women's doubles 60-plus event yesterday.
Yeah,
so this is a very, very strong group.
And it's this Potomac and the Maine Coast combo quad. It's kind of a grudge race. Last year, bound number 1 were 13 seconds ahead on raw time, but they are younger, so after the handicap, they came in 4th. So we're going to see some interesting, just not only the performance times, but also the adjustments that go on between the older and the younger. And we've got crews averaging in age here from young 30s all the way up to 60s. I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody older than 62 or 68. There's Ted Van Dusen, who the famous boat builder, rowing in Watuppa Rowing out of Fall River, Mass, is in a 68-year-old mixed quad. So there's a lot of different ages, lots of skill. Takes a lot of skill to row a quad, and the boat goes pretty fast regardless of the combination and the age. So you have to be good at it.
Yeah, it's always a challenge to see who decides to steer these quads through these bridges, because they can be going very quickly, and steering them can be a challenge. You know, before the quads get here, let me just say, hey, athletes and spectators, Rainstorm is the exclusive energy product sponsor of the Heather Charles Regatta. We invite you to experience their 2-story interactive trailer at the Weld exhibition. Grab an ice-cold Rainstorm on the house and take in some of the best views of the Charles. Or you can swing by the Rowing and Fitness Expo to recharge at Rainstorm's second location. Rainstorm has clean energy, immunity support, and zero sugar to get you through the excitement of Regatta weekend and live life better. That's Rainstorm.
Alden, speaking of steering, you steer eights here every year. You know how hard it is.
Absolutely.
And the faster the boat, the harder it is.
Sure.
These guys in the quad, for our listeners out there on the internet, they have 4 oarsmen and no coxswain. So one of the oarsmen, typically the bow person in a twisting river like this, because you've got to be able to see, kind of take a look ahead and see what's coming. So typically whoever's in bow has to navigate all of these bridges, all of these turns, as well as whatever traffic may be out there. That's a real challenge, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. No question. I give a lot of credit to those who steer quads on this river, for sure. It's what they have to do, because they've got to be rowing and propelling their boat at the same time. So without question, it's a big challenge to be able to do that.
I've got some water.
Yeah, I have my own water bottle.
I think I'm good.
Thanks. So the first quad coming toward us here. And not surprisingly, this is bow 1. This is bow 1, which is that younger, or relatively speaking, younger Potomac entry. Bow number 1 here.
And keep in mind that bow number 1 is 16 years younger than bow number 2.
And that's 16 years on average, I believe, not just total.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Bow number 2 there coming at us now with the black jerseys for the most part, and their bow person has what appears to be kind of an orangey cap. That's bow number 2 coming at us next.
Well, the people up at the front have a distinct advantage because they don't have to pass anybody. And on this, now the wind is almost gone. It's perfectly flat water.
Yeah, there's no wind here at all right now.
Looks like a mirror out there. And these guys from Potomac are really getting it done. They look strong. They're right in front of Weld. Really well-timed catches, but not to be outdone by the Cambridge entry and this mixed entry right behind them, who's also holding serve.
And then bows 3 and 4 right side by side there.
So right in front of us here at Weld, we have Mike Tata, CB Sands, Mitz Carr, and John Tunnicliffe. And this is probably all of their second race here at the Charles.
Oh,
they look great.
It is. They all medaled yesterday. They all medaled yesterday morning.
So then we've got some passing going on.
Right. This is bow 4 here in the white boat, just passing bow number 3 in the blue boat.
So New Orleans is a 43-year-old average boat passing Blood Street 60-year-old boat.
And then coming up toward us now, the next boat is bow number 7. Bow number 7, a white boat passing the dock now. Bow number 7.
Blood Street with Candace Fuchs and Charlotte Hollings, Thomas Stottlemyre, Dale Hoxie. A lot of international experience there as well. Bow 5 is San Diego Rowing. So we're getting a mixture of ages with Cambridge, the bow 2 and bow 3 being 63 and 60, and these other bows that have passed in front of us are all in the 40s. So.
And this is bow 6 using Riverside blades, but they're not wearing Riverside uniforms. But bow 6 here, crossing us now, and then followed by bow 5, which is San Diego. Bow 6.
So that's Station L out of Portland, probably borrowing the equipment, and average age of 56.
And then bow 5, which I think you said was San Diego.
Yeah, bow 5 is San Diego.
And then coming at us is bow number 8. Looks like they've got some interesting headgear on there. 2, 3, and stroke in that boat have some type of antenna on their heads.
That's CRI out of Brighton, Mass.
Yeah.
Jeff Nelson, Libby McCann, Yu Liu, and Kevin Dutt.
And Go in bow.
Bow 9, Asheville Rowing out of Asheville, North Carolina.
And then 11 with the Flamingo.
From Nashville, Tennessee. That's Michelle Bader, Sean Woldarsik, Madeline Cawley, and Detmar Kultwasser.
And now bow 13 here in the blue uniforms, where bow person has an orange cap.
Upper Valley Rowing out of Hanover, New Hampshire. That is bow 13. Karen Reynolds, William Purdy, Petorsky Crockett, and Peter Kermond, well known in this sport.
Yep. And let's see, that was Upper Valley just passing us. The next boat coming toward us here is bow number 15.
Bainbridge Island Rowing out of Bainbridge Island, Washington. Andrea Chimmy, Peter Vosal, Anthony Odo, and Tammy Galbraith.
And then coming up to us now in what I would just describe as Hunter Orange, I guess is the best way, or Dayglow Orange here. This boat is bow 16. Bow 16.
It's Oklahoma Riverport. Ann Marischal, Greg Simmons, Laura Terdost, and Sean Cook.
And in the Chartreuse Dayglow, or the Dayglow Yellow, that's 14.
Bow 14 is Rocky Mountain out of Aurora, Colorado. Mark Stormberg, Trish Thatcher, Julia Francis.
We have a boat that looks like it's heading toward shore.
I know.
Good God. A couple boats coming toward us here. Let's see what happens with them. Looks like at least one of them, maybe both of them, deciding to
a little bit wide.
Well, they're steering a little heavily, but that's okay.
That just shows how difficult this course is, particularly that Weeks footbridge turn, which you really have to set up. If you don't get it set up, if something goes off on your setup, you're going to go wide no matter what happens. We have two boats coming through Weeks Bridge now, which means at least one of them is going to go real wide. Right in front of Weld now, though, we've got some
18
boats.
and then 17. 18
we've got
and
boat
then
18, which is Maguntacook.
And they're in the black boat.
And they are in that black boat right in front of us now.
And then 17 behind them.
Behind them is from China, Hegret. That's they are a main crew of their club. And they're coming here all the way from Guangdong.
Well, good to see them. That's great. I've only rowed once in China, and we had a very, very windy regatta there. It was very difficult to row. In fact, they had to cancel the second half of the regatta. It got so windy. So comparatively, today is amazing. Now, let's see. Here in the Dayglow Yellow coming up to us is boat 19. Boat 19.
Boat 19 is Watuppa Rowing Center, Fall River, Mass. That's Ted Van Dusen's boat with Patricia Brady and Scott Rivies.
And then this is boat 22.
That's another Cambridge Boat Club entry. That's Julian Bahane, Barbara Elfman, Kate McKenzie, and Jillian Lindsay.
And then boat 20, followed quickly by 25.
Regatta, boat 20 out of Charlottesville, Virginia.
25.
25 is another Cambridge entry, Cambridge Boat Club. Timothy Fulham, Catherine Boyd, Chris Collins, and Nick Copley. They're longtime competitors here at the head of the Charles, volunteers and organizers, and some really good oarsmen in that Cambridge Boat Club entrant.
Yeah, I'll mention that Tim Fulham actually is on the board of directors, currently chair of the board of directors of the head of the Charles Regatta.
Yeah, Nick Copley is helping organize us announcers.
And 23 is the next boat. 23.
That's PCRA out of Rochelle, New York. Chris Clark, Emily Abernathy Jones, Brian Clark, and Susan Sales.
And they were in the blue boat. Next up is a red boat here with the red uniforms, boat 21. 21.
That's another CRI right here on the Charles River. That's CRI Brighton, Massachusetts.
And coming up right behind them is boat number 24. 24.
Boat 24 is another CRI entry. They are, that's Catherine Johnson's boat.
So this is the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad event.
Well, the Mixed Quad has 25 entrants.
I believe we've seen all of them.
And I think we've seen all of them.
Yeah, I'm looking down the list. I think so. And we've got a little break in the action here at the end of that event, and leading the next event. You know, the head of the Charles would like to salute the United States Marine Corps to get more information about the Marines and to see how they build our nation's leaders and try your hand at their pull-up challenge. Please stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo. That's the U.S. Marine Corps. Go for it.
Well, our next event is called the Head of the Charles Survivor Row Exhibition. This will be the 3:26 p.m. race. It's on the course now. Head of the Charles and the Survivor Rowing Network partnered to host the inaugural Head of the Charles Survivor Row. SRN helps survivors build strength, rediscover the joy of movement, and become part of a mutually empowering team. Quite simply, rowing helps these survivors heal both on and off the water. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. You've seen a lot of those pink uniforms out there celebrating that. And it's very exciting to see 11 eights come down the course comprised of cancer survivors. Included in this race are 9 boats from the United States, 1 from France, and 1 from Italy. One of the U.S. boats is a composite boat representing 5 programs. 2 of the boats, Rosa Remo from Rome and Crew 309 from Peoria, are being hosted by MIT and Coach Holly Metcalf, who started the first Survivor rowing program, We Can Row Boston, 22 years ago. Thank you, Holly. In all, 15 programs are competing in this race. 80% of the athletes you see today have not competed at the Head of the Charles, and for many this is their first head race ever. It is one of the biggest days of their lives. They credit their rowing program as a vital step in their healing journey, not just physically but mentally as well. The Survivor Rowing Network launched last year here at the Head of the Charles, where 12 survivors competed in the Grandmasters women's event. At the launch, SRN included 15 programs in the U.S. and in 1 year has grown to 27 programs around the world, with 6 more waiting to launch. Anyone interested in starting a program will have the support of the SRN. Their tent is right across the river. Please stop by for information or visit them on survivorrowingnetwork.org.
Yeah, it's really an amazing program. It's so wonderful to see the number of athletes here today representing these various programs, the growth of this program. It is such a meaningful program to so many people. So I really encourage you to check it out and learn more about it.
Bout number 1 in this event will be Rosa Remo from Italy. It is the first club in Italy that proposed rowing for the rehabilitation of breast cancer survivors. Simona in the stroke seat is the president, and Katya in number 2 is the vice president. And each of them participated in a great fundraising to be able to be at the head of the Charles and are once again ready to show the world that they are indomitable. All of these, it's 11/8 that we have in this event, have remarkable stories to tell and are survivors of one of the most aggressive diseases that we face. So I hope that everybody out there will be giving their attention and cheering them on all the way up the course.
Yeah, this is really an amazing event and program overall. So really terrific to see them participating here and doing this. As we're waiting for those survivor rows to completion here, I'll just give you a couple more updates on some of our partners, some of our sponsors. Heather Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? And the U.S. Army's New England Battalion is excited to partner with the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit our booth located in the Weld exhibition to speak with a recruiter and explore opportunities you never knew existed. Be all you can be in the U.S. Army. There's no limit to what you can achieve. Explore passion, purpose, and community at goarmy.com. And again, of course, get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their location next to the Elliott Bridge enclosure and check out their limited edition gear. That's Vineyard Vines. Wintech Racing and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many of their teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintech Racing and King Racing. And now, here come the boats in the Survivor Row event. First through the bridge is boat number 2.
That is White Marsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Denise Portner, Sue Ryan, Megan Doe Nascimento, Bonnie Martin, Janet Braverman, Maggie Childs, Leslie Renninger, Margaret Culbertson, Inez Velasquez Casada.
And then boat number 1. That's the Italian boat.
The Italian boat from Rosa Remo. That's Roberta Pocenti, Katia Flacco, Amelia DeSanta Plunkett, Elisabetta DeSantis, Barbara Cavallo, Enrica DeCelli, Daniela Gianzi, and Simona Lavazza.
And I must compliment your Italian pronunciation there, Dave. Sounded great. I'm not sure I'm not Italian, but boy, it sounded good to me.
We honor them the best we can.
So again, these are the Survivor Row athletes. All of these athletes have survived cancer.
And all those of you up there on Anderson Bridge can give a cheer as they come through. This is the Survivor 8s, Head of the Charles.
Yeah, really, congratulations to these athletes here. The ability to survive cancer, come back, and participate in today's Head of the Charles as competitors. It's really wonderful to see this. And I can hear the cheers coming from the bridge now. Again, there are 11 boats in this event. Next up, boat number 3. Boat number 3 is the next up. Boat number 3 is the Survivor Network rowing boat from a number of different clubs. Dave, why don't you read off the athlete names there? Boat number 3.
And we'll give that a shot. It's Rebecca Henshaw, Stacy Balia, Laurie Klausner, Helen Cohane, Sarah Begoo, Judith Rose, Mary O'Hara, Sharon Prouty, and Angela Gable. Out of Wilton, Connecticut.
And coming up now is a big pack of boats, so I'm not sure you're going to be able to read all the individual athlete names. But next up in Chartreuse Dayglow Yellow is boat number 4. Boat number 4, Dayglow Yellow uniforms.
Upper Valley, that's from Lyon, where the program Rowing for Health started in 2017.
And in the black uniforms with the pink hats is boat number 7. Boat number 7.
Boat number 7 is Recovery on the Water from Chicago, Illinois. Ella Gillespie, Linda Kawano, Elizabeth Arthur, Genevieve Manning, Lauren Burke, Katie Zinner, Deborah Keller, Linda Morgan, and Gabriella Bovio.
And here in the pink uniforms with the pink hats, boat number 8. Boat number 8.
Boat number 8 out of Saugatuck, Allison Riley, Lori Borsma, Karen Herman, Lisa O'Gorman, Amy Bauer, Susan Rutz, Lisa Norat, Bridget Healy, and Victoria Madden.
And then boat number 5 in the purple uniforms with the teal hats. Boat number 5 followed quickly by boat number 9. 5 and then 9.
Boat number 5 is Nades Oncology, and boat number 9 is We Can Row DC out of Washington, D.C. Boat number 5, Cam Tran, Jennifer Nicoletti, Kathleen Willison, Lola DeLoro, Ann Link, Susan Stove, Stephanie Post, Lori Vandermeed, and Michelle Lewis.
And then boat number 10 just passed us there wearing all pink.
Boat number 10 is Crew 309, Laura McLean, Diane Durr, Lori Velo, Siobhan Fennell, Christy Carmenzind, Carly Gord, Stephanie McAllister, and Leanne Crawl.
And now coming toward us in the blue uniforms, the blue oars, is boat number 11. Boat number 11 in the blue uniforms.
Boat number 11 is We Can Row Boston. That's Christine Gosselin, Rosemary Mazzone, Deborah Smith, Catherine Baker, Kristen Kossman, Sherry Levin, Leslie Burnett, and Susan Jacobs. We Can Row Boston is a survivor rowing program for women treated for breast cancer. Starting in 2002 by Holly Metcalf, they recently celebrated their 20th anniversary. We Can Row on the Charles River out of the Boston University DeWolf Boathouse. And this is the first time they have rowed the head of the Charles under their own team name. record here is held by U.S. Rowing A of 17 minutes and 33.9 seconds, set last year. We have 3 competitors in this event. This is the mixed 4+ is a Paralympic event with all members of the crew having eligible impairments in the PR3 sport class. Athletes in this category have minor mobility or visual impairments, and the crew must have a 50-50 split of men and women. For these reasons, a 2 PR3 mixed 4+ is a difficult boat to put together, as you can imagine, having to align disabilities, port and starboard side, men and women, all in the same crew. But while this event has few entries, it will nonetheless be one of the more exciting para events to watch. Bout numbers 1 and 2 feature a rematch from the 2024 Paralympic final, where Great Britain and USA went 1-2 as did in the previous year's World Championship. The USA crew is fully in their line from the Paris Games, while the GB squad is a mix of the Paris 2024 and Tokyo 2020 para crews for Great Britain. U.S. coxswain Emily Elderacher of MIT will be looking to leverage her experience steering the Charles to gain the edge on her rival Erin Kennedy in the coxswain seat for Great Britain.
So I'm taking a look here at the information, the real-time information, and it shows that unfortunately bow number 3 did not start this race. So there were only 2 competitors in this event, the British team and the American team. Again, the American boat is intact. All 5 athletes are the ones who were in Paris at the Paralympic Games, and they won the silver medal this summer. The British team is also all Paralympians, but not necessarily the ones who are in the British boat that won the gold this summer.
So the makeup of that USA Paralympic 4 is Emily Elderacher, who we mentioned as the coxswain, Skylar Dahl, Gemma Wallenschlager, Alex Flynn, and Ben Washburn. They were the silver medal winning crew from the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games. Gemma in the 2 seat is also U.S. Rowing's Female Para Athlete of the Year. They are competing against this mixture of British Olympians, some of whom won the gold medal this year at the Paris Paralympics. They have Cox, Erin Kennedy, Josh O'Brien, Jidra Rakowski, joined by the winners of the Tokyo crew of Ollie Stanhope and Ellen Buttrick. So 4 gold medalists against 4 silver medalists.
5 silver medalists and 5 gold medalists. 5
and 5, that is, yeah.
But I would point out also, an interesting fact here is the British crew, I believe, although maybe Josh is still in school, British crew are all post-university, whereas 4 of the 5 in the American crew, I believe, are still in university, but at least 3 are, and maybe 4 of them are still in university in the American crew. So a younger crew in the American group, in a sport where people typically peak in their late 20s to early 30s, so may bode well for the U.S. team as that younger crew continues to gain experience and move forward.
We'll see what having the home course advantage does for the USA team. They certainly know the Charles better.
Absolutely.
And I know they've been under Ellen's direction for quite some time.
Well, and they're starting to come up to the Weeks footbridge now. You can see the first boat in this event. Again, there are 2 boats. Every athlete in this event has an Olympic medal. Let's just point that out here. I don't think you'll see that in any other event in this regatta. And of course, as somewhat expected, boat number 1 is the first through the bridge, and boat number 2 is trailing them. But again, this is a timed event, so it does not necessarily imply anything that boat number 1 has come through the bridge first.
Well, it is, in every sense of the word, a match race. And the U.S. is in a very good position, although they were silver medalists behind Great Britain. Here at the Charles, they hold position number 1 because they raced here last year, whereas Great Britain did not. And that gives them the opportunity to see their competition for the entire race. Whether that's a help or a hindrance depends on their mental attitude toward the race and their preparation. They look really, really good here in front of Weld. What do you think, Alden?
Oh, I think all of these athletes look really good right now. Both boats look incredibly strong. I think it's really going to be a close race, is my gut feeling here looking at this.
That's Team USA against Great Britain. And let's hear it from the crowd at Anderson Bridge. As Team USA enters Anderson Bridge, leading the pack over Great Britain. Great Britain close on their heels.
I don't know how it's going to translate to time, but I would say, based on what we just saw, that the American team seemed to be rowing a little bit smoother. The British team seemed to be rowing a little bit with maybe a little bit more power. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out in the actual timestamps.
Well, if you're following with the app, you can probably see the intermediate times and tell who's been leading this, because they do have
that's right,
4 places.
I'm calling it out right now, and it says that as of when they passed us here at Weld, the British team had about a 3.5 second lead. So they closed down.
That's close. It's all going to depend on the closing. That last 1,000 meters from Cambridge on can be all the difference.
Oh yeah, that big Elliott turn can make a huge differential. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. So while that event goes on, and we'll try and give you the updated times once the event finishes, I do want to announce that we want to thank Meet Boston for their continued support of the Heather Charles Regatta. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck. While you're at Weld exhibition, you might also want to visit the Rainstorm exhibit. Rainstorm is the exclusive energy product sponsor of the Heather Charles Regatta. We invite you to experience their 2-story interactive trailer at the Weld exhibition. Grab an ice-cold Rainstorm in the house and take in some of the best views of the Charles. Or you can swing by the Rowing and Fitness Expo to recharge at Rainstorm's second location. Rainstorm has the clean energy, immunity support, and zero sugar to get you through the excitement of Regatta weekend and live life better. That's Rainstorm. And don't forget, we're extremely excited and thrilled to welcome Rivian as a proud sponsor of this year's Heather Charles Regatta. As pioneers in electric adventure vehicles, Rivian is committed to innovation, sustainability, and exploring the great outdoors, values that align perfectly with the spirit of this iconic rowing event. Be sure to visit Rivian's booth along the racecourse to learn more about their cutting-edge electric vehicles and how they're paving a way for a cleaner, greener future. A big thank you to Rivian for supporting our athletes and this incredible event. Enjoy the racing, everyone. Next event's coming. And again, we'll update you with finishing results from that Para PR3 Fours event when we have them. But in the meantime, the Mixed Para Inclusion Fours event has started, and the first boat is now on its way toward us here.
Now we have 2 competitors. This event is similar to the previous one, the PR3 Mixed 4 Plus, however. In the PR3 Mixed Inclusion 4 Plus, entries only need only 50% of the crew to have a qualifying disability for para rowing. The other crew members do not need to have any disability. Coventry Lake are relatively new to the inclusion events, but have done well with a very young crew at bout number 2, averaging just 15 years of age. Wow. They'll be trying to chase down the crew from Community Rowing Inc. here in Boston. CRI has a long history of adaptive and inclusion programs and events, and has been home to the U.S. Para National Team for several years.
So boat number 1 here in the red, this is the CRI entry, and boat number 2 has come through the bridge. That's the Coventry Lake Community Rowing entry. So again, the word inclusion in the title of the event means that within the boat, 50% of the athletes do not need to have a demonstrable disability, while 50% do. That's the differential, or a key differential, between the inclusion events and the PR3 event, the straight PR3 event that went before us. And I will say, Dave, it's really a positive view to see that this Coventry Lake Community Rowing Program boat, all of their athletes are in high school. So these are all high school age athletes here rowing in this Coventry Lake Community Rowing boat, providing a tremendous future foundation for para rowing in the United States.
Well, we have Sarah Summer coxing, and we've got 16-year-old John Cromie, Casey Picus, also 16, Megan Sear, 15 years old, and Sobe Dowd, age 16. The team is made up of rowers from diverse backgrounds, including our exceptional para rowers who are sight impaired and autistic. They contribute inspiring determination to our sport, and these athletes embody our club's belief that rowing is for everyone. A reminder that no challenge is insurmountable when approached with courage and teamwork.
Really great to see that, and again, just so uplifting to see those athletes, especially athletes at that young age, being able to do that, going out there hard and willing to participate. Got a little bit of an update for you here on that Para PR3 4s event. So as I noted, when they passed us, the British team was 3.5 seconds ahead of the American team. But at Cambridge Boat Club, it has reversed, and the American team is now 2 seconds ahead of the British team. So clearly the Americans were able to make the Big Elliott turn a little bit better than the British team, or at least a little faster. I don't know if it was course, boat speed, or both. That event has not finished, so there's still a good, it's roughly about 800, 850 meters to go in that event, so we'll have to see how that finishes out.
We should call them. That was...
I'd have to find the names. I have it in a spreadsheet. I'll find it.
Okay.
You can read other stuff in the meantime.
Well, Alden, it's been a pleasure matching up with you at the head of the Charles again. I think this is our second or perhaps third time together. Usually we're over at the tents at Elliott Bridge.
I have no clue. I don't control any of it. I talk.
But we're up right now getting ready for our last event of Saturday.
10 minutes.
We have upcoming the Para Inclusion Doubles. The course record by Hauser and Scott is 19 minutes 11.999 seconds. There are 22 competitors in this Inclusion Double. Inclusion Double matches athletes with and without disabilities together in the same crew. It has become a popular event here at the Charles, growing each year to a record 22 entries at this regatta. Crews may feature athletes from each of the 3 para rowing disciplines. PR1, athletes who use mainly their upper trunk in the rowing stroke. PR2, athletes who use their full trunk in the rowing stroke, and PR3, who use their legs and a sliding seat. The open rower in the inclusion crew generally uses a sliding seat with no specialized equipment. The majority of the entries are in the PR3 class, which includes both physical and visual impairment, with a handful of crews with PR1 and PR2 rowers, who you can note are using a fixed seat. Leading the field is Paralympic sculler Todd Vogt and hometown training partner Carrie Connell, who will try to defend their 2023 title in this event, followed by Andy Wiggin, who was Todd's former teammate from the PR3 men's pair without at the 2018 World Championships, and his partner Brooke Wolford. Keep your eye on the young duo of Max Allemeyer and Leela Morris at bow number 4, both of whom have their sights on the LA 2028 Paralympic Games. Back at bow number 3 are your course record holders, Maurice Scott and Matt Hauser. But that was back in 2021, so it will be great to see how they fare in this increasingly competitive field. They've just started on the race course, so we'll take the time to credit some more of our welcome and important sponsors to the head of the Charles. Take your performance to the next level at 776 BC, the official rowing apparel of the head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the 776 pop-up to shop the limited edition collection honoring this year's regatta, featuring unisuits, long sleeve performance base layers, and summer hoodies, vests, bags, and accessories. Don't miss regatta exclusive offers, competitions, and the chance to connect with U.S. rowing team athletes or co-founder Cam to find out how to get your crew racing in the world-leading kit customized for your team. We'll see you there.
Alrighty, so as Dave indicated here, still waiting to get some final times and results there from these other events. But in the meantime, we do have the para-inclusion doubles event on the course. Oh, I just see we have the final times from that PR3 fours event, and the American team ended on raw time unofficially, beating the British team by 10 seconds. So that's an unofficial result, but it looked like the Americans were able to pull it out. The U.S. team was able to pull it out by 10 seconds over that British team, even though as they passed us here, the British team was leading by 3.5 seconds. So it's all about getting to the finish line first, not necessarily getting to any intermediate point first.
Well, and if that stands, that 7 minutes and 14 seconds would be a new course record. Or the
17 minutes, just to
17 minutes and 14 seconds is the old record being 17:33 for the Ellen Minsner Trophy in the mixed para PR3 fours.
Great to hear that. I mean, that boat was going very well. As I said, I thought the Americans looked smoother, but the British looked a little more powerful passing us. But maybe the power faded over time. Who knows? And technique is so much a part of this sport, and being able to row together and flow together. It's not just about who can apply more power. Now, to be the next event here, it's the final event of the day, is the para-inclusion doubles event. And in this event, there are 22 entries. I'm not sure if Dave mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, and they come from all over the United States for this event. It's been growing every single year. 22 entries is a huge number of entries for any athletic competition. So we'll see. couldn't. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that at the head of the Charles with this much blue sky.
Well, no wind,
flat water,
yeah.
no wind.
Really amazing here. This is incredible weather, and tomorrow is supposed to be just as beautiful, maybe even 1 or 2 degrees warmer. So for the spectators on the shore, we encourage you to come back, obviously, to see another day of racing tomorrow, when, again, the weather is reported to be about the same, maybe a degree or 2 warmer. So we're waiting now for the these para-inclusion doubles to come our way. The first boats have started, so we can track that they have started, and it'll be a matter of seeing how and when they get to us in terms of time. But we do know that the event has started. The first boats have crossed the starting line here. Just a touch breeze here coming up now.
Well, I must say, like, just the way it changes on them is just stunning. Yeah. It's not easy to get all for me. All it takes is one tree. You have one tree that's just a peak. Yeah, it's just kind of.
All right, I'm going to call Ann because this is her book for sure.
Yeah.
Right over the right balance. So whenever we were still shots, we would just be right over this area of the trees. And it was just great. The first thing part, which is a lot of scenery, which is nice. That's what you see. What's your name? Oh, Bob Garrett. Pleasure to know. This is Matthew. Is he from? Yeah, we're both from the school together at UCI. Fly you in. Big camper guys for the event. They do. They pay for our travel, which is really nice. So I can't complain. Everything's inclusive in the trip, so it's really nice. Yeah. How long have you been volunteering here? It's been like 6 years or something. Hi, this is Weld and Regatta. No, like Weld. My son got into rowing, so instead of just coming over and filling out the bridge, what's the event? You get into places like this and you get these kind of views that you don't normally. It's kind of cool just meeting people. 360 world class. I have more dinner in Harvard Square, so maybe the Harvard Square area is the largest. Email me also. I just sent to the world, right? Email address. It's crazy. And sometimes it takes me like he was not the scout. Thank you. I forget her last name. She was commentating for these guys after. Oh, they were amazing. Yeah, they were, and so.
So as we close out this wonderful weather day on this weekend, again, can't emphasize how incredibly beautiful this is and how different it is from some of the regattas we've had in previous years. So we thank the nature for providing us this wonderful day today. Light wind at most, sunny, bright, and dry. Always welcome. While we're waiting for this next event, let me tell you that you can take your performance to the next level at 776BC, the official rowing apparel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the 776 pop-up to shop the limited edition collection honoring this year's regatta, featuring unisuits, long-sleeve performance base layers, and summer hoodies, vests, bags, and accessories too. Don't miss regatta exclusive offers, competitions, and the chance to connect with the U.S. rowing team athletes or co-founder Cam to find out how to get your crew racing in world-leading kit customized for your team. We hope to see you there. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Forgot your water bottle or hat? Check out Concept 2's new apparel offering at their booth. We also want to thank the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The head of the Charles has been in partnership with DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support that we receive from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you to DCR. And the para-inclusion doubles event, we're beginning to see boats coming through the Weeks Bridge now. And the first boat through the bridge is boat number 1. Boat number 1.
That's the Portland, Oregon, Kerry Connell and Todd Vogt. Todd Vogt stroked the 2024 Paralympic mixed double to a 7th place finish in Paris this summer. He won a silver in the event in the 2023 World Championships. He and Kerry trained together in Portland and hope to defend their title. They look like they have a pretty good lead and certainly a good shot at another title here at the head of the Charles.
Yep, they look pretty strong there. You think so, Dave, but the next boat behind them is actually boat number 3, so it's unclear if boat number 3 has moved up or fallen back relative to boat number 1. This is boat number 3 next.
Well, boat 3, they are the current record holders in this event. So, Unity Boat Club of Washington, D.C., Maurice Scott and Matthew Hauser. And they're very excited to race here again, showing it by having already made a pass, and they are in a really good position as well. It may come down to those two if seedings mean anything, or if your last year's performance has any bearing on this year's results.
Yep,
they're in good position. Alameyer and Layla Morris, they could be the future of U.S. para rowing. They are certainly doing well in this year's head of the Charles.
And coming through the bridge, or having just come through the bridge now, and that's the Weeks Footbridge, to be clear, is boat number 5. Boat number 5, rowing with black, red, and white Northeastern-looking blades.
Probably something they borrowed from Northeastern. This is Capital out of Washington, D.C.
Oh, I take it back then. Those are Capital blades, it looks like, now that you say they're from Capital.
Okay, there we are. That's Capital and John Huddle and Lauren Fish.
So it's dark blue, not black on those blades.
Well, Lauren's looking forward to racing the Charles again, this time with a new bow partner, John Huddle. Well, they've kind of notched out a bunch of clear water to row in. They're well out ahead of their competitors behind them.
That's right. Sure looks that way, Dave. And in the white T-shirts coming toward us, that's boat number 7 in the white T-shirts.
West Side Rowing Club from Buffalo, a very old and established rowing club in the United States, one of the stalwarts in our sport as a club, and Andy and Dan are both longtime scullers who've competed together in many inclusive para events. That's Daniel Sullivan and Andrew McClellan.
Again, that's the boat with the white T-shirts there, or at least bow is a white T-shirt. Looks like Stroke has a white singlet on.
And their average age is 63.
And in the black uniforms behind them is bow number 8. Bow number 8.
That's San Diego, Gabriella Bigler. She made her debut in para rowing here on the Charles with her club teammate Mahalia Bowman from the high school varsity squad of San Diego Rowing Club. Coach Pat Kington is also a two-sport Paralympic coach, leading Blake Haxton at the Tokyo and Paris Paralympic Games in both para-rowing and para-canoe kayak.
That's boat number 8 in the red hull there, passing the Weld dock now.
So we're about a third of the way through these 22 para-inclusion doubles.
And coming toward us now in a yellow boat where the bow person has a blue uniform and the stroke has red and black. That's bow number 9.
Philadelphia Adapted Rowing. Maya Rosenberger, 17 years old, is a dedicated youth rowing athlete at PAR. Maya was invited to the U.S. Rowing Para Development Camp that competed at Canadian Henley, where she placed first in the PR2 women's single. She's also competed several times at the Regatta Regatta and the head of the Schuylkill in para events.
And now in the red boat, coming up to us is boat number 10. Boat number 10 in the red boat here.
From CRI, that's the CRI PR2 inclusion double.
And then coming toward us here with white uniforms is boat number 6. White blades with a colored tip, but I can't tell what color it is in the light. But it is boat number 6.
Dominican University out of Orangeburg, New York. Lily Adkins is a PR3 rower who is a first-year student at Dominican University. Lily is the first para-rower in our D2 program and the first para-athlete at our school in any sport.
And then we've got boat 13 here with kind of teal or blue uniforms. Boat 13. The bow person is red oars. Bow 13. That's the Endeavor Alliance there, bow 13. That's the Endeavor Racing Alliance of David Peters and Aaron Jewell, bow 13. Followed by bow 12 in the white boat there from Rocky Mountain in Aurora, Colorado. That's Lauren, Steve, and Schraub in boat 12. And immediately behind them is boat 17. Boat 17 immediately behind them, just passing the dock there. And boat 17 is the Buffalo River Rowing Club. George Beckstein and Chris Huntley. Boat 17. Now putting on here in this red shell with the rowing red, white, black oars. That's boat 14. That's the Fort Collins program, Fort Collins, Colorado. It's Adrian Berlin and Daniel Berlin. Daniel is a visually impaired athlete in the stern. His son Adrian is his visual guide in the bow. So Daniel is stern and Adrian in bow. This is their second time competing at the Heather Charles together. Great to see a parent-child situation like that. And next up towards here in the next boat with white, I call them singlets over black uniform, is bow 15. Bow 15 here.
Yeah, we got 3 boats coming together. Bow 15 from Regatta Point in Worcester. Back here on Lake Quinsigamond, just a little bit west here.
And then bow 11, and then bow 18.
Bow 11 is from Great Britain. That's Asher Rabba and Sophie Brown. And they are being closely followed
by bow 18 in the red boat. Bow 18.
By West Side Rowing Club out of Buffalo, New York. Bow number 18. And Bannon, the U.S. Para-National Team, PR1 Sculler. He teams up with his sister today. Tomorrow, they join the rest of the Mangan clan in the Directors Challenge Mix. That will be interesting.
Good for that. Bow 16 now. Bow 16.
That's Coventry Lake Community Rowing. Quincy Miller and Scott Dowd. They are made up of rowers from very diverse backgrounds, including the CR3 inclusive double sculls with Scout
Now 19 coming toward us.
Again from CRI here on the Charles River, and PR1 inclusion double with new para-rower Max Lyman, who also participates in the Spalding Expo program.
So for those of you unsure who might be wondering, you'll see that in some of these PR1 inclusion doubles, one of the athletes, who is the PR1 athlete, actually has a seat that is permanently mounted into the boat, and basically is such that they only can use their arms and upper back to row the boat. There is no leg movement at all. So you can see here in the stroke of this boat, he's got this seat structure in there. He's not using his legs at all to drive the boat. It's all upper body and arms. That's part of the classification for PR1. That's right. Go ahead and give these people a cheer. Think about how difficult it would be to do a 3-mile race just using your upper body and arms.
No. And maybe 2 or 3 more.
And in the para-inclusion doubles event, we have still a few boats that will be coming. We've got a couple of boats that are on the course that have not yet been able to have not yet made it to our station here. We do have a note here that boat number 20 from Watuppa Rowing Center did not start this event. Boat number 20 did not start this event.
The single digit looks like
it's either 21 or 22. That's all it's left.
Well, looks like
21.
8, huh?
It's 21. This is boat number 21 coming toward us now. Boat number 21 coming toward us from Capitol in D.C. Madalena Aspiras and Bao Yang. Bao is rowing today with her coach, who is Madalena Aspiras. So Bao is a PR1 athlete, and Madalena is Bao's coach. Again, this is from Capitol Rowing here. Bao Yang is 41 years of age, and Madalena, it says, is 40 years of age.
Yep, there we go. Wow, that's...
And again, PR1, meaning that the athlete is using only arms and back, no leg activity at all.
So this is the only one left?
Yeah, so 22 is on its way.
Yeah, they're the only ones. Yeah, okay. Makes sense that the PR ones are going to be a lot slower.
Yeah. Yeah. It's arm and back.
Yeah. That goes back to the early 19th century now. You're talking about fixed seat rowing.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is the bow person here, who is not disabled, is also not using a sliding seat. So I will observe here that in this boat number 21, both athletes are using fixed seat situations. Neither athlete is using a sliding seat. Neither athlete is using their legs by the looks of it. Although the bow person We're almost done. She left this behind.
Oh, okay.
Somebody left it
Take
behind.
the chips.
Oh.
Cranberry walnut.
Take one. You guys take one.
For me, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm starving, but that's fine. Dave might. Dave, you want a sandwich?
Oh, hell yes.
Take the sandwich. I have her phone number. I left her voicemail. I don't have the ability to text internationally because it's a British phone, but I have the ability to call internationally. Oh, so did you take it? Yeah, that's hands. Wait, this pen and this paper go, and these things go in there too. Now coming up to the bridge is boat number 22 from the PR Inclusive Doubles event. Boat number 22.
That's Louisville Adaptive from Louisville, Kentucky. We have Jennifer Pagney and Jenny Smith. Jenny Smith, C6-7 spinal cord injury, and Jenny Pagney have been rowing together for 18 years. This is quite an experienced team, and this is going to be the final competitor in this Saturday day long of competition here at the head of the Charles for 2024.
It's warm if you want it.
I got this. Oh wow. Interesting.
Yeah, it's been there since the beginning of our shift, so it's warm, but you're welcome to it.
Okay. I'll put it in there for tomorrow.
Okay.
Where are you tomorrow?
I'm not volunteering tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Pardon me?
That must be nice.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, this is fun.
It is fun.
This was great.
It's also,
fun.
but I'm also tired.
Yeah, well, you did a whole course today. That's different. Okay, that's pretty good.
So again, this is the Louisville entry here. Boat number 22 in the para-inclusion doubles event. You can see here, because this is a PR1 para-inclusion boat, neither athlete is using their legs. Again, this is arms and back only. So upper body only. And it is the, I was going to say tradition at the Heather Charles, but maybe that's the wrong choice of words, or the process maybe at the Heather Charles here, that the final boat of the final event of the day is followed by a couple of launches. This is both for safety and also for logistical reasons. It's to indicate to all of the stations that this is the boat that will mark the end of the day's racing. But let me add to the incredible effort that these athletes are making out here, and recognition that they deserve, that they're doing a 3-mile race in this double, arms and back only. Really an incredible feat to be able to see this, and so wonderful to see how many of these inclusion doubles we had this year. That event, or this event, grows every year, the number of competitors, and really just wonderful to see that growth and what's happening. So congratulations to all the athletes in this event, and also this little crew that's now going under the Anderson Bridge.
Well, that's pretty much it from Weld. I'm Dave Vogel, and here with Alden Zecca, who's going to sign off and give you the mic drop for Saturday. And we'll see you back on tomorrow's racing for the final day of the Head of the Charles.
Thanks, Dave, and really wonderful working with you again, Dave. It's been a real pleasure. Always very enjoyable to do this. So look forward to tomorrow's event. Hope that everyone had a wonderful day today, and we're looking forward to seeing many, if not all of you here in terms of the crowd tomorrow. Let's see here. I'm trying to look at the schedule right now and call it up. The first race tomorrow is the men's youth single event with a starting time of 7:45. 7:45 a.m. Signing off for now from Weld Station. Have a great rest of the